Hey, hier Emily van My Family. Vraag je startbedrag van €1269.
Aye. I'm say aye homa no ati atum nanka setumi aka aye ewo ekuapem nof nanka na ono so de ho no watumi e de amaye I'm say mo pusupusu homa no e ka ekuapem nof ho same oku na yem na sebedwani a wo ho etina ye hwe kwanse bisa betumi aka aye nanka aye nkomodie no yetumi ahwese de ne mesi ko enti momodin se nso betumi aka aye na yahwemi se nkwala ni gina ho no se mpanyfo video no amanyi delegate ni bi no okay enti obu nyina we akwapem no enti yahwe se nsabete be ka Ebenezer aye na yeri na di nkomo na se ne mesi ko ho no so no wa ma yatumi hu se dia esi etie nti yatwan se nsabete aka aye na yensan tumi nka ne dia ene na odonyafo bo acheje akoso koto aba ewo kufurudua na brokoto aba no kufurudua no one ya namusini Michael Akrofi edi nkomo mama yiti de okan.
See, it is a very simple process. It didn't take me even 1 minute to go through the entire system. So thank God it's been easy.
Okay. So
first and foremost, the thing is to come early. If you are listening to me and you are home, don't tarry thinking that there is plenty of time.
Hello.
Come early, vote, and then let's disperse and go to our various homes. I expect us to conduct ourselves at the best. No insults. I haven't seen anything here to warrant me to say this, but to all the rest of our delegates across the nation, we are one party. I don't expect us to descend into
Yeah, what you be check us out composition so na yako Ebenezer aye ho Ebenezer machi
like we ni amejoso
netren
but na me adom na wonse
misu mi hu ye pa wo gina akuapem no fukuro ben so
but from the war ekropon akuapem Presbyterian College of Education ho na ye center woto abano wo Presbyterian amena wo kasel ho na me wa me kaseti
twahofo ni kire yen
you had bia da na kwemu apolitifo de merema begu ya me na merema nyina awore bot ban sena buni mu akuapem de edu abato wa basabasa bia ti wa ha nti anopande bidu ha na nipa ni ha na mum beye sima na dodo na bedi santin yerehwe ni muso nipa be 810 ena beto wa ba primpri amede wokan be 55 ato wa warehwe ni muso be ne be so no na wonyina tumi ato abanariye na amede wokan imra hye begudani a owa ha primpri ano no so ato na bariye ononyamfo buate ja konso ababidi ono so na ma warehwe tani adwumadi no dako entime no kan yon mbra hye begudani no so atwetwen komo no nganya our obi fi British High Commissioner once one name warehwe tani a abato ne ko nti all the one who say twetwen enkomo wa ha maka kire ni yenene betwetwen komo nti no na ha nti wari a orebenti yenene mtiaso honorable mpacho UTV sini yenu se kunne mu wankasa wabeto wa ba na obae no dwumadino accident.
Oh, so far no I mean the man said the DIASPORA to Hammer, and it's been very peaceful, it's been very calm, and it's very orderly. We are hoping that the process will end like that. Now the delegates to PO to almost need to warm up because process no yet a bit slow. Madam, the strong plan said they should be patient. The other could be.
Hello. Hello.
Oh, aye.
Yo.
Aye, tio, wo bibi ka bio a, wo ni bibi aka nanka ye fancy wo ho ana.
There be a basabasa DSC wa ha e. Sene a honorable kan no. Bibi aye boko na nkata be hu no na ni eje. nti yɛde hwɛ anim sɛ ɛbɛbɔ 2 o'clock de na abato no aba na wie na electoral commission no nso ama yɛn aso ate sɛ 2 no du na sɛ wɔn to wie yɛ nipa a ɛwɔ line no mu deda wansa 2 no bɔɛ no wɔbɛgyina mu sɛ obi foforɔ bi ambɛfrɛ mu na ɔno ahwete ɔno ato aba na wie na afei ɔno akenkan de nsusuanso no ato gya nti aha de biribiara yɛ bɔkɔ gavumɛn mu deɛ ayɛ a na ebi abato abasabasa bi ansi wɔ ha ɔno abɔ nso wɔ ha ɔrehwɛ ɛne polisifoɔ nso rehwɛ sɛ biribiara bɛyɛ bɔkɔɔ.
Sɛ bɛyɛ anka fa telephone no ma ɔnabɔ nanka mini ni nkɔmɔ kakra yi.
Mpache yo ɔnabɔ which one is it?
Okay. Hello.
Ɔnabɔ machine.
Mejo so.
Na tiran.
Hu ye na so
Yehu adoma hode wo hu na me hu wa che.
Ta fa me na asɔre ni na me church na bebe.
Na re ko awi ɔkye ne yɛn hia ɔmampɔn OPK ho.
Joint na.
Mati. Yɛn hwɛ so far mo hyɛ hyehyɛ yasia bɛpem saa bere no. Wo yɛ party pani, wo yɛ mrahye bedwani, ɛna deɛ bɛkɔ bɛbɛ bia so wonim ho bi as a party executive no. Wo hu mo hyehyɛ amayɛ ne bebia beduru wo hu ne sɛn.
Oh, so far the indeed is a protest on a bit slow. But now the nipa P ni buki ni. Now even though processing is very orderly, I also think a bit bureaucratic kaka. Then I'm is slow. Me bon pa is then electoral commission for it on kana omo so kaka and omo pejo monster kaka.
Na one man in content na say a network didn't to me in content. Now, besides, I didn't to me in quantum, I would say slowly.
I'm not too sure why. I mean, because I'm sure almost they are being very meticulous about it, you know, which is good. But I'm not in Cochrane and Rewana to P Nima and what.
Okay.
And to you know, I'm the Kata. Like my Guinea go ahead, so dear. Na concert Miyama, concert Kaka.
Okay. Ya wo hwe nipa dodo a ebeba ho no a wo je disababa dumie no nga bien a wo kan se na ya wie na mwa wie
me wo didi
okay
mojidi se adanam pokra na bo no bien na se won nipa wo kiu ni mo a ye be hwe won wie ansana won wie na obeye
okay
mojidi se eno ani se me tin ade ma on because these are my constituents as well. Na omutina kiunim toto no go na insunia because omutina onye seat omata line 10 na eba ne so happy very feeling so ka prememo ha no before me pony abe nti ama be healing for nkokra ne mrewa no
asi eni na me je de samwe bibia fa wo fi obesan ko be fofora na se obehyeese obehwe wasieese wansa na bakọ awakọ.
I mentioned I mean the hand company.
Okay. Martin. Bibi ni ebe san ba onchen bi o.
Miss Meda to fa nyama kan ho.
On kan ho so. Ye nua Sami Okuni ete ne kan ono emrahye bedwani o ho nti o kan bibi se bibi e slow. But I don't know.
So be if it's a system na. So be I don't know. So omo machine be omo de verify na. Bibi say no na say just opening of you know, register no and it slow down.
Na so kind of also before. Jakwa krabe nantia,
bana. Wasa be gina queue mo a
be hagin. Obi ani ahoma no so ahu.
Obi ani.
Doc na more na so na wo de pause here. Ye mia on pause.
Em say na me nuanum ba ko di nkoma a omo ka say mpanyimfo no ba omo hwe say nkokwafo no omo hwe say omo no ebeto no ntem mako menim say bia ada places no so bia omo be fashion de bia film no mabo ama ye nkokwafo no ye mamalo na so de na me ka no on say e ya kansie nti no e ya attention no dodo na no e wo say okay ne metimi aye a metimi adi nkonim na enum no na opponent so no onso opa bibia ka opa bibi na ode abetwam a betimi ama ebia ase wo nkwan no enchen kra na na se twam na won hu kwan ye no nti saa de yoro de ya na ye be kan normal nti ne ekoso dodo na se o we kan say we ekogina ha we e kan bibitia obi yenim say normal those things no de beba na mpanyimfo bi nso asede na wo kan omo wo amanyeko no ma omo nso omo nsem kan e bi ni ade no against some of the leading friends or mom candidates no no de me gidi say nipa no ne ono no wahu ne onim ene ne susu tie na o kire eno no entimi nkoye say delegate ni nyina no gina saa bia ho afi yeyi no to nchen a amanyako na nkasa nso no ewo ne sum ne ban a ese da bia no odan na di kira manfo say okay yen ye wa hoden ewo nia ese na efatase di dwuma bibia ba we ya ye betimi aka anuanom afanu na yedai abom se no na mamudi a ene ube kwa na even Ghana nke there is no party because there be a oko NDC oko NPP a e bia wo mo a heat kakra ni ho no ebe se bi obi a nkitenkite no be ko ba akese ne dia de bia no position bia beto na wo mo pre ho a eya na sansem kan no ne ade ne de eba ne mom no ne meka ne se o betimi aka mo abomu na o maye na on de akohia ne NDC fo be yi no 2028 ana for 2028 dodo na be gina nipa na obewini no so na diyo nsem kanye because ye pre say ya pre wi we a candidate ana say franka tufo na ekwan be so na wan kasa no yi party ni kwan hihye no to nchen a wan kasa no di mutintiman pa so betimi say Jacob na abna na ye opponent a obetimi afa kwani asa bia so no atwe nipa na de aben in first obi na o chief asempa kodo nti say the mean na no ne posture ne ade nipa no be wi no ebe dan na di after today no ekro no ebe bua ama ebe ye oma you can say party ni ye ana say party no na so be shepa nti mumen sanhwense say anye bia na 2026 about 2 years from now nti about 2 years na wantimi amfa ntoto ne oma till December 7 2028 a just say wo kwa no sebe umfata say obeya candidate omani nyina so sana meka no
merci ma memra Dr. Abedu so ansa na yebeto abei niema bi babonten the 10 sins of Asimeti, the 16 sins of Asimeti, the 17 sins of Aina, and to be a bonny away, and now sad dear, what did he say? A big easy say, won't bet you my people dear free ho. As I say, and you've been a kind of want to soon a kind, more than a kind, and unfortunately, no Nipani and say, Dick Kaya, bet you like a woman anchor. Woman na ebia omu ba ko betumi anya no woman na sa the 10 since no e beta mo panti no ma wo pronounce mo opponent kra dada sa de no mo ye no nsusu so be na betumi anya e wo the final results e ba sa se machine wodi nkunu no nsusu so be na betumi anya wo party no so
ejababna e ba no sankomodie na Meka say Ghana ha ya can
whether you're a delegate. I've seen people that are very powerful and very popular within the NPP, but if I have to go through the same process, you park your vehicle elsewhere, you walk in, unless of course you have mobility issues like we've seen with one elderly delegate that came in just about 5 minutes ago. You have to go through the process like everybody else, show your accreditation, show your Ghana card. In fact, right at the entrance, you have to show that you are a delegate on the list before you'll be allowed to get into the premise to actually come in here. So the security situation here is fantastic. A lot of police officers, rad control vehicle, and the party's own internal security at the arrangement right at the side and side. And so it's shaping up to be a very, very important election. And I think someone has just voted, and so I'm just going to talk to them also. You just voted. Who are you? What do you do, and why are you a delegate here?
Yeah, I'm a member of NPP UK, and we're supposed to vote at the headquarters. I hear you saying that there are about 100 and something delegates here. 150, we are more than that. UK alone, we are 65 voting here. So we are more than that. We're talking about thousands. Really? Yeah.
Yeah. So we are getting some data from our team and some of the data that your party has supplied also. But you've gone through the process.
Yes.
How seamless has it been for you?
Okay, it's perfect. Perfect. Yeah.
Perfect?
There's no problem.
You don't have any challenges?
No challenge whatsoever.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those of you in the NPP UK and you personally, what are your own expectations for?
I say friend to my bank. As Antman no ebe fe afata ni pakro no. So ntuma ben pa na wode be hata ne ho ana say de ben na wode ba pa ne ho e be ma saa asem no enko tajama wo so empro asema obe ya to ho no e be da ho a eno anu no e be di nipa na ti saa akopim say ende na ende ya say amanfo e wo adwin bi fa president former president Akufo-Addo ho e wo esign komo bia e course during atam na oye ne primaries eni komo e course ende ende ya say amanfo wa adwin po bi fa former president Kufuor, former president Tamils and his president member, any penny for about saying Koina. Into a banu internal context, parties no should learn. And to say, come on, me expect to say, me I do not end this from brain swan. You know, how you want to send you a cost. If you say, if you say, yeah, dear, if you say, be more, I did be a more movie, I'm over bread. Movie, I'm over bread because as I saw some come back, no damage control. Na kasa damage control so how you cry na still na bu say en fa unsa brand na wo yeden wo kwa bre enu ti no kasa de mo aka wie kasa de mo aka kan wie sense de mo listen ase Ghana boy na anim obia ne sense e wo no ho and NDC for and another opposition no almost o ma trust na sense ni na yeden ato o mo track eko o mo kwa akoye mu hwehwemu adudomu akọ fabia beka ho na ma friend to my papa bia se na be ya wa bedu ho na 10 cents no akoya times 10 na akoya 100 no so hu enu ti no esiewie kasa nde nsi ade mo akeka to ho ewie entumi san kofa mani yeye na mo me hia ne se na ina ye ka no party new year elections na omo san ko back to the 10 cents ni 16 cents no omo ko review all those statements no mo hwe how a met me address sa sense ni na maako omo na njintum no mo address ni na maako send ye be ya say opposition no e de ye weapon against them omo bet me manage anya sade a ende na abeda kwa momo just omo de ko mo ho na na be bia no so you no mo aso ba fa ne sa e say busua de
so busua de e say sa sense na asem no aye bibia opponent be use super and Dr. Entry best about so bio na sir Dr. Entry show ayaba ne yakoto ye use 10 cents ne to nchen kra na ye wo party members supporters bia nukura de ba kope ebinum so mo kan no yemfa ne se enne se utumi bi wa no ka se sebe obi ya pa na adwene ho ntia adwene ne ya pa ne tim tina adwene no nhweda nkoyia na se na wu nipa wini a so nipa no to sa because yenhwe ma be kan se kura atitafo ni ekasa ni nyina no anya hwe kura no no mo leaders no moti sa ye hu leader bi otumi ka say hey asemese me chitani o kan say ni say asem aka ni jai ye hu say obi a reprimand obi a and they kwa about you. Eti say one can't say what you tell me now. We di matema we are super me we no. And don't we need us also me make me enquire. Ebe is so the power to Musa.
Adakwa bla mesa ka say o kan easy ne dia. Enye easy pra. Na yemfa yenkan kwachi yemfa NPP na ankasa. Since ne yeso. Na yenhwe omo contest a presidential primaries on my year over the years. 92 there, you move the night yesusa. But 96, 2004, 2000, 92, 96, and 2007. 2007, no, they are not. Obibeka say a hit pa. And send the break also. amanfo keka nsem bebre efifa eye omo opponent on particularly Alan Chamaten ene Akufo-Addo camp sa time no kwa na ebi mo che so president Kofo eta obi achi enoma bebre na e de course eno no party don was able to come out of it contest no uye den a enoma ba ku mienu bi ebeto fom a opponent betimi ade afa na mom ni nyina ne se ya to aba na wie no mobotan ne sen mobotan ne se party no emu be chiche na obia be kwa kwagina ba bi opeso ogina ana se mobotan ne ye ba ko se ne monene kwa kansie no enye nia onu usi akan internally na mom nia one ne kopre eye abanwa ye omani na ade no enti se omunya ti ase sa de a party no uhemu a ewo level obia so on a fair for obia on a fair for ye fa omoko polling station level eba constituency level ni at the regional level a obia no e on a fair for ye betimi enyam painfo a omo enu enyam na okasa na omo kasa ebi mu be da ebetie na fe wa omo nya no se akoko ba kon ne ma eno no eyade e se omoye in fact they have no option than to come together so you say if you for kwa abontensefo ene ba be faide edie enti se ko ba se mu no man kan mom na mo hu se eye o na banwa no na mo pe na se because we ejina ha we anto ama me we kan se ni ade dia in fact sa unipa na we sa kwa won te politics ase because politics no say che wadwen na menche madwen to waba na mentomaba na he ne adodo na no ebekọ bankom se yemma ono no akwanya na oni anim kan nti wantu kakra ne ade esisi ye ana ebesi de eno no ese etimi pentoma bi na de kata so se de minu akan yi no makeke bia ma afoforo nso ate na sa afoforo omo nso no se bio omo nso bia sentuma ma ye mie so NDC crowd omo ye nyi omo de na sisi no the president of the day has the goodwill coming from Ghanaians yewo infie mienu ne kakra edanimu a ansa ne do 2028 elections almost me gidi say acha bia 2027 ho ba bi de ombe yi 2027 aha no ba yi omo enipa omo de ebeko akon sabi oba na bi ono nso no ensem ba ku mienu ho a NPP funds betimi akekere ede akoso an ho no de that level no oba eye campaign and all political idea ho no you be kind of strategies you be kind of package you need to package yourself you need to package your story well to counteract whatever eye minuses a ebi e baaye sa time na moye primaries and any campaign strategies and all that will come out of this in a very beautiful way na yenhye nso na ekoso national level ni ade ne even outside na ade na nso be what influence the national elections nti ya na nye sebe na obi kika ye keke no kwantie se hye no so
all right doc question about so na yenko na ye ni Jesse Amankwa ni nkomo wo so hu Jesse otemi nka maachi
a youth commander meto nkapa
that's right so benyi ache edina boy ni nti na so hu boko
nyame adom so far so good so hu bibia ayeboko
okay and twafoni kire
yo ida kwama me bedu ha no ntia pepepe ena me ba so community center na mra ebo no so anopa pepepe ena abato commission o set ni niamama elections no almost started edisi ni na obasu na number of delegates ayehwe ni so mbeto aba 610 ena ayehwe ni se ombeto aba na so far me no ka sem prempren ade me check here na dipa almost form aba 315 ena so far omabeto omaba na ja kama oba police presence ay wa ha no anu edi papa yi police for baku 80 ena omwo center ha no ehwe aboban se de be ya gidigidi ana basabasa e bia nkoso a ombe protect nipa any Japadia, Hanumina. 8 in Muno, 4 officers, senior officers, and I war on board. Almost share, I'm a 1 man in a advantage pointer. Almost share my free and fair elections. Kosu. Say, we can't for Nika Kasrawa, so fee entrance, and as a fee dance in a Obeba Center, Honan Casano. Police for Ajibonina Afa, Ukuta motorbike, Untimi Ferrum, Ukta Council, unless say, Babetu, Waba, no mama, Westy, Efikeni, no matter baby, a driver, no and parking, and son of Westy, Esi, Abaina perimeter, Honum, and a Wababek Cafe, who vote. And it's so far, so good that Giddy BNC. Now, how's about police command, Nasa, yes, sir, Eastern South, I say, at the Eastern South Police Commander, Nankasa, a DCOP on Hine. Body bossman, and also at the Nika Eco Petrosa, on them, soon have a beer, and I say a PMSM have a beer, a monitor, said a giddy and Kosu. In Prempayam and Okase, so she cure up to something pound, Kosomaba, that's a Jacona, Efe, and I began so Kosa Basabasa Bianso, AC, soon Community Center Hanum.
I see. Now, said okay, there is a panel about 50% in Abetuan. It's the other to also check 1 man to ye.
Sapepe. Now, said the metro say Nipa 315 now out to be. So, any pay through Numa, Omdos of Papa ye, Jacamra. Nipa Oki me Catamini from 200. And the end to say a beer, no me, no be bonnet, and not as a Sumuano, yet me out to the Abattoon in Avia. Minoka say, not a bit also, a soon, Abattoon Peso, a honorable Frank, and Ted Becqueen, or Babatuna ye shading. The honorable Opariansa and also Madnian in Diaton and Pansoba, and also Ever Abeto Naba Ewahano.
Now, Ocean Parts and Musifor, a aspirants and Musifor, more.
A Jacoban, aspirant, no agent, I have to tell Moshe, no Musibi, no Menitian, a year honorable Kennedy or Japan, the agent Waha, a year honorable Brian, a temple, no agent Waha. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, also agent to her, Nanaya, or say a doctor, also agent to her, and engineer Fabna, a Japan, also agent at the Hanuma mostly, or more Tenafia, what Trotro, near Air Force in our Hanti, agent in apparent agent in answer, Omninati Hano. Okay.
Yes, you better say, a Langado, so a COP Bossman, Naka, Yanakasa. Unyanwa ubena ne nakasa wai
Mate Jacoba
dance papa enia Jesse Amankwa ye friend na mosquito suhu mosquito ne tenenka ewo suhu no yenko na yekɔ sahwidwabo so hɔ na Kwabena Dixon wo Kwabena machi o
mejo so
Kwabena bi abɔkɔ
o nyame adum bibi abɔkɔ
manopem nu sɛ wo sɔre ntempa wa chinchin fine
Pro na bia
mo boy amane
yo wo hia abato na said emra no mo be to ho e ma ye nyina ya di tum no enne be no pe na ye wo be o be to aba na electoral commission otimi ehwe ye na nkata na ni agent ko ni nyina protocol so omo ba ye na omo te se ano ya se so omo sha ti be se no ntia ne de na se Omati adaka ye de beto abani nyina ama homo o de beto kro ne ne ba bi omo to aba no wo ba gya aboto district na ba bi forestry commission wo mo ata e kase wo no ho e na wo mo eto sa bai na wo mo he ye no nkata mu nioma wo so mo de wo nsabubo mu bi ka se ink no bibia me ni electoral officer another returning officer no e di nkomo e bi san tanya bia no bibia ye set no so bibia ye set nyemo Ebreno na omo twente no nso ne bebo na omatimi asedumagye na no nso ne bo pepe ene nde di nkan otimi eba beto naba na ebra abato no ehya ase no ade ba ko ana anka eya ha adwene ne se party fo ni bi ba no na NPP osunkokroko wo mo atenso de eye blue red and white no ebi mo edi bi apempam ntade eno nti abambofo de eka ase de bi nya de obema ama party colors ne de wo mi di be wura mu nti na no ayechi no aso kaka na nso Dr. Lesampa bi ono no ye deputy finance minister obaye e mo mbe techire mu ama abambofo ne ti ase se dipa ne ba e ko ba se e bia ahyɛnso deɛ no air party colours ne deɛ wɔde ba na ebi a candidate foɔ no obiara mfoni anaasɛ na ahyɛnso deɛ ɛmom deɛ a omunyan na nipa ni nwura me sanse NPP ɛna ɛto aba no na emom sɛ nipa na eba no sɛ candidate bi ataadeɛ deɛ a ɛne wɔn betumi ama na san nti no deɛ ntaase ba ya wɔn ɛsɛ dwumadi na ase na wɔn ato abɛya na ɔbɛhɛ santene a ɛwɔ sɛ ya ɛnya asam ketewa koraa na mmeka sɛ nipa dodoɔ no a wonim Ghana fo dwumadi a wɔn die no edubere bi a nipa no bɛtena fia sɛ sɛ wohwɛ a ɛkɔkɔbɔ tu baako nanso afei na nipa no ɛpia wɔn ho yɔ yɛ akɛsɛ wɔn aba a wɔn ato santene wɔ ha sɛ delegate no obiara ɛba abɛkyerɛ n'adwene wɔ ha sɛ sɛsi ame na ɔkasa yi aka bɛyɛ sɛ sima dunum 15 minutes na du baako abɔ na wɔn ato ɛma no maako ɔha ɛne aduɔkoro 190 ɛwɔ ha sɛ yɛasesɛ no abatoɔ no egu so na mene kane ɔsɔfo yɛ na wɔhwɛ kasɛm so abɛdi akyire owura Dr. Ampaa bɛtwitwe nkɔmmɔ na wɔkyerɛ sɛ wɔbɔ IGP aba so papaapa wohwɛ bamba a wayiri mu regional commander wɔn nso atumi ama ne mpamfoɔ ma aba bɛsi district commander so na ɔmo ayere bamba mu sɛ kɔba sɛ ebi a abatoɔ no ne bamba ho nsɛm no ɛkɔsɛ yɛ adeɛ a bɛsɛ sɛ IGP wayɛ adwuma na emu bamba na ɔmo abɛhu ne deɛ ɔmo ani asɔ ntiantoa so saa maame matako ayi ɔno so yɛ kane deputy CEO Dema Forestry Commission ɔno nso mene ne twitwe nkɔmmɔ bisaa no na ɔkyerɛ a bambɔ no ɔmo ani asɔ na ɔhwɛ asomdwie ne nkabom ɛwɔ ha na ɔmo gye di sɛ abatoɔ no deɛ ɛbɛwie no na ɛsɛ NPP adi nkunim na ɔno deɛ ɔgye di sɛ Dr. Baumia ɛbɛdi nkunim Dr. Ampaa bi nso sɛ Kennedy Japan ɛbɛdi nkunim na mmom no enipa num a wɔn egyina no agent no obiara te yɛ sɛ okura ne krataa obiara te n'ani sɛ apɛnpɛn nsema ɛhwɛ nti baafo na ɛbɛto a na ɔmo atwerɛ mmienu na ɔbɛto a na ɔmo atwerɛ eti ne kasa yi deɛ abatoɔ no egu so a ɛrekɔ soɔ na mmom nyadeɛ pinche biara wɔ sɛ na mmom sɛ ebiri wɔn mu deɛ district commander wɔ ɛsɛ mimi sa ne nsɛm baako mmienu bi na afei yɛntoa so commander wei deɛ yɛ mo ahaba UTV ne Peace FM so yɛhwɛ bambɔ yɛ yɛhunu ne ha sei no ɛbɛtoa so akɔpem berɛ a yɛbɛkenkan aba no ne abatoɔ dakyi
sɛ na ho nya IGP ɔde instructions aba sɛ yɛyɛ bambɔ mu paa nti yɛso saa sɛ pɛ nyɛyɛ so fa wobɛwɔ mu bia deɛ ɔkɔ so paa bambɔ mu deɛ wolo wie ne hɔ yɛbɛti sɛ akɔ sɛ bɛtɔ aba no wie deɛ bambɔ no deɛ yɛ nan so paa
yo yɛbaeɛ matwofoɔ yɛhu bi wɔ ha sei nti sɛ bi a yɛbɛkan aba no ne ɛsɛ bi a matwofoɔ bi hyɛ baabi na ɔmo bɛba a wode asɛm bi ɛbɛto saa nkurɔfoɔ no anim
wante matwo yɛhɛ matwo bi a wɔ ha ɛdwan de police adwuma ɛhɛ matwo sɛm bi a woyɛ matwo no ba a yɛkyerɛ sɛ ɔgan so yɛsɛ ɛhɛ matwo bi a wɔ ha the ones who buy was a dear cost for pay. But it didn't see much of them. My age, man. We are much of Syria. No one of us.
You wait to wait the job of the district commander. The other to train common. Then, both if one can't be on the buy idea, a better be a name the Saka, the annual how your cameras, a bobo, Womutriso, or my pumpkin, or my tia. I am now a more with a chance. Yantel who the Saka, the annual, the other, the baby other 44 years to ma. Nakasa, I can't be a normal day, but so. Na abatoɔ no polisi ni bi abɛhu ni biara no saa akadeɛ no nyinaa bi ɛbobɔ ɔmo ho cameras no deɛ ɛbobɔ ɔmo ho ɔmo akyi no ɔmo anim ɔmo apampam nyinaa ebi wɔ hɔ nti minim sɛ bibi wɔ hɔ a wobɛsan abisa deɛ a
na bɛsi bebisa sɛ nipa no a ɛba no edu baabi a abatoɔ homa no yɛsi mi din nim before the nekora no within the week no nkurɔfoɔ yɛ press conference ebi no wɔ hɔ a wɔn din nim ɛsɛ wɔn din bɛm ne n'asefoɔ mo ahyia bibi a ɛte saa wɔ hɔ
mepa efiri anopa bɛsɛ no num bɛsi ne ya ɔmo ɛfo aba ne bi mu wɔ mu deɛ mehu sɛ nipa baako kora ma ne nsa so sɛ meba yɛ midin nim anaasɛ ebi a sɛbi na ɔwɔ fadu wom na wawu nso obi bɛto dabi yehu bibi asa obi a ɔbɛba ɔba bɛto bia na sɛ ne din wom ɛna nyaade obi apagya ne nsa sɛ ne din ni abɔ no mu a mentene ho ase ayi ne ti eti sɛ obi sa me deɛ na abatɔ de kɔ so nyaade obi a apagya ne nsa sɛ ne din nim anaasɛ obi awu nanso yɛba bɛto n'aba
mo kwabena wadwuma yɛbɛsan ba nkyɛn bio why yɛnua kwabena Dixon netin nka fi sahwidwabo so yɛbɛkɔ ayawa so north ɛhɔ ɛna Daniela agyeyi ɛwɔ Daniela machi
Eja Matthew ne ahwefo nyina
that's right anopai wakɔbɔ adwuma chinchin bia fine baby a wɔna ehe fa poten na twawofo ni kyerɛ yɛn
Yo, baby, I'm a war. I was to know. But same time, you have to say MPP delegates in number so I was to know. I trying new town days. Now, the bar Hanano panel, if the two I say there something, I bet she send me almost process, no mobile the other day. About 7, and for what that say, almost at Tiapo, and I say, you almost say, India, 10 years. I was saying, now the book presiding officer or what has said. And our chairman said, you pay a share no more, delegates are a share no more, no by the Swabam. I 682. 682. But the chairman no can say the Nipa 403 and our Swaba. I was to know for say. Now, above my woman, someone to be asked. The police for me, family, you pray who you name 20. There's a wash up by no been a better choice, a brand, never to what but the level. If you have said yes, so far, the dear photo for the one Indian sea. I made them a new security say at least. The better said two at the box. I'm my close to post and I'm my cabin. They said, why I was not Pasea. Measure sending about for you to me.
Daniela, what can also the Pado saying and the trouble on a do say NATO?
Nipa, I saw many from other trouble 682.
Okay.
682, but you see, I make a say here. Nipa 403, not just more than half of the delegates and other trouble.
I see. And then I just said, but do me no baby in the DNA.
A double do me because you see a family no taxi, Nipa 1 for 4 ban a bad. Omuguso omutu they say economy number economy time.
Oh, okay.
Because lie about has seen like it one.
Process and so content about 12 baby and no movie.
Yeah, content because over officers or more how most officials say oba there's a 10 no match no up to 9 year old. But there's some so nipa bebre abon ten e ho no mo banyom e train delegates bebre o ho mo to ye no ma nko we ti ma baby I to abano but omo so wo ya potent amom wo baby omo te ho a omo train say we are the cost we are me akan kan abano so far ne dey I had a media before but the agency
Daniela mo ni adwuma this way no o dey be koi
me dey be koi me no dey na me chana no say
ani koso etwa mesamba ho bio mo ni adwuma that's papa Daniela eje na ono so dey we fi ayawaso enough break so hwe a nipa na to aba no is about 60% ko 70% na to aba no ho ntino hwe be ba 12 day na bia no moto awi ye penisa na nyenta na bibia nkoso boko na enya kwanto ye holidays ye weekend na ye nkodi ni ye Gideon obo ohun ye hu
eja
o do mi ko be nya ho boko
mbaja ho boko
aha wo no akopi ho twa ofo ni kire ye
eja ade na mbi de boko ye be do police for ni na o gidi Only the largest constituency in Accra.
Yeah.
Security is tight on them. And then for an Ebisa Bisama, Ebisa figures, and will say, or more man, for delegates now on me 1,800. And now for my father to say 900. You are more chance 900 to see almost some other. So, and I any honorable Matuque Junior as a Katai. And I can say, well, we say will be for family or friend manufactured by I think the only investigating Accra or police station on them. You can see the police force are tight. Police force are tight, power, which is a vintage points now, or we are checking. Over major bag, or major food. No, we are not for to abandon it. You see, the order without calm, like the police force and I vigilance or vigilance now, or we are checking.
And then I see my Coco Junior say your friend, na airporting.
I must say, like, Umbrella, yeah, someone that a more unpopular within Baby out of my room, no. Yeah, someone that need you up for no about manufacturing. I'm a friend of being a buyer now. But the country police says anything airport on Jas and Dia, that you are possible.
Says I want the Crawford immigration.
Yeah, again,
na ushe nipa e wala musi nipa be 900 na to na se nipa 1800 na be bro 900 na to say about half 50% na to Oshia nipa abonten no ebetumi ebedru saa 900 aka no.
Mbacho I perform go no mo do so pa. But they are not into among the toy and then the place almost change like almost transportation.
Almost TNT.
And some of them are so.
Every one.
Every almost delegates like the fact that no one more they say almost transportation, they some more transportation now, almost Ramon Koto. This is every transportation answer.
Hey, now Oko onu who said transportation to be cost war ho.
Mbacho every obiadina like obiadina your match canopy. Like command name Oko with 10. We got Baumia Oko we line. Like Obia on the canopy, we are not for on not for you with you and Ubia.
Oh. And you know, I say na and say Obia be who there tuma no say me tuma kan na say me tuma the Dr. Baumia na say Brian. Na say me call be table me kon na say na be kire say wona me to call you.
Nti I da almost over na ya so wonsa no.
Wow.
Yan so wonsa that means wonso my NPM ma. But on about my to graph yen na kata video no a bit more video now I'm watch you mu ade e so.
Okay.
Down tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, obo saa ba bi omo jejejeje omo chicha ne man so betumi gina ba bi atwa ho foni ni atwa video ho na ka ye ne beje ho pa na ka etumi e de ene wo mo a ewo ho no so woni ebinum ni nkomo wo mo a se on pe transport na mo nsan kan ye no woni ebinum so ni nkomo ne ehwe se be yi a why.
Okay, me na me no ma di ko bi anya mo best menka.
Mate. Gideon Obo ana ono so yete ne nka efi dome kwabenya no. Next. Okay. Yebesa kwa masama na Porsche.
Eja.
Hey, na sha he.
Bato mi wa
Amasamai. Ayin for na moto aba no.
Bato moto aba no amasamai NPP hono.
All right. And na una ho ti twofo ni kire kakra. Hello, Porsche.
In Pajano, Hassan 7. I'm for the dog that saw about 166. Sorry, 1,556. Hassan and a past 7. AMP. If you no AM for 767 and a P here 777. If you ask now, hey, for 245. And I think here 160 and I'm also abanisia. So far, the AM course to a house, AM course to a house, almost to a cano, air course to 555. Line of some Kakanka, air course to here. A double two, you know, Obia is named after Abano Amadia for so 5.
All right, Porsche, yeah, but that's it. Yeah, share na yenko na ene kwabra Japan o kasa obabi yenko tie be samba isi ai
asema maka mechinye ato o makoma so no omuntu aba ne mame mesusu na wo hwe campaign ekwe what is maka obi asem da bi ani die kasa da bi ani die ni akasa pa kasa ehote obi enim se me kwabra Japan e ade a me fapem no no kama di press secretary mfie enimu asese what is e bo me tape da because me yetete me say me kasa say badwemba so ntimi de menim say bi
general yemfa ne say moye nimpa num na mokosa kan say we say wadi ka sack your ho deda say yemfa ne say be wie na NPP party ne say yentumi ne onya adwuma candidate na nine aka ne mudie na aka obepese
party no ka say yentumi ne onya adwuma yemfa ne sa o me yemfa no sa ma me correct o yemfa ne sa e ya ba na yekoto obi a ekotwere na adwin ye kekabo mu a de dodo no epe no na ye nyina ye pe so we party ni na outdoor party na me so de wahu from nye no e free tete edubu ahin time ko for time na me lead akufo campaign ye to ya akufo nya me ye adwuma som no ansana ye msane ne kwa ba ntimi de me damase de hia ne se ye koto aba basabasa bia ma na party no hu be ye hwam na no ne ye betimi de asem akodan
that's bebre we yura kwabena agye Japan na wote say odi nkomo na okire mu say ono de ogidie pa say party fo ni nyina betumi de nhyehyɛ no de ama no na ahwɛ de nneɛma besi akɔ de ama no ntino osan kyerɛ mu bi say bebampo na say kwaba na say bi de amobi foforo de party dodo na aka omo nyina wa rehye mu say MPP amane ekuo no na edi nkonim nti we nyina bobom na one no ayɛ adwuma.
Ya na musini pesa akwa na yete ne nka no one engineer Kwabraje Ejepon edi enkomo no misini ano no na besa ba bio ya na musifo no ba bia na yemra studio na Mr. Dr. Abedu. Dr. Abedu a communication expert. Wo share aspirants ni nyina communication said do mu say to nkra fa ye no a okwan om communicate ye no some message om de ba ye no message emu de wo he obi ane ne de obi aka bi mentumi nka se we ka ye betu aka but ya nya isa wo message no hu ne say wo de compare ebiribi abesen kona it is saying the same pattern no and I say a message different about my delegate no come say asem say asem okay atoma sumpa na mo anya say because we free be krom and I say bibi etisa
we share senior delegates no sorry aspirants no far omo message na meka say obia na obia wo ne niche and I say area na o focus ewo ninsem kan ni nkitahudi with the delegate so wo hwe Japan a utumi say o sheda fa message ba ko a eye ne top priority and o kan ho asem sa and of course o kan no mo de other issues na baba who say there's one particular messenger na a resonate with the communication with all the delegates and say we go be anu say assemble could be there now or semu kena the same thing as I share Dr. Bina Champon who say ono so edi BBC ne so or semu kena kan ho asem sa se na be ya the moment I wo bet say ye kan ebia unity ho asem no enim say ye kan about Dr. Bina Champon the same thing na Dr. Educhum ni the other aspirants na Dr. Bamiyu na no omoye so for me I think say we share compared to the past any say na I can say that this time no na issue based no na a very solid e wo mo engagement as mo kita ngudi a omo de ko e we share Dr. Bamiyu I am go say one pharmacy bia anko honestly the message ko just that one can be a job and I said the digitalization and I said the things now in say first na all can but honestly the message ni call say mo hwe ma call back ma to o to me dada mo san to me biem and all that and also your message also feel say o can I talk of asuma am for better no mo aja tum into bia say that for message or the name for me which is very good they say you see in the past now I say yeah politics now if they say yeah attack you be just try to say be weak or be you know you see all sort of approaches be able say embuama nipa no say making informed decision no on to me yentibu say dey bia nsem no ai bebre woni pa dream but say what the message no man no now say oh me call nipa we chia me call because of edwuma sam o kan ye me call nipa we chia me call the chia fi say o say obekan abom me call nipa we chia me call the chia fi say o say ono no your experience inti mo de be ba mo ton me be ye obia de message be ba ya if you say eno boa ma delegates no etumi make good decisions inti what will happen is say obia party no be you know and I say eventually after 2 p.m. party no be declare say we no e be say delegates no omoje assembly etumu so for example say honorable Japan winia obia be hu say oh and say delegates no ejuma seminar kan ye no eto amanfo aso ni to mo ye den omoto man the same thing as Dr. Bamiyu so ba obia be hu say oh ye to man Dr. Bamiyu fi say amanfo feel say oh experience no last time no ba ye na ya turn that nti ye turn e be ye say Dr. Bina Champon we know be say oh we no na o person o kan kabom youthfulness exuberance no enti youth no so na sama fo hu say oh we say party no ba mbebu no ho and say ye hia nkabo ni no e come Dr. Bina Champon the same thing na Community Japan ni community Japan ni omu ina aka no obi oba uni bia no there's a message will be sent across board say and as a saje we na party na dey ehwehwe and it's no moto abanama no. So for me messages in there I think say about out very clear pa.
Wow. Bibi NDC for cross omako be collection center bi omako le NPP for resource. Na bi pam ye be dis asam no ho enkomo. Na ye ne party ni panyefo no bi di nkomo UTV ye ne party panyefo no bebre di nkomo wo party headquarters na mo me yenkotie o mo nsam ne kakra ye ba na ma ebisa Dr. Ntwi say na NDC a wo gbe collection center for NPP election dey etisan ye nkomra.
His Excellency Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia and Ebefa.
So, Kobane say be Ankwama, another the candidate be between na yejuma.
Yeah, Bompaye, and a Juma ya and Yadia Warishe Muse in Kunimdi Ebeba Ama Dr. Mahmoud Baumia.
Dobe Kwabenya seat, yan share me be man. Yan share when me be said Dobe Kwabenya dachi be san ko fa badi.
Oh, Debbie. Dobe Kwabenya, Debbie. Ebia Obi be free ye fear but definitely not me.
But that's
yeah other parts other amanyo semno edosun inti enya parliamentary representation kwa na cheso we amanyo ni inti ebia ebusuano se ye the politics media ko wura ti ebia na obi su be free ebia nye ne ebia dachi bi but adwasafo domi kwa benya de no.
But that's bebre. Okay. Inti ma me Sarah adwasafo na ene na di nkomo no kire mu se mpu se akwanya ba kra se won ko gina bi mo dobe kwa benya ono de dabi enya de a obekọ biem na ono hwe se ebia busuan foforo ene betumi afiri busuan ni mu akwa gina na ya to no so aba nti eguso aye hwe da so party headquarters had me say obi foforo bi piem ha no say biem a ebetumi no edi nkomo na yewura ni mako so kwa de etwam ano say ma me hwe se betumi no edi nkomo a oh live we are seeing na hwe YouTube so okay me mako ba YouTube so
me just
mbushi onya hwe nti uhu ni se bibia de na akwa mu aba 5 o'clock na bibia de na akwa mu ano say
so far there Nkitahudi any electoral commission die any Ghana police service ehun sunsansoni ehun election ekoboko enim se yebewie no na nkunimde aba New Patriotic Party afo enti
professor candidate be na unya yanka betuna age power 2028 ano
New Patriotic Party be winning election 2028.
That's the impact 5 in the contest. It's candidate be particular one better.
New Patriotic Party be winning elections 2028. New Patriotic Party be winning elections 2028.
We are sure.
I mean, we hear Jumadia New Patriotic Party are buying by a year under President Kufuor and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And no Ghana for WGD we must say candidate are yen de nebeba in ene ebedu 2028 or no Ghana for better Obama no. Yes. No. New Patriotic Party a candidate them beba party ni na atanechi ejin kunu.
Okay, see eno anu yewra ni makona o kire mu se MPP na bedi nkunim na menye ankrankra bia no na bedi nkunim ti beba bia no on betumi ahwese on betumi. Okay, enti ye nyina ye nkambo me na ye ne yewra asiema
san aba ha bio na akire beko party headquarters na de hobia no ode abre na ye ne musini ya ne General Secretary ma NPP Justin Frimpong Kodua edi nkomo na moma yekohwe ni entie de okan ni bi
NPP party headquarters na yenye ni se eja ebo ena be piem wo ha no me se ye ba beto aba amanfo beto aba no mo yi kandini anyame ya adoma afimpinu ne aduonu wotwe meche 2028 obetumi akogina na ya to no so aba adema the party NPP na opani on your church for penny you are just a lawyer Kodua Frimpong e wo menche ha opani mo akobadwa YouTube
meje so nwa
ena jabo nya bedu
ese jabedru ehia pa ese jaso bedru na ohwe se de oba ye hyehyeye ne koso na e cho se NPP party no
the friend kabima me kabia memo ne atiase yete internal competition say akonya to na ye pre yete ho amane yete ho amamre yete ho asem enya wanwa be say na na ma penso free GCC you are Dr. JB Danko Amoba eba 92 nyina under the Fourth Republic no ya to abasa brebi ebeto ababia no ye kwa obeti dede penche you ne edin beko we ne edin beko na so ye wi a na party na edin kunim ene Ibedru party office no na medin komo in all the 16 regions me officers omo ho na me buso omo de ekoso omo region any constituency so far say ka exams na etra na say me ha mani aka maka say nya 100% we say bebia no ha yate basabasa bia wo ho bebia no elections no ekoso asundwem eno ne hiaye eno ne yese esi nti mebo ye party for abaso obia no yese obeto aba na eso wonya proof of ID a national ID card say o passport o Ghana card o voters ID card o driving license any MPO party ID card obia obeto bebia so e de sa no ma nyina aba nti ma adwuma ne yemre etoso biom oba electoral commission for no so a ye bobo mabaso e be say adwuma omo ye nyina no so sebi omo ye ne yi a basabasa bia so eni ho ana Ghana police force so said the party ne kan say with security the ban body Ghana police ne dia momo and pass omo na take charge omo ye say adwuma no yaka say ye mpese be hu say be national security phobia na say private security bia ne ba so far police for no ha omo ye adwumaden ye hwe say bibia koso de ne ye hwehwe yin say nyame boa about 2 pm electoral commission be sha ase akenkan aba no na achawe bebe nunsia de na yenyina ye hu se de aba no esikoye hubusa se meje na sekeje na mepa de mehwehwe ne se aba ne be one touch de mehwehwe ne se run of biambam na yenyina no ebetime nya asundwe ntem na yaboaboan for 2020 na so se abato de be sibia so ye de be ye adwuma na de mesa aka biem ne se enne se ye to aba ne wi a yeni camp A yeni camp B ye nyina no ye NPP osono na edi nkunim obi a odi nachi so wini a waya ade so wanya sabi awiasem nseye na nipa bia no a ono so ono nko abedi nkunim a obeka se ono nachi tafo nko ametima me wini 2028 we need the cooperation support and commitment of all other contestants sabi omo pre nyina no omo chitafo se ese prayer wi ba ko ebu so kabo mayembu se ye nyina ya nkambu na ekoye se ye ne wo mo ye nipa nya enti ekotwetwe nkrofo a se bi obusua onso to aba ne bi omo so teda e ne friend apathy eno edi enya nti de be se ne se nyame boa ne atuwi a ye party na dinkunim se de ye party pini bi a watwam professor Dubois enkan no se ye to aba wi a ye nyina ye kasa mu ye namontuo ye ne ye bia no eye se ejina de wandi nkunim no anemu na bibie asoso ejin kabom ye adwuma me de mo gidie se e normal kwa ehwegu 2024 ya to ye boase ya ye review normal nkoyi funso ye no na be close to 2 million voters amotuma ya 2020 oman to aba na se biom kotuma NDC4 omodi ebufu tina afie no se ye toto ye normal yi ne mo nya ndidaso se NPP eba 2028 no ye no mo ne be ye adwuma bom fonso bi ye nya yasesa ntran fonso ne bi nsi bi ma mo gidie se nkabom wo party ma de ye hwehwe wo 2028 ne sabeka na eneda ne de is that the beginning of the journey to 2028
nima be na office system botumi ane na candidate be na so botumi amasa ne ma wanyina awie pe
candidate ne NPP candidate onye obese okofa asem me obusam se candidate be na betimi aya onye na bese okire ye to abani wi a NPP de yin no ono na de enya be kobɔ sha asas no so ti de hwehwe ne se ye be wie no nipa ko ne be ton no na Ghana fo so asom na nkunim di a ye hwehwe ne 2028 no yen set mi aka
what is the dose na more expect one more
so far ye hwehwe 211,849 voters 276 every constituency bia no voting center regional officers no more more regional executives regional test for regional council of elders former regional executives for omunyina no ye one constituency in every region beto aba then ono aba national headquarters be ka na 277 and it has also national officers NEC members, national council members, your diaspora for no former national officers nya former ministers amwa dia tum so meto aba no munya kan ye to aba wo ha.
That's a bit.
Mr. Medamas.
I was nanti you church for penny and yet say no Edion common. You are Justin lawyer Kudua and yes
also be over pass my mommy. What Johnny on Pedro was watching uncle. And I know ko indika I say me akwapo asema ma menti Justin Kudia na ye ne di nkomo ho ne ye da so a wo ye nkomo twetwe no abena na oye research bi e wo na yi ni so nti opress ne ama so a nti wa press so awie de abra so na o na bi for the press hu ye no bi so mo question
we the sana member present so no mamemfa we say emfemu happy 60th birthday to Nana Wusu Bequeen Akwaboa adawuma se dikro efi ebusuani nyina ene namfofo nyina ho se nana wo ma wotiri nkwa nyame nkoso wanhyira wo no wonya okese onkoso a emfemfie moho enka wumfie a wadi no enne no eso wadi mfie dusia nyame nkoso ama wundi wo nkwanda emmen no o ma ne sanso de na o ma wa hoden di ahodin ewom na sika fam so wonfa endomo eti baby bia Nana Wusu Bequeen Akwaboa ewo bia ebusua the entire family ne friends ni nyina say omoma happy 60th birthday nyame hrawo no onyo kese sa so na baby aye maame ade nyina ma sewa ewo bia ye chia wo pa ma nyame hrawo no wonka wo ho pa eti na ye ma wutiri nkwa happy birthday pa eja edia ama mi die na yeguso ehwe aspirants no enye bia no meme ma ya fa no from this angle say during the campaign before during in May no nyame adom na after 2 na ye behwe after me say e dey free dog me we na maba is a dog
yeah so mo
Dr. Entry and Dr. Abeidu enti yenhwe enye bia no kasa ebinom kaaye yemfa no yen your values yen ye Ghana for Africans the morals ade bi wo hono ma growing up no se me ka ebi wo hono ma nyame ma me kra na bebe me brother me di na chi wona betia me aka chem se ade wo yen ka ne sei menye sei etesa ade na edwa wo ye fie kwa se akoda ye kasa na se eye kase bi ehu ne se ebuo enimu ewo mu se ba na politics ye ga kase eye game ayam pia to ne ade talking about even unity yes as in free kasa no enye bia kasa no I a course so all the 5 or no entem no ebi de baka se me de manka bakasa no bi wo ho no ma yentwie ebetimi aboa ma aftermath na de sanka bomu na omo hwehwe no abana
abramedas o hwemu ase de wo ken as oman no de yen nyoma ye jitu krom pa ba ko ne se o kasa be ma kasa ho ade
ate
ne hu vita come politics no esuka kra eya na ebehemu a etimi ko against yen values and yen cultural system no eye se obi no ebe fast mesia na obentin se oye ne opponent enti no obe mafia na so obe fa tactics bi ene kwan bi so a ebetimi ama onu mumu no ya tene de a chen ne opponent edru bebi so aya na enipa na nkasa o lead no ana na chitafo no aya na omo pese omo adopt strategy a ebe painti the other person no black eno na ya na bi o ha de kasanchi ebe obu on so a ono ano waye hintadu achi a o show bi kutupa na o kansem ena ebia ne followers ana na chitafo kansem ne ade obu ho be yinani on kan hwe because obu ka se eyema no ana ekoma no eno no ni nyoma bia yehu ye obu on so ana bia ono mu ankasa se ono no ase bia part of campaign mana win presidential aspirant na mu no enso no nsem kan no na eno nso kasantwini atemedie kakra dai abem na on se we nyina no na me din kan ka se obi atia obi na so obi aka nsem bi obi ebo anton yem ne buafu na you cannot throw away the baby alongside the wastewater enti se woka se asumasi di matem asumasi kan rate ame na memfa nche na eno de emwa say internally no emfa yen kabomu emma party no say obia de ne yonko bon ye de eche in fact after 2 p.m. no ana say minim ebia nkwa nkobon no nsia de ne ehunu a suicide board ba ekotoye ha nti so ko ba se osimasi na obenti na ewini a kasantwini ade e ba nyina no mesusu se o mu nyina obia de gu o machi na afi omo hekwan be fa so a omo opponent aye NDC a omo na on be ko 2028 no omo be fa so
me saba mo hono mo bi mdo ka busia fo yen ko pie mo ewo wo headquarters ye nua be ma prince twetwen enkomo ho
abu o won ti we do am page mani fa hwe nanim honorable me wa ko ba YouTube me so me nua oto abawi mato mabawi we share atmosphere na ojidi say emo 3 o'clock 4 o'clock na de wo open no abem
say de me pen de gisi ye ho adwuma na efi last year nyina no ene ye share ho adwuma se nti ya ye adwumaden pa na me gidi se nyame nso ebeto nsupa aguso na ne de nyina yakoma pe Ghana for ne NPP for dodo na akoma pe no ebeba so ye party delegates they never make a mistake. They didn't make a mistake with Eduboahene. They didn't make a mistake with Kufuor. They didn't make a mistake with Kufuado. And I'm very sure they will not make a mistake. They know that Omuamunim say you do ko akono na you do ko na nye yi a ye san ba fie betenase na ye hwe den ne course wo akono mu a ye ntumi andi nkuni na ye de wo san ba na afi no ya hye wachi ye gina wachi ni aboawo ni etima pia wo ma okotena akonwa no so because ye no ye kuo no ye hwe de wo wa adwene mu ye hwe de wo otiri mu ye hwe de betumi okay ye hwe de wo betumi ye de aboa kuo no Kufuor oba nhihye ode to ho na party ni nyina ka se papa yi nhihye no ebeboa dodo ebeboa Ghana for ene nhihye no NHIS no se no ne yedi ho adanse ne enti ko no sanete na me ogidie pa se delegates no they will never make a mistake.
They will never make mistake. What can be said 3 times? Which mean Bobia party did. Among the 5 candidates na aircon, why now
they will never make a mistake in bringing to us candidate. Yadina ko ekono. Yadini ko ye na anye ye. Oh, ye candidate party na dini ko ekono ye Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Obi oni mi bia ni se me no. Me metaneti pa te se no koboa no. O jase. Entino minim se party for no they will not make a mistake. Kwan bia so onipa ye de na kokon no ono ne san de ne kokon nanim.
Yan fa ne se time na beso. Amount for ne decide. Yes. Na se anko se de wo hwe na will you be disappointed?
And I make a chere wo say NPP party no delegates no mkoto aba no. Omo nye mistake da wo. Na free 92. Omo de edu boan e ne koye. E free ho. They didn't make a mistake with Kufuor. They didn't comprehend. E free ho. They didn't make a mistake with Kufuado. They didn't comprehend. Ansa no onya. Na nipa ya de na ko ba ko de e den na ye yi ni sinchen. And I make a chere say party for na e wo fam no. Wo mo tiase. Omunim de ekoso we nyina no eye busuakuo agro na aba konwato adehye yi omuti ebinim pese ye hu so omo ya adehye eye ye nyina ye ko bako na ye wie a ni nyina ya ka bom sei ni ya hwe ekon na ewo ye nim eno ane asam
that's okay see we yewra kabo na wote say o kire nsema hodo ne nsema no director of president entino ye dalase ye guso a ye hwe say betu ni mpanifo na ye hu say yewra Freddy Blay awremu entino ye hwe say betu ni no akwakodi enkomo ewo ehono na ye hwe say de yewra Freddy Blay so de no because mpanifo bebre na awremu ewo hanom say te ye mungura mu na ye se betumi ne ewura no akwakodi enkomo but I answer na no ewura for the brain enya ready no ye say ye ne won ofie amonone e be pie mo man ga na mo hanu se meka say the diaspora no ebdi enkomo ne ye hwɛ sɛ de be sia ye opani mi wa kwaba ba UTV so
me free Belgium and I'm here Belgium branch secretary a firm ranking member
okay enti that na mo ba na mo bedu ya na mo bedu ya che
me ba e be say na watchi me almost 14 days ni almost 14 days ni
oh okay but what baby
kwa NO party headquarters na sabre ye kwa kopie mu ewo menua bema Charles Ejiri ehonomo Charles enso dem na na bo efri takrade ebre Charles what me ka me mo wache
amejudu mu ne ewesia
na wo hote say ya na pay
nyame da acha bo so wede ne
nyame adom me ho ye pa na takrade bia ben na wugina sesie
yo se takrade constituency no me ne ewesia mo wo aye Presbyterian Primary School eho na takrade for no waroto wane abade no eho na eba oye Presbyterian school ha there you expect the nyimpa woboto abani inara ye 665 no so far as at anapa 755 mudru ho no na nyimpa 85 na wato aba na so far no yabaka there security dey what is very tight botutu menwa na security amuhun wo ho no achede not less than 15 police officers na muhu there why then wato ban ajoban ewo oye Presbyterian school ho na eba takrade constituency ahade so na oye the capital of Western region na ahade so na yabaka there the former regional minister oye honorable Kobna Ocheda ko otu n'aba inti ahade de yabakade oye the eye of the region yabakade ahade ni na yabakade nkofo lohwe ma obesi na eba ahade na obi bese nhwehwema ya kakra no bekire o de ahade no abatu ni inara na oye bia yabakade honorable Kobna Ocheda ko no ye former minister no on the wa endorse oye Baumia another Dr. Baumia the former oye vice president wa endorse the dada no bia no so up there this time o unity obo contest no ono so wa endorse oye Kennedy iti wa ma aha ayo huhuhu pa there ya lehwe mo obesi but so far na dey yabaka there as the time amiri fi ho oye wi abride na oye honorable Kobna Ocheda ko omboto na aba but impeyinfu bi one or two bi awowo takrade constituency ne de umaka there so far no wo mu bebre nara wa aba aboto wa aba eba hade ya ahade so ayelem yelehwe ma obesi na yehu nya obowin na nya odi ntwo odebo kofie ntimo ne ebesia ebisa ma takrade constituency we si ha na mede abrewu
delegate na bia complaining say wakodru ho no ma ni din any register no report sa bia ba na
dabi aba ha report bia damo emdru ha obi obebe bia no obaba so far obaba da obaba to na aba no obaba da ni din no wo ho pepepe a emfum bia anyi wo wada wa ye peyinfo ewo party no ma yabaka de old age achi won no won wodru ha no so wo mo won so life ra no we so won same okay there we go to ma akoto wa aba na wa akwati problem bia ni takrade constituency
okay yo Charles mama na wasana koso afa wani edi echire ebrese bu yebesa aba wakachi bio yo miss me da se busia for yensem training Charles Ejiri ena yete na mane bono no that abedu na me ka kasa ho during campaign mame enfa wonfa se enye bia no aspirant bi asema obeka ebetimi asesa obi decision a obeteki ne ena na bibi sa betimi aba sa adwese sa betimi aba
yeah bibi sa betimi aba if we say delegates no you were different ideologies and demographics are obia wo kwan a ofa so e making a decision obi wo ha ono ohwe nipa ne su ne ban ne num kasa ne personality not the atunaba because of ono what or believe in who should be a leader obi so ha e bia anya ne num kasa na su ban na de but kwan po ofa so dinkita ho ne okana sem to make sure so na make a decision after nipa ne ho and so many other indicators into of course say every time I say we na ideas no every time I say we na plans no every time I say we na the policies are e mu do edeba but one show kasa ye na one fa kwan papa so amfa sa adwempo a wo no amfa ma an communicate ama we delegate na we be lose no okay say communication way you be a friend no encoding ni decoding e won ya wo kan na e won ya sene nipa no so originafa
how interpret no
asem na wo kan no inti sa wo nim sa wo waje sa wo de ideas de wo pesa wo yese asem de kope nipa no beja tuma abomechi dom but one kan wasem ni one fa kasa bia ntu kroma we obi wo ha wo kasakra na one fa please kranka ho a wo se ne hu
osifa no
o se ne osifa no se wo nim aiza wo nim yansa wo umwa de because we do say wo na wo nim yansa bi no so obi ane se ne a o making a judgment e fa ne fa ho nti wo say we make sure say at any particular point in time no when na me ne kasa nipa na me ne kasa no sign no o te incomodia se kwan be na me fa so ameka obeji masem na eden atum obi kro ha bia wo adwin po ne o plans kro wo nka bebre o but wo personal wo begina ho na hu ya papa we se ne o kana sem o ye kra manager ho asem ko won tie o but wo say o de udimi na bi ni ada ni me bia wo kra wadwin eden ko so no they make a decision e fa ho ntika enum kasa de both asem na wo ka kwan be fa so even sometimes wo expression not the one ebe free with but that would body language cramp no to me communicate a lot far more than even the free with no eba no until kasa ne de have a long way very very important for delegate decision making.
I see na say be a beginning ne kwa ne pa na wota wachi o na say be all chances be be making no enei no wasesa na dwene osema menkodia now ye measure dynamics no say de e city ye share free 92 for I hope some for you be a chegu. Minim se kwa kopie mu e wo dododio na ye de honom so amane ba producer mama mi hu obisa wa homa no so e betwetwe nkomo ana bibisa wo honom mama daroma mi nua ben na wa homa no si o man sada na what to say ana pay hey eso jina mu e wo dododio okay me am say as a background no noise kakwa wo hono chamfo yini ye turn out no say na a city so far nipa do say na aba be vote
obi mu e wo dododio constituency baby a ye venue one and the politician no ye no police station na police station had ye ready mo say nipa be 1314 and na ebe custom food at the end of the day asas anofa 8 IBP mo have food the share here nipa ti ma to aba no kra no enya dia e bro 300 na je nipa so papa line dey tete wotu we dey kum na wotu we dey fa aya dia fa 80 santin so e wa pa na so botu na nya dia koyi na many is rep wa no bi na bisa na general election na be wo you have this senior election is for any year compared to this primaries you know it doesn't seem right and what say abon na delegate body to abano na nke what time telephone no mo hwe na queue no oboye zones esan say abom no oboye zone but then a telephone and community delegate no nkomo and oboye say wo do be live bi wa issue officials no say wo na wo adi wo na wo number ye wana ye flip one no do ati no ba no 100 this year south flip 400 and send you no ye wo do ati ye 70 we have to flip back in chamo na ye tin e de amo papa o mo ni party ni pedi ko tin komo so mo hwe na o mo na ye constituency pedi ko mo ni delegate no o mo no mo tin komo na o mo tin centralize na se vote no engineer o ma ka o bi mo an mo a enye de ma e da so so wa ba tem ni dem it is a na ye ba bi ni don sa e bia na o ba bi tweni ma kwa ku or any side, it's just a Mahanamaya Shapan, Minimaka, police sign who represented you, and then the Marantia Baby Team or Hanam, and I may have my name come back by year 7. Then I just want to Baby Team was about the rest of the police station has about one for the Japan opening the buy and what you know to. With Jameson or Baby Dear the Yaso cry, as a political player. Now, so I have a police station, police barracks at the station, police one dance or Hanamo meeting, and the police will do a happen. Now, so I can question. Police may do my dinner for 120. It's easy to buy no. Wakasa Palm and Central for your wood say Yadia, police modern body SWD. And it's the police meeting so ODIG up upon a friend. We are short headquarters, so more town for another man, and the Kahua has said the police bit in Yabua. Now, on multi centralized election on that day, Ekinako smooth. This includes the body so far. What you are seeing, they are not sure. Say by 2 and I'm for 3. Abani bit mouth will be able to do it. It's the attitude that's what Hanamua. You are written on the branch and it's Yabua. Now, send you this chip you don't know. A bit me up for Ediapa.
So that's now a paying for can say polling center and as a constituency and Nipan or Mogo a 1,000 or a deal Mobecho Mumu said a bear no Harry. So does it mean say Honor no do you do Honor no woman yen sana?
Okay. Over the moment or having just stand for the station and more. Or we will be a P. But then they are being national. Problem no application is better than first one. Obi dina faako bɛyɛ dɔn hwere baako ko fifty ɛnya deɛ ɔkɔ n'anim anaasɛ ɔkɔ n'akyi ɛna the line no ɛnkɔ wokɔ kɔ gyina yi to officials na ne mu a wɔn number no ebie na ɔyɛ 100 a ɛwɔ di wɔn ti no na sɛ ɔno yɛ 15 a ɛti go back ɛfo ɛ 30 ɛti ama kyɛ sɛ amanfo ɛti sanse no so ɔkyɛ paa line nkɔ yɛkyɛ mu tu sɛnea party sɛ nkɔ ma yɛ fi ase pɛpɛɛpɛ nanso ɛnya adeɛ a ɛɛkɔ sɛnea wɔn tɛ fɔ de ma.
Okay, yo. So that's any so I say IGP ankasa aba no no ade nani aba be hunu de ekoso e de minim sempemfo betu anamon 10 so na de se omoye no omaye se de be voting nso be ya honhare so because so afọ when ni de eche de be fima baabi aso ma UTV na shefo nso hu ebusuafo ensem chironi Sadat Mohammed me bone mrane kana man Sadat e no de na mane bo free odododio constituency so aba Doc, na me bana make us yen share ye the two. Is there a possibility say we share said ever since from 92 New Patriotic Party almost started a year or more delegate, you know, about so near dinner number news as say evolve or my dose say or matre or more ashimo. Candidates and as aspirants I no mujina me to almost so abano. Beginning ye share A92 ora ye J Kufo ekoye but eba 96 no de no oba be sign de tabre no otu franka no ehu but if free ne honom no eba na de se nipa no obekọ na later na ebe yin as flag bearer no the next one no obo ne hu modene mo ye say no throughout into wusha ne red bo ahede ne na nsachiraye e free mo eba ye enei si ye share 2023 the course so Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ne two franka is there possibility say this say ebetimi asasa amada sa brene de otoso miudu na honorable Ken onumu so aba be overtaking it say the C 96 nan is there possibility
Abraham das bibia timisi na say the wo kasa wo kan yi no men kan say tete ho 1992 96 ne ade no nenkofu ku a no moto aba no obenika exam de be ka say elite omo ana omo tin kran ne kuma so no omo bibi de ayi omo neck this and that omo no omo no so less than 2000 and as you know omo tremu and none of pay ka say no over 211 or 14000 and to aba e kira wo say nipa kuo a omo broni be ka say omo stakeholders no omo adoso na omo doso nso a dodo na no decisions ebe depend obi ho a baby a ono no ote the regional wom party no history a onim any ade e na obehwe so no de ato aba obi nso obehwe onim na esi even in the 92s in the 90s and even early 2000 ko onim ti be ono no de obehwe de ato aba no ye saa be no e be the last 8 years eba nneoma asisi o party ni mu nsema akoso ene ne wa bɔ no homoden wayese ene bia ono no obede obehwe nanzo kan ko back in the days ni dia so enfanse mpayinfo no omo nim the details ntinye bia na esi mra nkwa na obehwe but the boy ho enanu ya na oba be delegate ena ne o hwe ne se bia wonya taku na asempro akra fi ha o nti sa ne o mani nyina no ebetimi ama abato no trend na ede asa enne cry no ye kase no se ekoba se omo a o hwe numbers na last 2023 na o se president former vice president onya over 60 ena honorable Ken enya close to 40 now hwe mo a distribution and say dynamics no is in such a way say former president nyadodo na free tifi mantem me kan dodo na say o ha baby a ono no nya total control ho ufa other regions na Ken enya bi wo baby a all the constituencies na baby a say ya decision makers are very keen battlegrounds ebe Ashanti region any greater Accra. Okay, even the additional numbers now beka home from 204,000 plus to 211,000. I don't know no additional from greater Accra and Ashanti region. And maybe a Western the only Omujinya Kakra ho Western so no Kakra Omunya number of it and I be a central near there. Now say Kobase Ashanti region say president former vice president mechanism but umia entimi an hit above 60 say ojinayi
okay
oba greater Accra the econo ayentanta it me cover baby even though last year there former vice president the winning but margin was very close
we can margin asemi e wo ha say the 2023 no we should greater Accra with 19,002 votes and honorable Ken enya 17,282 yesha Ashanti Dr. Baumia 39,941 and honorable Ken enya 28,445 so that's in the way no na kakra
and TCC no said that we can when your mad twist kakra be delegates a Ashanti region in particular but a former vice president na Chidom no mo ka say bia we ni nti yes science ano and here na the normal akọ defend
dog now what can they say do you believe in polls because so far no so no share the abebane ade na in a way no as a 68% from Ashanti region for vice president. So it means that you agree, say if indeed Sasana Bekon there said okay, it has to be 60 plus. And yes, okay.
Yes, I believe in polls and normally say a choir nipa na also research of far so at the year. Abraham fan say Messi former free studio sir. Na obi a mehia no abonten obi a obi we na bem na mabisa na ho na beto ama no ebi kra na na mebisa asem kwa no qualify in the first place nti say find out say ko for mo de omo ye post no kwa no sa ana delegate bi na damfo na e ko busa na asem ye de no to nchen so a baby o ho a bia constituency bi o ho a obe no predominantly no obi ko ogire chire kra no enim say high de nkofo e de dem say dodo na no on beto ama Mr. A and Mr. B enti san nkofo ko na na osan ko mo ko busa o mo nsem a likely say same original sa dia say ye de o mo kwan mo fa so ye research na ade no eto sani na yes so no so ye say omu fa kwan kroje so and de ya ebia de me de beka ho ne say em suppose no dodo na na aba yentimi nkase ni nyina no obia ne omu fa kwan kroje so de ye nti ebetima ba say de omu kana na se bi mu kano etisa na mum no obi kra no because the stretch of time omu de he post na normally omu dodo na ye last year ebia October November, December, na 1st January to date and no ma koso nkita wodi ani ade no ene enro abesi ano pay kra no obi timi sisa na adwen aha assemble ku bi call ba ku bi obi oh say ho na etimi sisa obi adwen enti post no de yes e wo ho na emum na ene de na ebesie no ebetimi a support post no ana say the surprises
okay and another Dr. Beidu EDB Ebeka ho we are a global youth president what the battle
let's say free post and commodity so say and then na you be post na nkasa agro post na and then after 2 p.m. so na I would say make can be to dog come na odi no I would say you will be in research of cross-sectional data collection. And you know, just say, who pick data now, who pick no at a spot. Send a be between your picture of near air coso. So that can be about time lag. Say, who be so be some in December. Now say it be a January. Who some could be and I say we post no from that time to be a January. In fact, we are up to maybe now some movie to the 3rd January na be na dey omo dey ni bury here. I was we start be December we dey back 23rd. 23rd no we here no Accra and I say 23rd data collection no we bisa. But maybe 22nd no we bisa nipa we so no from different regions. Sometimes no be candidates be akọ
honom
etri aba
ene o makọ kasa
akọ say December dey no so nti
dog ba me ba o say oni o makọ kasa is there possibility say a bit me I cancel about 60% of sa work na why in that
dynamics no there you see the ability a bit me cancel 60% no there no post no crown to me nka and until I was a post no mo ya no the margin of error near there about the to no so because the potential sa new message na sa post interview na sa post poll interaction no akoso no and the poll to me nka ho hwe and then they see and come be na course and as anko na course no nsusu so be na dey back with the other delegates and until na ya na amount for even though to me I may a researcher I believe in polls very strongly but Banu say when it comes to these things I am even the candidate themselves no I am careful too because we how shop polls are minimum equals to grounds minimum some American
because what you be no more interviews are cost on the say what him say nipa believe in a day na why you not make say no there's no way say Sadi we are my twisted
but who say I dey back on post no say and so with the mind game mind game
of the people
so of the people of course because I'm not so post and say we near drag a certain people towards the majority numbers because I didn't I say and some who be
does it mean to say in as much as a polls it's me in a way play on the minds of the delegates and also the people sounds on a prophecies and so it's me play on the minds of the people
of course it does say obia also the GDA was spiritual issues Nasa wakaje say nyame say onko fu bi how abna oti say nyame say na no eno anu no nyame na ka na me dem ye hwan and dey me nko be nyame say enko no so there are some people who are like that and until na ya na amount for and I say there are some group of people omo beka say oh post we dey say we osimesi we na say party we nipa we na a sponsor so identify no obedwen sa because adwen say some sponsor wona wo come and favor me a ebe boa madam no adwen no aba me so say na ebe ya metumi agada we so nti I will both in the positive and the of course any believe in data no so dey ebo e ma wotumi eya wo hihye wo review ho say post say na eko dey me fa me hihye into from 2 years say na ebe ya entinto ana say dey ebetumi amani mo so nti eboa tumi ma wo make informed decision wo nia wano mo bia we den wutu no so nti say if the polls are credible if the polls are reliable if the validity no very stronger why not and they would to meet assess na wo kwan obetumi afa so a the weakness are po no e dia ma wo no obetumi ahwɛ so na we make reviews na obetumi aiden e put in corrective measures send e be ya obetumi I get the best out of it, but in all of them no and then
I job about mama say and you be as post in the company ye can yenka ye hu say a seasonal and because meaning pass growing up now that we people are era beneficent or don't ordinate the facts near analysis babet to one man no be a who so but we actually no men kasa ajiegu and a nay era musa dankwa I think say he's also been consistent and all that now in a way make I say he's in his peaks a nini na so ka asem na na so binumo ehwo wo so does it mean say ebeya sa afebo ana de waka no sa doc abedu ugidi era doc entry ugidi pa say the predictions or the abana sa pepe ne beya na
abna o say in research no you are there back on you no objectivity and about so subjectivity values wo de be share ejuma wo ye dem no consistently no and a better say every time you get your predictions right or not.
Okay.
So, you know, who can benefit na say or start here be no person gain its credibility no or ya bedru baby obi ageni di but you see bedru baby no na fi dey trimude so
that's why complacency is setting in
na one very objective afi dey who say other interest be start emi on kaka when the we na ye we mamia we say nipa nipa we na afi dey objectivity na say we dey guide you na o ye no na so ya ti the moment so better no the regular who else would the true ejuma na wo ye no so na eno so brass e ba ne sana na fi predictions no who touch ma so into after the prediction no say ba ko say mi say na after the trust no so ti you know I was Musa Dankwa say is here or the integrity are two lines because this I think this is the time a lot of opposition about the predictions no into here how it will go but we are hoping that we need such institutions, such research to send a bit abwa. Until we're not praying. Say, I'm not saying this to say I'm expecting say Dr. Bamia and I say all the other posts no one can Japan be no be, but we need to get those kind of independent-minded, credible posters. And in our future we need to meet me abwa. It's very important.
Okay, Dr. Dibeka home.
Yes, medase. O said na menu kan no enipa na yetie ene na di ani hunu eya na etimi enya nsunsuaso ewo ya na moto ho obi anso ni ha opese or join the losing team enti se ko ba se post we aba na yebenya gidie wom kwan mo fa so ye no genuine na yes asemasi ana obenti na ewinia obu okwa na ono no onye that hard supporter or fan of this or that person nti ono no ne otete de saa no ne be influence no nti normally it's just a mind game the research ne be ba ebetimi inform obi say say ne me Thomas masi kwa masema ba nti ne me Thomas ne obewi ni no eno no ewo ho ena politicians na say candidate na nkasa nso nimpa say ye research maybe a voter region nkofo wo ho no dodo na say aha na omoto akwa eno nso ka bibi e kire candidate ni say na say me homework ye say one hweye na o fa no trasa because onya na sem na ono de on favor minti na o yes eno nso wan hwe a asembeto if it is a genuine one and it is reliable say oheniye no be homework be why so yeah quickly now there why only normal to 2 years exactly aspirants no
so regardless of the date so we taking it for granted
yes exactly so you say obi na what did you mean and now no akọ friendly pamienu mensa bi no aka so asemasi na obenti na be wini na near we apply scientific method systematically proven no dey idea and there so
yo doc memo ho me so ne nya na tie say yo ra John Boadu akopi mu e wo party headquarters wo kasa wo ntima daroma yenko na yentie no
Question is that this process has been quite acrimonious.
Who told you that?
From the exchanges.
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. It is now. Wait. It is because now the media is a lot. In those days, what Edubuain told New Jabin constituency, did you know? All of us didn't know. But now, as you are speaking to them, it is live all over the place. That's why we are seeing this kind of, you call it acrimony. It is not. At the end of the day, you saw the peace pact that we all signed. Today, the process has been very transparent. At the end of the day, by 4 p.m., the winner, as expressed by majority of our party people, will be declared, and that ends it.
Okay, General Wadaroma,
oh yeah, so far so very good. So the you know, party be first no na the three. Say oh domo for na democracy no yet. Did you use the process? Over within 5 minutes. Now what to happen every This is the only party in this country. Your members 211,000 a year in various polling stations. This is the new patriotic party. The NPP Asema and yet seven Nyaman Kofo Kikan Wechino. Kofo believe we say what will be that a party be in this world? Our opposition. They are about within 18 hours no nowhere to be collecting the results. Did you just follow up what we have believed in over the years, and it is continuing.
Now, Nkrofoke can say about to Chemuya and Susan the Omakamji so at the NPP go back 2036 and the end of catch such commentaries.
It was a political party with power. Now, yen say, Sevi. We are singing in our Omodia. You win it 2016, then Uncle Franka. You win it 2020, sir. Now everyone want to say go for Castle Joma man tete mon come maybe nyai pa ankokoe. Young New Patriotic Party. The only person in this country, presidential candidate, who contested election when you vote to see Obia and Nana Danko Akufo-Addo 6.7 million votes. Obia nyebida. Did I be na Joma ye popular? No so I want na go for say panicho say eno na kadeng. Said then Daben no ye popular. Somebody who stood for election 2016 lost abysmally. Lost again in 2020. The Senyami I don't know winning 2024. You compare the choice among Gobi. Omre ne share.
No ba mo betumi no.
You beaten it 2 times.
But in your masses.
In your masses said then.
Petrol 9.99. Exchange baby jina de mudija one de wa beyin. Kofo hu no such a thing.
O wa na auto petrol na fa trotro. Nkofo kro musika kro munya ka no mafa.
Thank you.
Nkofo kro musika. Kra ka no omunya bi e no mafa. Petrol prices yate so. Na say yente petrol prices so yente lorry fare so a. Yate so petrol so no wo den na yema. O rent yate so. O ma school fees yate so. Electricity bill yate so. Water bill yate so. Yes, it's good. Say at some point, some indicators of our economy are pointing at the right direction, which is good. But it's sustainability. Some are saying, you say, oh, yeah, gold board, no matter gold. So gold now, yeah, reserve. Come on, Tony, you know, unim sir. So unim. So unim. So much on gold. Reserve, sir. For the first time. Nana Danko Akufo-Addo are buying it will be no. So I'm at home and can't balance sheet. Who here? Nka ye name say reserves from 32,000 tons. 32 tons. Since about 18. Into that day I know more here now gold board here we I no fit even. Say nya kwasia and obedi dwa. Oto ade 10 cedis I know akoto no 8 cedis. Sana gold board na here no. Oto gold no abodian no akoton no fofofo ebi na ekura mu.
That's it.
Awi John Boadu nkane twetwe for Penima NPP Amayoku no asese ne ni abeso be dwom tenani ama party no no so on na do December community mensa bitu dwa na aka sima na dumienu abo dumienu ba ye be koto nkra na fe yasan abana de ho no ye de atoaso e de ama muti mafide ni na ya nkọ ba bi atwen yen na ye ntwen hu tiawa na ye nkoto nkra na se ye koba afi ye na bedwa foto en kuma hwehwe no so nansa na no said na wo kan abena kan ne na oye bampo ado ene ono so na woda nkane nana oye luta ha you say no the din ye nana oye bampo ado nso ne wa woda nti no bebi a obia no ye mountain kwa na enra so ye Ibrahim Mahama birthday na Ibrahim Mahama wonya 55 years if you do num 55 enti baba na bebi a obia no yema
anano ene omo anana I think say you match for man of the church honorary we say and I am much as your producer birthday so bim so tin you know the subane the subane is church ape so be come for to obi hu and almost so many kura so sansa kakra ade ba ko pena global youth president mini how I saw Prince when you tell me. Yeah, it's true. I'm global youth president.
Said your tea.
My dog, I made it not enjoy more serious.
My uncle, Missy, and your cotton crab. Your cotton crab. The mood is no man. Now, the sleep, but I don't
millions of qualified members and supporters who can serve the party in different portfolios. As such, it cannot allow government appointees to hold party office simultaneously.
Any person seeking to contest with party positions who currently holds an office to which he or she was appointed by the president or government must resign from that office at least 6 clear months before filing nomination forms. The affected officers include ministers and deputy ministers. B. Chief executive officers, managing directors, their deputies, or analogous officers. C. Metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives. Now, for the avoidance of doubt and for absolute clarity, the category I just mentioned, the 3 categories I mentioned, those intending to contest at the constituency level shall resign by April 2026. Those intending to contest at the regional level shall resign by May 2026. And those intending to contest at the national level shall resign by June 2026.
A further justification is how the party is seeking to cut greed and even a future possible amendment to stop members of parliament from serving at the same time in government.
God forbid, if any of us drop dead today, NDC has got so many more people who can hold our position and do an excellent job, if not even better job. So we must have the same principle at all. I think it's simply an issue of rather reducing the level of greed. You understand? You're going one man with your what's your problem? What's your problem? And so if you want to work for the party, you leave your position in government. Just come and contest and win. Then we know you are fully dedicated. Like this situation where you are trying to be one leg here, one leg no, you are the one. So it's the same kind of principle.
The party, as part of its internal reorganization, has provided roadmaps for its election from branch level to national, with even a stronger caution to all branch executives who would supervise the registration of new members for the party.
Branch registers will be made available at every branch to enable members to verify their details. This applies to 1, existing members, 2, members of both existing branches and newly created branches formed during the 2024 elections. Branch executives are hereby directed to open their registers fully and transparently to members. Members must be given unhindered access to check their names and ensure that corrections, omissions, or additions are addressed appropriately. Let me state this unequivocally. Under no circumstances should the membership number of a deceased member be transferred or swapped for a new registrant. Any branch found to have violated this directive will face the severest sanctions prescribed under the constitution of the party.
Command Center here. What we need to know is that Ghana as a democracy, or there's the need for us to understand the concept of liberalization and republic. When a country is when you have a liberal democracy, what it means is that there must be a sharp split between the state and the church or religion. It is very important for us to know that, so that when we are having a discourse such as this, which is purely scientific, as my brother is, has been talking about over some period of time now, there's the need for us, and that's when I will agree with my good friend here, the media. The media are always, you are expected to serve as watchdogs, you understand, or referees. You are educating and informing the public. And so the way you are going to channel the conversation, because you are also opinion shapers and opinion movers, as the media. And so the importance you play on the discourse, that is going to shape public opinion. And so in the case of this election, if the media reportage is on prophecy, you are gradually, gravitating towards, something that is unscientific. And you are shaping public opinion into thinking that the election is about prophecy, who God has spoken to and who God has not spoken to. And the question I would always want to ask is that we've had conflicting prophecies, on our elections. And the question I ask myself is that how many gods are we serving? Is it the same God that prophesies to Pastor A differently and then prophesies to Pastor B differently? We have had conflicting, prophecies where some pastors are saying that Baumia is going to win the elections. Others are saying Kennedy Japan is going to win the elections. Others are also saying Brian, etc., without giving any concrete scientific basis for those claims. It is easy for someone to say that it's a prophecy or God has spoken to him. I mean, the person can easily go. But if someone like Musa Dankwa comes out with his, global info analytics to come and say that Baumia is going to win, people like us who are academics are going to scrutinize it, are going to ask questions. And that is what we have done over the years. I personally, I have studied Musa Dankwa's, polls. I have looked at his data. I have looked at his methodology. And I can see, as a researcher myself, I can see where, he's drawing his conclusions from. And they are something that are replicable. You yourself, you can pick Musa Dankwa's data, his methodology, and then go out there and also conduct the same thing. And I can assure you, if GH1 will give me the resources, or if Musa Dankwa would give me the resources to replicate what he has done, I'm absolutely sure that I'm going to end up with the same result that he has. But for the pastors or the prophets, how am I going to test that? So it is important as a watchdog role of the media to be able to give a dichotomy, between what is scientific and what is not scientific. It is not to say that we don't believe in prophecies or we don't believe in religion. I'm an ardent Muslim. I believe in religion. I believe in prophecies as well. You understand? But I don't think that issues of prophecy are entirely accurate or correct for people to discuss them in the public space, because religion, in every liberal state, religion is a private matter and not a public matter. And so when you decide to make private matter a public matter, it creates confusion in the minds of the very people that you are trying to educate. Here in the media, that's what I'm referring to. So the media must also try to play their roles well, where to put emphasis, which voice to amplify and which not to amplify. And as an academic, I always say that let us all resort to the data, let us resort to science in trying to explain things. You understand? Yes. So that's my position on this matter.
Sure. You see, with what you just said, I think Musa Dankwa has been following some polls and some political issues, mainly from US, because I hear him comment on that. I don't think if a renowned pastor in the US makes a prophecy about an election, it will make headlines in the US.
No, not at all.
No media house, they will not even pay
Not
attention
at all.
to it.
Not at all.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Tofik. But Mr. Dankwa, have you conducted exit polls?
We've done it before, but not this one.
Not this one. Okay.
Delegates, we are not comfortable with them doing exit poll on the day. The margin of error will be so huge.
Okay.
Ik zou Q-Jobs zeker aanraden bij vrienden. Q-Jobs is een jong, hip bedrijf. Ja, een vlotte communicatie.
That you didn't target. You didn't know where the system will pick them from. Some you call them while you are on their farms, right? Some will tell you, oh, I'm in the village somewhere, call me in the evening, I'll be back. So these are the people who are going to vote today. And we've spoken to 10,000 of them over a period of 4 weeks. And this is what they've said to us. And usually, you see, I'll be very concerned if the margin of error is almost the same as the gap between the candidates. The margin of error we have for this headline poll, about 1.57%. And the gap between Bawumia 48% and Kennedy 25% is about 23%.
Yeah.
So if you divide 23 by the margin of error, it's 14 times.
That's
it will take ridiculous error, ridiculous mistake.
That's true.
That is science. If it is twice the margin of error, yeah, you can see anything can happen. 14.6% or 14.6 times the margin of error. It is a miracle that will cause Bawumia to lose today.
You mentioned the qualities that the delegates mentioned in your opinion poll. They talk about winnability, they talk about a unified, they talk about humility. What else did they talk about?
Somebody who cares about the grassroots, somebody who can bring change, somebody who can unite the party,
can win the election,
trustworthy, humble, a fighter, and other factors. Now, those who say a fighter, they represent 2% of the sample.
Okay. If they say a fighter, what do they mean?
Who could draw?
Okay.
I mean, who could draw?
Okay.
Right? Not who picks a fight. I mean, somebody who
courageous,
that kind of thing. And then somebody who is humble, 8%. Look, 8%, which is humble, which normally defines Bawumia, it is like how many times? 4 times those who are saying fighter.
Yeah.
So it begins to tell you where the delegates tend to think who should lead us.
So it means that if the numbers are anything to go, it means that winnability, somebody who cares, and humility plays a key role, is it?
Yes. Yeah. And let me tell you one secret thing. We did analyze the way they were voting to see those who mentioned can win. Is Ken winning? Is Ken their preference? Right? When you triangulate, for somebody who can win, Bawumia is 47%, Ken 24%, can win. So most people believe that the can win candidate is Bawumia. When you come to humble, Bawumia is 67, Ken is 21.
Wow.
We don't dispute.
And humble was what percentage?
8%. Fighter, which was 2%, Ken is what? 62. Bawumia 25. So we all agree that when it comes to fighter character, it is Ken. Humility is Bawumia. So it provides you with some kind of validation that whatever they will tell you subsequently on the other factors, they are telling the truth.
Yeah.
And on all the other factors, Bawumia beats Kennedy. So on all these 8 factors, Bawumia leads in 7 out of the 8. It gives me comfort that my headline polls is correct.
Absolutely.
Tofik, I know Mr. Dankwa will have to leave us shortly, but you lecture on political communication. I know that obviously because you're an academic, you also believe in data and science. Political communication, in terms of these 5 aspirants, who has stood tall?
Okay, so in terms of communication, communicating their message, and I can say without a blink of and I that Bawumia stands very tall.
Okay.
You know, and I'm not surprised that Musa Dankwa's polls, you know, shows that.
Suggesting same.
Yeah, because Bawumia has been able to tell the delegates, you know, the kind of person he is. He's been able to tell the delegate what he intends to do. And Bawumia, you know, in one thing I find very much interesting about his campaign message is that he has designed, or whoever is in control or in charge of his campaign messages, they have been able to craft the message, you know, to be responsive to the delegates, what they intend to do for the delegates, or what the delegates want. The delegates want someone who can win them power, and Bawumia has been able to deliver that message to them. The delegates want someone who can unite them. Bawumia's rhetoric on this campaign has been on unity. You can bear with me. There has been a lot of attacks on Bawumia's person. Recently, we saw one, a very popular one, by one of the delegates denigrating Bawumia's person, etc. But Bawumia's composure, he's been able to compose himself, and that's the humility and the tenacity, the patience that, you know, that kind of leader. And I think that is the kind of leader Ghanaians want. Every country has a political culture. Every country. In politics, we have what we call political culture. Every country has political culture. Ghanaian, by nature, we want a leader, you know, of typical of Bawumia's attitude or traits. And that's why the current President Mahama, these are some of the qualities that made him triumphant, you know, in the elections that he has stood for. Professor Mills, of blessed memory, up till now Ghanaians are making reference to him. That's not because of his policies, but because of his person, the kind of person that he is. And I can bet you NPP wouldn't have won the 2020 election without the pairing with Bawumia, because Akufo-Addo over the years, the NDC has been very, very successful in painting Akufo-Addo as an arrogant person, you know, those kind of things. But when Bawumia came to the scene, and Bawumia sort of took over the campaign, and he gave a new image for the Akufo-Addo campaign, and those were some of the qualities people looked at to vote for him. And I'm seeing that happening, you know, in this primaries as well. If you compare all the delegates, fantastic individuals who have what it takes to rule. But the question is that Dr. Bawumia is, you know, he's first among equals. He's first among equals in terms of his posture, his humility, and his message. Whilst others were busy attacking him, attacking his personality, he was busy selling his message to his delegates. And I'm sure his delegates have, and I'm not surprised that at the end of the day, Musa Dankwa will be proved, you know, will be vindicated. His polls will be vindicated, you know, by the percentage. So I'm not surprised at all. I'm absolutely not surprised that at the end of the day, well, with the margin of error that we are talking, either plus or minus, I'm absolutely sure that Musa Dankwa's, you know, polls would be credible this time around too. Yeah.
So that we don't have an Ajana 1, Ajana 2. But let's see from, I'll come to you. I know you have something to say, Michael. Kindly pardon me. Let's hear from former Energy Minister, who's also a chairman hopeful of the NPP, Boachi Ejako. He's talking about vote buying. He says, well, it's not a preserve of one political party, especially the NPP. Let's hear him.
Well, I haven't seen the videos you're talking about, but I have heard and I know that in our politics, we've monetized the decision making. That's a very unfortunate evolution, not just in MPP, in our entire political spectrum in this country. Let us not hide.
De laagste prijzen, ook tijdens de solden. Van den Borre, voor het leven.
The sad thing is that I've even heard that in some churches, when they are electing elders, money changes that. That's a shame to all of us. It must stop. But I think that after today, we will have ample opportunity to look at the phenomenon and put in methods, checks and balances to curtail shameful profit. We don't want it. As a party and as a nation, it's not helpful. Right? Because once money starts changing hands from bottom, it climbs all the way up and then feeds back down. That does not help the development of a party, because serving a party is an action of commitment and devotion. Once that is lost, the party is also lost. Building a nation is an act of sacrifice, devotion, and commitment. Once that is lost, your nation is also lost. And we as a people in this country must speak up and make sure that this is either eliminated or reduced to the barest minimum, or make people who indulge in it feel so guilty that it will be driven underground. Thank you.
So that's Boakye Jacko. He's former energy minister. He's also a chairman hopeful for the NPP, talking about issues of vote buying. He says, well, it's not just the NPP that does it, but it's high time that they address it. You're still watching our continuous coverage of the NPP presidential primaries. We're live also on Star FM, we're live on Ultimate FM, we're live on Empire FM, and also on Zeus FM and all other affiliates of ours. We're also streaming live on our social media platforms. Your comments are welcome, so please share with us your thoughts and comments about the presidential primaries. I'm sure that by now a number of areas, constituencies, polling centers might be nearing ending, because as at the time we went to some of our reporters earlier, you saw that a number of them had cast their ballots. Tofik, you want to respond to the issues of vote buying that he raised?
Yeah. So I just want to respond to what Boakye Jacko said. You know, initially I said that every country has its own political culture. In Ghana, one of our ways of saying thank you to people is when you give them
Medasi.
You give them gift.
A token.
And so it's part of our culture that has also found its way into our politics. Now, if we want to call it monetization, or we want to define it in politics as monetization, or an act of political corruption, then it is important for us to have a law on how to regulate some of these things. It is very, very important, because culturally we express gratitude through tokenism. You know, when someone does something good to you and you want to give a token to the person, it's a way of saying thank you to the person. And so if, in this case, the politicians want to argue that they give...
Make it a habit, 7 minutes of Tai Chi every morning all the way for 1 month. This Monday.
Delegate stands at 211,849. Let's do this maths. To be able to get 50% plus one of this number, you need to get today 5,926 votes today.
Half of the total.
Exactly. You need, keep this number in your head. You need this, right?
It's a lot. Let me write it.
Write it, please. You need this number. You need to make sure that whatever the case, if you want to win one touch, if everybody turns out to come and vote, turn up to come and vote, you need to make sure that the number you are getting, or the total votes you are getting, is not anything less than 105,926. If you get anything below this, you should be on your way to a round-off, or maybe wait for the second time. And in fact, based on historical data, we know that MPP's delegates, a presidential election in terms of the delegates, turnout has been around 95%. So let's use this 95% to actually do the math to see how many people we are expecting to turn out today. So if you use 95% turnout, then it simply means that we are expecting some 201,257 to turn out to come and vote, right?
Okay.
Now, before you'll be able to reach 50% plus one, you need to make sure that you clock 100,629 votes. If you get anything below this, you're on your way to a runoff. If you get anything below this number, it cannot be a one-touch victory for you.
The 95%.
95
from history or from
history.
2023?
No, from history. We actually tracked two of their recent, presidential election, and that's giving us an average of 95. 2023 was around 94.5, and this time around, we understand that because the NPP has decided to cancel the proxy voting, people have been forced to turn up. So we are expecting a very high turnout today because we've seen even people from the diaspora who've actually come down to come and vote, most of them at the party headquarters. They will be coming to vote. And so if we are using that 95% MFA, we are expecting this number to turn up. And if you want to win one touch, you need to make sure you get some 100,629 votes. Now let's use this number to actually test some level of some hypothesis here. Now, just look at 2023. This was the situation in MFM. In 2023, let's see whether Bawumia will need additional votes if he is able to hold the number of delegates he got in 2023. In 2023, this was Dr. Bawumia's, the total number of delegates who decided to stick with Bawumia, 118,210. Now today, if he wants to get 50% plus one, he needs to get 100,629. It means that if Dr. Bawumia decides, or if delegates who decided to vote for Dr. Bawumia in 2023 stay with him today, he doesn't need any additional votes to win today's election.
Okay.
Because this is what he needs. This is what he's holding from 2023. But several factors are involved here. There's a combined third force. There are people who believe that he conceding too early in 2024 was a bad, deal for the party. There are people who believe that his performance in the 2024 wasn't so good. There's so many factors which could actually affect this. And for the first time, you see a very strong candidate in the person of Educhum in the Ashanti region, a place like Bosomtwe, Bosomefrel. In fact, that's where I come from, so I can tell that story. Where in Bosomtwe, for instance, Dr. Yao said, the expectation is that this is his backyard, this is his constituency. And in fact, if you look at that ultra-modern school, the Bosomtwe girls that he's built there, and how he's actually turned around that constituency, the expectation is that the over 5,000 people who are expected to vote either in Bosomtwe or Bosomefrel, Educhum is expected to get a significant component of that. And this is a constituency that last 2 years, or in 2023, voted heavily for Dr. Bawumia. So that is also a threat to his 118,000 vote that he's currently holding. Now, let's look at the numbers for Kennedy Ejapon. In 2023, he had 71,991. Today, if he wants to win 50% plus one, he needs 100,629. It simply means that if Kennedy Ejapon wants to win today, one touch, he needs to convince 28,639, 38 delegates to come and add to this number. That is holding all other factors constant, assuming that all these delegates who voted for him last year will vote. But for him, the expectation is that in the stochastic process of things, where delegates are able to move between two candidates, if a delegate decides that, well, even when Bawumia was present and the party was in power, if a delegate decided to vote for Kennedy Ejapon in 2023, there's high probability that he will stay with Kennedy Ejapon.
Okay.
because he came against a system candidate. He still had about over 71,000 people voting, or about 72,000 people voting for him.
Yeah.
So the expectation is that there's high likelihood he will be able to get this number.
It's important, Kofi, and yeah, because in the Ashanti region, which is the NPP stronghold, Dr. Bawumia did quite well in 2023. But Kennedy Japan, for a new entrant, took about 12,000 votes in the Ashanti region. Which means if he maintains this 12,000, which I don't know because you have just drawn us to the Kosovo where Dr. Yaodichum comes from.
And Dr. Brian the Champion also.
Okay.
Right? So that's what we are calling the combined third force.
Okay.
Because for the first time, you are seeing polls telling you that if you add Dr. Brian the Champion, Dr. Yaodichum, and Kwabena J. Japan, the expectation is that they could get about 10% of the total votes, right? And if that happens, we've been asking the question since last week, whose cake would they eat from? This cake from Dr. Bawumia or the 71,000 that Kennedy Japan is expected to hold? We have more analysis for you, but I understand you need to cross over.
Of course, I'm going to go to my colleague, Papani. Papani, what's happening at your center?
Arguably one of the biggest constituencies in the entire country, and also within the NPP as well. There are quite a number of people that we are expecting. According to the Electoral Commissioner, we are expecting 1,815 individuals to pass through. Just about 30 minutes ago, just around when it was 12 on the dot, around afternoon, we asked the EC how many people have managed to come and exercise their franchise. We were told that around 1,546 individuals at the time had come to exercise their franchise. We're expecting a few more people to come through, but the queues are dry. They used to be long in the morning, but now almost everybody that is around has exercised their franchise. We are still waiting for a few more people because as it stands, we have about 1 hour, 24 minutes to go before they close the polls and then voting will be done. Notably as well, it appears that because of the huge numbers, the EC has had to use more than one ballot box, which is unusual, usually even across national elections. But as it stands now, the boxes are stuck on top of each other. But in terms of the ambience and the environment, it's been relatively calm the entire day. Just a few conversations here and there about how much money they have received and how much money they haven't received. But none of them will disclose that officially. But definitely those talks are going on. But away from that, it's been relatively very quiet. We're expecting a few more people here. We have seen the former MP of parliamentary candidate for the NPP who was Captain Michael Quaid Jr. He's been inspecting some of the queues and talking to a few other people here. But he at the time told us that he has picked intelligence. Some people are being referred to a certain house to be giving what he says top-up money. Well, we probed him for more details. He said he was going to do some investigation and get back to us. We haven't heard much from him, but he told us on record that he's there. People have told him as well that some people are being sent to a certain house to collect money to vote in a certain direction. He said he's going to rehearse that information until 2 p.m. When we see him again, he's more than willing to tell us who exactly was behind that particular scheme. We've also seen his father, former Speaker of Parliament, Michael Quaid Sr., who also came to exercise his franchise. And he said he was also impressed with the numbers, the conduct of the delegates that has been event-free so far. However, he's also asking for the candidates rally behind whoever eventually is declared winner when this all ends. So far, this is going to be our end. But some anticipation, though, that in 2023, when NPP last held their parliamentary elections, not parliamentary, the presidential primaries, Dr. Bawumia and Kennedy Japan were in the elections at the time, including Dr. Usu Akutefri and then Francis Adai. Bawumia at the time polled more than half of 1,000 votes out of that, the number of delegates that could exercise their franchise, and then Kennedy 5,549, I beg your pardon. So we don't know what exactly is going to be the trend today, but we know that we are expecting more candidates, more delegates this year than in 2023. 1,815 individuals who we are expecting here today in about 1 hour, 20 minutes, we'll know who exactly carried the DEM at Dome Kwabenya.
Okay. Michael, thank you so much. 1,815 delegates. You've reported on a large number of it. We shall come back to you when polls are nearly closed, but we shall as well go to Michelle. My colleague Michelle, tell me what's happening at your center.
So I am currently at the party office of Yao Duchum, and we are still waiting for him to return to Accra. That's because he went all the way to Bosomtwe to cast his ballot. So we are waiting on him. The campaign team is currently on ground. They are working together to ensure that the delegates who have not turned out to cast their vote also do that. So they've been placing some calls to their delegates. So we are just waiting on the team, the Dr. Osei Duchum and his entourage to also come to Accra. Then from there we head on to the headquarters where we are going to hear the final declaration of the results.
Multiple persons who've been supporting Dr. Duchum at the office as we speak?
As we speak, the atmosphere is quite calm. No one has come here. No supporters have come. We just have the campaign team on ground.
Okay, thank you so much, Michelle. We shall now bring you how much optimistic Dr. Brian as well, Champon, is hoping to take the day. Take a look.
I'm extremely positive. First of all, thanks to God. Secondly, to the Presidential Elections Committee. They've put up a very good show, largely peaceful, credible elections process. I always had confidence in Joe Owusu's led committee. I think they've done a fantastic job. I also see the security, as promised by the IGP, is going well. And I'm talking generally across the country. I also see that the Electoral Commission is up to their game as they've always been. It's largely peaceful elections from the elections organization standpoint. There are a few challenges that have to do with the party people, and that is really also not affecting the elections. But all in all, I think that it's been a very, very peaceful, credible, and satisfying process. In terms of how I feel, going around the country, I've always felt the energy of the party people. I remain optimistic. I believe in the delegates. I know that they want something totally different. They want something new. And they want something that is going to help transform our party. So I'm upbeat about it, and I look forward to a very successful process.
So that's Dr. Brian Champon. Let me now take you to the camp of Kwabena Japan, where my colleague Collins Frimpong has been following him. Collins, what can you report?
I'm sorry to say about Messi. So we just left Prince of Peace polling center at Kanishi. We came from YMCA polling center in Kolikreti. Currently, we are heading back to the campaign office, and Kwabena Japan voted about an hour ago at the NPP party headquarters, and after we engaged him and we have been talking about how hopeful he is that he believes that he is going to win this particular election. This is not the first time that he's competing in this NPP presidential primaries. It is his third, and we believe that this is the time for him to win. And he also has been talking about a number of things that led during the campaign. Some of his colleagues were saying, and he believes that they went overboard, and after the election he would suggest that if they are gentlemen enough, they need to apologize to the party just for peace to prevail. So that's what has been happening here. So currently we are going back to the party office, and we believe that right from here, after 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. he will be heading to the party office again. So from his campaign office to the party office, all the executives or any other candidate is also expected to be there, and the party has made us aware of. So right from here, that's what he will be doing.
All right, Collins, thank you so much. I'll take you to Wejagbawe, where Adobia Sari is on standby. Adobia, what's happening at Wejagbawe?
MFR, it's quite smooth here. It's been smooth and peaceful since when I came here. In fact, since the voting began. So as at 12:26, we had 991 delegates casting their vote out of the 1,239 who are expected to come here. So hopefully they will do more than 1,000, if not even 100. That's what the exercise is happening. Because of that, it's very well controlled with a number of policemen here making sure point. So that's the atmosphere here so far. Everything has been quiet, peaceful, and smooth with the delegates, singing chants. They're excited behind the astroturf, like outside the astroturf. So we are in the inner perimeter and it's smooth so far. The MP for the area is still around, making sure everything goes well.
All right, Adibia, thank you so much for reporting to us from Wejagbawe. I will now take you to Okaikwe Central, where Stephen Mensah is on standby. Steve, what's happening? Steve, would you unmute, please?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Well, here at Okaikwe Central, it's a bit of ease and a bit of skepticism and confusion. Earlier, we understand that there was a bit of confusion over here about the segregation between the older people and the younger people. The younger people went in favor of the older people being allowed to vote before them. However, this has been resolved by the Ghana police. When we got here, we observed that some of the police have the body cam on them and they are positioned at strategic positions at the entrance where they are supposed to be inspected before going to vote. 3 different positions here at the electoral area to ensure that there's peace over here. We've been speaking to some of the representatives on the various camps who say that they are not really certain about the voting time. We understand that the voting time will be ending at 2 p.m. But currently, the numbers over here wouldn't favor that. We have over 733 people to be voting at this area, but they voted over a little over 400 people have voted over here currently. So some of the representatives from the camps are skeptical about whether the numbers will meet the voting time. We can listen to the agent for Dr. Baumia's camp, who is uncertain about whether the numbers can meet the voting time.
We'll bring you that play a little later, but let me take you to Kolebu, where my colleague Faustina Safo is on standby. Faustina, what's happening in Kolebu?
Hi, MFR. Well, like you rightly said, I'm at the Kolebu police station at the Ablikma South constituency. Chaos erupted earlier today. The incident occurred after 2 delegates were told who had been disqualified from voting because their names were not found in the official voters' album. And they went on to confront the constituency chairman, and that led to heated exchanges and even verbal abuse. 2 individuals were told that lost their delegate status. One is Thomas Opoku, another one whose identity we're still trying to find out as we speak. We've also engaged the constituency chairman, who says he has reported the case to the police because he was physically assaulted by one of them. Currently, there's a little bit of calm here, but then we also spotted that behind closed doors and even inside cars, money is being doled out to delegates. Each camp giving different amounts. We know that Brian Champon's camp is giving 200 Ghana cedis. Kennedy Japan's camp, I'm told.
Talking about the steering wheel is steady, the vision is clear. We're driving out the doubt and we're driving out the fear. Blue for the sky, white for the peace. The love for the party will never ever cease. One thumb, one choice, one big celebration. The motor of the party is the heartbeat of the nation. NPP today. Can you hear the car singing? NPP today. NPP today. NPP today. No matter where we go. right. Everything is moving, everything is bright. We don't need a reverse, we're moving in gear. The primary is won, the victory is near. Gather all the delegates, tell them hop inside. It's a brand new journey, it's a joyful ride. The exhaust is pumping, the sound of the drum. Tell the opposition that the winners have come. Left turn no, right turn no. Straight ahead to the finish line. The car is singing, the street is singing, the ballot box is singing.
NPP today.
Singing NPP today, NPP today, NPP today. No matter where we go, we say NPP today. From the engine to the tire, we set the street on fire. NPP today, NPP today, NPP today. Windows down, let the rhythm blow out. Tell the whole world what we're talking about. The steering wheel is steady, the vision is clear. We're driving out the doubt and we're driving out the fear. Blue for the sky, white for the peace. The love for the party will never ever cease. One thumb, one choice, one big celebration. The motor of the party is the heartbeat of the nation. NPP today, NPP today. Can you hear the car singing? NPP today, NPP today, NPP today. No matter where we go, we say NPP today. From the engine to the tire, we set the street on fire. NPP today, NPP today, NPP today. Hey, hey. Check the dashboard, see the progress light. Everything is moving, everything is bright. We don't need a reverse when we're moving in gear. The primary is won, the victory is near. Gather all the delegates, tell them hop inside. It's a brand new journey, it's a joyful ride. The exhaust is pumping, the sound of the drum. Tell the opposition that the winners have come. Left turn, right turn, straight ahead to the finish line. The car is singing, the street is singing, the ball box is singing. NPP today. Yeah, we moving. NPP today. Can't stop the car now. Primary go. NPP today. We keep it rolling, we keep it grooving. NPP today.
Of a car engine revving. Heavy bass drops in immediately. magic. High pitched synth melody mimics a car horn. Hey,
the car is moving. The people are ready. Listen to the engine. It's singing the truth. NPP today. NPP today. Can you hear the car singing? NPP today. NPP today. NPP today. No matter where we go, we say NPP today. From the engine to the tire, we set the street on fire. NPP today. NPP today. Yeah. Windows down, let the rhythm blow out. Tell the whole world what we're talking about.
So
The
the former
steering wheel
vice
is steady,
president
the vision is
expected
clear.
to vote by 1 p.m. at the headquarters, and that is any moment from now. But as we speak right now, we're currently at his campaign office at Northridge here in Accra. People have started trooping in. When we came earlier, there were not a lot of people here, but as we speak right now, people have started trooping in. And of course, there's a media center that has been set up to monitor the event. A collation center has also been set up within the building to also collate the results when they start trickling in. So as we speak right now, a lot is not going on, but the team here says they are ready. They've been monitoring the elections. Earlier, I spoke to the spokesperson for the former vice president, Dennis Miracles Abuache, who tells me that the team has been monitoring events on the ground and they expect that everything will go on smoothly. I also spoke to his deputy, Dr. Ekuya Mwako, who told me that they are cautiously optimistic, although they are confident that they are going to win the election by the end of the day. And I have Miracles here who will want to share a few words with me. Miracles, you're live on Joy News right now. Yes. So far, it's getting to 1 p.m. We understand that the former vice president is going to vote any moment from now. You've been monitoring the elections. How has it been?
I think it's been smooth so far. The turnout has been very good. We've had a few issues and a few places where, based on the numbers, it's delayed in terms of the queue and all of that. But so far, I think so far so good. In the next 1 hour, I'm sure we'll be able to run it up and then we'll get into counting.
Right, so that is Dennis Miracles Abuaje. He's the spokesperson for the former vice president there, saying that they've encountered a few challenges, but they are not challenges that are beyond the control of the team. So we're still here monitoring proceedings here. And if polls close at 2 p.m., the collation center here will start tabulating the results, putting together the figures. And if there is any update, of course, they will be updating the press through the makeshift press center they have set up here at the campaign office of the former vice president, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Studio, Kofi. We're waiting the vice president. It's 1 p.m., right? It's just a few minutes to 1 p.m. and that will be at least a sure and a constant vote for himself, right?
In an hour's time, they'll start counting the votes and we'll see who will lead the NPP from today. But in fact, we're talking to you about the confidence interval estimation. What we simply did, this is not magic. We just used statistical models to actually use the data that we got from the 9 polls to see the confidence, where the true, so I say results of the two candidates, or the candidates, what is the true band in terms of their worst case scenario and their best case scenario at 95% confidence, level. So we start with, Kennedy Japan, and based on the data we've got from the 9 polls so far, what the data is telling us, and this is not our own data, this is data from the 9 polls we've tracked since last week. And what you see is that the data is actually pointing out that his best case scenario today, a 95% confidence interval, is around 47.3%. His worst case scenario, we know from the data, is about 25.6%. So the data is expecting Kennedy Japan to be between 25.6% and 47.3%. We'll do the same for Dr. Bawumia, Dr. Brian Echampon, Dr. Yause Duchum, and then Kwabena Japan MFA.
Right, thank you so much, Kofi. There's so much more numbers to crunch, but I've got Kweku Asante quickly before I engage Doc and Prof. Kweku, give me an update. Kweku, please unmute if you can hear me. Do I have Kweku?
Yes, everybody, can you hear me?
Yes, you're clear, Kweku.
Yes, the process is still ongoing. Just a minute after 1 p.m. That means we just have about 1 hour for polls to close here at the party headquarters and indeed all other police stations across the country. This is a place that ordinarily we expect some 3 stalwarts of the party to vote. The former president, the 2 of them, John Ejekun and Nana Akufo-Addo, none of them have so far showed up to vote. We expect that they will be here. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the former vice president, is also in the lead, or one of the persons who is seeking to represent the party for 2028 on the presidential ticket, is also not here. And our understanding is that any moment from now he will be here. We've seen a number of key party stalwarts have already come in here to go, the general secretary, council of elders, chairman. Because this is the party headquarters, a number of people have already come in here. Just a little around 900 people to vote. You see behind me, the ballot box is almost full because of the number of people that have voted so far. So it's just a little bit of touch and go. We expect the former vice president any moment from now to show up and cast his vote. In fact, I was asking a number of the national executives that I've interviewed so far, the youth organizer and other people, about whether or not they've gotten an indication about the plan, all these stalwarts, and what time exactly they will show up here to vote. They hadn't given us an indication until just about a minute ago when we had some indication that these people will come here and vote, in particular, the former vice president, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So, it's been a very seamless process so far here at the party headquarters. It's gone on the process from 7 a.m. In fact, at 7 a.m. exactly, the first person cast his ballot who were here. The process started right on time, and it's been seamless so far, just as the reports have also been across the country. No reports of any issues here. No people coming here and saying that they cannot find their names on the ballot, on the voters register and other things. It's quite orderly, everything. So we expect the former vice president to come in here and vote from now and then. All the time we will expect to see if we can get some words from him.
Definitely, Kweku. Thank you so much. Kweku reporting from the NPP party headquarters, and we'll be bringing us all of the action, especially when the polls close. That's where everything will rest. Finality of it will be there. But back in studio, I've got Prof. H.S. Kanku here, and I've also got Dr. Asante. And I'll come to start with you, Prof. Thank you for staying with us all through. But today we're asking, beyond the NPP choosing a flag bearer, what exactly are they deciding on? Leadership style, ideology, or it's just a survival mode for them?
Well, thank you very much, and hi to you and to Doc as well, and to your viewers. It's a good question. Quite a bit of what you've said. Leadership style, you mentioned ideology, and then what was the third thing you mentioned?
Survival strategy.
And survival strategy. Yes, definitely leadership, because when delegates go in there to make a decision as to who the flag bearer will be, the obvious consideration is that they are looking for a leader to lead their party going to the next election. But what they are also doing is that they are voting on the future, not just of the party, but the future of the country as well. The presidency is one of the most important or crucial positions, leadership positions in any nation. And this is the first step towards that presidency. So yes, it is the NPP, but it is more than the NPP. Because whoever they present as presidential candidate is going to be one of a number of choices that we have come the general elections.
But that's the ideal situation. But sitting here, are you sure that delegates are voting with 2028 in mind, or they are quite emotional about who they're choosing today?
We would need a public opinion survey to determine what those factors are, but we can always hedge our guess as to that. There might be a number of factors. They could be voting based on personal affiliation to the candidate, just personal like or the disposition of the candidate, because research has shown that personal character and attributes are considerations for people to vote. They could also be voting based on ethnic affiliations or religious affiliations or other demographic affiliations based on youth and other things. They can also be voting based on who best reflects the best possible outcome for them.
Okay.
The person they think can lead them to victory in 2028. That could be a consideration to vote.
I'll come to you, Doc. I'll pose the same question. Beyond selecting a flag bearer today, what exactly is the NPP deciding on?
Thank you for the opportunity. I think they are looking for competence. Competence, that is one. You need somebody who has what it takes to deliver the public good. Because if you look at their record, the last tenure, right, it didn't work well for them. So this time around, you want somebody who comes into office and he will be able to turn the tables round. You are also looking for somebody with less political baggage. Because if you open yourself up to somebody with a lot of baggage, I'm afraid it's going to serve as a raw material for message development and attack on the party. So you want to gauge that very carefully. You want also somebody who has constituencies. And what are the constituencies I'm talking about? One, the region you come from is a factor. We want to see whether you will be able to attract voters as much as possible to come to your end. All the groups that you are associated with or people can link you up to. They want to, if you're a businessman, we want to see, can the business people rally behind you? If you're a scholar, do we have the scholars, gender or region, and even religion, even though I know that religion doesn't play so much a role, but at least we're talking about a game of numbers. So numbers are important. Of course, you want somebody who is popular so that when you want to market him, you wouldn't have a problem. He can be found or he's known in the nook and cranny of the country because popularity is critical.
But is popularity always a good measure for
It is not. The fact that you are popular doesn't make you efficient. But look, popularity also counts because you need somebody that you don't struggle to market, right? That is a fact. But that is why I began with the word competence. So you tie the popularity with competence. You also, this election, people have forgotten about one thing. One of the things that led to the NPP defeat, their own report shows that about 1.7 million people of their own did not vote. You want somebody that will be able to attract all these people back and then they vote for the party. You want to get those people in voting for you. And of course, you need somebody because if you win this election, you are not just the leader of the NPP or the flag bearer, but now it dovetails into national elections. And in national election, what are we looking at? We are looking at somebody who has his eyes on the problems of this country as well as solution to deal with our numerous problems. We want somebody.
That will be hard, and Prof. Ndos, that will be hard because almost all of these five candidates have shared their ideologies. They have shared many reasons that can at least convince you to think that they have their eye on the problems of this country. I nearly cannot take any one of them. So will the playing field be equal for all of them? Or where this...
The delegate, remember, they know this. Because you see, when you come to national elections, we want you to know problems that are national in character. You should have an idea of that.
Okay.
Then we have constituency-specific issues, all right? And that one, your constituency should be able to help you to get this. And then, of course, regional issues. And that is why these exercises must be guided by research. If you have done research and you have picked data on the ground, you speak from the position of authority. And then you are able to build messages around that. Of course, the last point I want to touch on is that you want somebody who is desperately looking for power. He's not just going to contest, but that I'm looking for power and I have strategy, message, and resources to be able to achieve that. So it's a tall order, but if the delegates are going to be induced with material things, then obviously they miss the point and they will miss the boat in 2028.
Prof, I hear this a lot. I mean, our reporters just told us as well that camps are paying. Does it genuinely influence voter choice? Does it?
Well, I personally haven't done any particular research to look at the correlation between money and then the outcome of voting choices. But since it seems to be a major feature in our presidential system, and it seems to be a very repetitive process, I mean, there might be some truth to it, the fact that it still is persistent over time. But I think over time it has also become a culture of the presidential primary process in this country, and delegates actually going there looking forward to it or expecting this kind of inducement. Of course, a lot has been said about the monetization of our politics and the importance of us focusing the elections or the primary process on issues, on policy, on substantive things, rather than a certain financial inducement or monetization. But perhaps you can also place that within the wider context of our situation as a developing country. There are issues with unemployment, there are issues with jobs, and people, instead of seeing this as a political process, or instead of seeing this purely as a structural or a procedural issue, it becomes a way that people think they can earn money.
Right.
And it probably speaks to that wider problem that we have. And so, yes, it is still a problem that we have not overcome within our body politics. And as much as, I mean, we hate to say it, it has come to stay. And maybe the political parties have to find a way of formalizing it or institutionalizing it in such a way that the party has a system to pay for transportation or to reward those who come and vote or do other things. I mean, it's okay if the party has a drink or a stand here to refresh the candidates when the voters, when the delegates, when they come and vote. But definitely, there could be other formal ways of making sure that the influence of money is not a deciding or so much of a crucial factor in the voting, because then that affects the quality of the candidates that we get eventually. Are we scrutinizing the candidates? Are we voting on their vision for the country? Are we voting on their policies that they have for the country? Because these policies are going to affect not just the present, but the future and several generations, depending on what kind of health policy, what kind of educational policy that they come up with. And that's why it's important that these things become a major issue or deciding issues of concern. Other scholars have talked about personal attributes, and I've said that the person's character, in terms of his temperament, his ability to soak up the pressure at the presidency, is he going to make erratic decisions that will put this country at risk or not? Honesty, trustworthiness, compassion, and empathy. These are very important personal character attributes that should be an issue of consideration for the delegates to vote. And when money or financial inducements become the central deciding factor, then we lose out on vetting the candidates on these personal attributes, which will be consequential when the person finally gets the nod.
I mean, I hear as well people like yourself, Dr. Sasanti, or political scientists to say that a person's character traits really, really matters. But if you look at the presidential primaries, a person is selected, but then leads the party eventually. Historically, what does the NPP vote for? Do they vote for systems or a person? I ask this because of history as well. It looks as if delegates usually go for continuity. I don't know whether these factors are still the same today, but what do delegates really vote for? A system that has been put in place already, regardless of who is disrupting it, or a person generally wins? And I like this. I want this question answered with history in mind.
It's a difficult one, because if you trace the trajectory of political parties and their development, we have seen a mixed reaction relative to what you are asking.
Okay.
Yeah. In some circumstances, we've seen that they vote for systems, they vote for leadership, people with the quality of leadership that they want. And then, of course, in certain respect too, we have seen that they vote for change. And then some, they also want to maintain the status quo. So it's a mix of factors depending upon circumstances at the time, right? But in recent time, what I have seen and from history is that they really look for somebody who can give them power. Who can give them power. Why am I saying that? Look at the message of Japan campaign team. Even though you can read in between it some propaganda, aspect of it. It said that wherever you go, they tell them that, look, if you don't bring Kennedy, we are not going to vote for you. Is it informed by research, or is it just a propaganda message that is being thrown out there? Right? Those things, if you don't take care, it can also change the game. All right? And if that works, it becomes a new variable within the political equation. There are some instances they believe that, look, let us maintain the old ticket and make sure that we win power. We saw that in Akufo-Addo. They lost, came back, and then they maintained the old order. Sometimes they realize that the old order must change it, and we need a new person, because the person's record, you don't want a repeat of that. If you take Bawumia, for instance, today, how is he going to convince that 1.7 million people that he lost in the last election, that today he has what it takes to be able to bring them on board? Those research that people are saying that he's in the lead and all that, I follow. But I'm saying that the reality that would dawn on the party is that how would you, galvanize the support of that 1.7 who shy away from him, the same candidate in the last election? Remember that we are talking about this election where Bawumia is not an establishment candidate. The incumbency advantage he enjoyed in the last election is not going to
carrying
figure.
It forward today.
It's not going to work.
They shut it all off completely?
No, it will not be completely. But once you lose even a few people, remember we're talking about game of numbers. Your number dwindles. All right. That establishment candidate, factor is not going to be there today. There are some people that, because of the establishment candidate and because of the government which was in office, they were whipped to line. They had no choice. You don't want to incur the wrath of the who appointed you. Today, they are free people. And we have seen a number of them who were in his camp and they have drifted. And they are campaigning critically against him. And you ask yourself, what has changed? It's simply because the tables have turned. And that they believe that now there is freedom for them to decide who they want to do. So all these things come to mind when they are voting. But remember that you can also lose sight on the fact that the delegates also want their interests served. And normally they want party people who they can, socialize with. They have easy access to them and all that. So it's a mix of factors that are going to play on their minds today. But at the end of the day, if they lose sight on the fact that they need to work on certain important things, that to get the 1.7 million people back, and then you want to also see that you have somebody who has a number of constituencies, that there are a number of people who will support him aside the party itself, the party machinery. If you don't get that, then you are going into the election with one goal already in the net.
Well,
just to add to Doc, that is true. And if you look at the historical trajectory that you were talking about, in '92 it was a Dubois for the NPP. Yes. In '96 that was Kufuor. Yes. Although that was a stolen verdict, he didn't get into office. Then he came in 2001. That's still Kufuor on the NPP side. Then in 2004 it's Kufuor repeated. In 2008, that's when Anado comes into the picture. In 2000, but he doesn't win. Yes. 2012, he comes again and does not win. Yes. Then 2016, he wins this time. Yes. 2020, he's incumbent, he wins again. Yes. And 2024, Nanado is gone and is Bawumia. So that is a very interesting question.
Yeah, that's the question I'm asking. What's the nature and character of the NPP from 1992?
Yeah, so I'll get to that. So if you look at Dubois, I think he's a very, the NPP would agree, I'm sure, it's a very conservative party. And so they like to follow tradition. They don't like to buck the system. Very conservative, very rule-based, and very orderly. So they decide to go for Dubois. And of course, we know his history, the culture of silence, great historian, great scholar. his work that he did during the Rawlings regime, and so he became a leading voice within the party. So they went for him. That didn't work out, and so I don't think that Edu Boahen is a disruptive candidate. I don't think he's a dramatic, bombastic candidate in that sense, or in his persona. So that's a more traditional choice, right? Then you come to 96, which is Kufuor.
Kufuor, yes.
I mean, there's a reason why we call him the gentle giant. He's also not erratic. He's not overly dramatic. Very calm in the way he talks and all of that. So I would say that is also a very conventional, traditional choice. He's repeated in 2000. And of course, he's now president, so he goes in 2004.
Yeah.
Now you come to 2008, and then we have Nana Akufo-Addo. Nana Akufo-Addo from the 90s, we know the work that he did in human rights, in law, his image as an activist.
Yeah.
So we begin to have that sense of a very vocal, a very agile.
Does that not collapse the perception we have of the kind of presidential material the NPP believed in?
Yeah, not exactly.
His persona.
Yeah, not exactly, because, I mean, to a large extent, he's also been an establishment person. He's been part and parcel of the party for quite a long time. And as a lawyer, he's also been quite legalistic, rule-based, and is very much steeped in the NPP or Dankwa Buzia tradition, even based on biography, his family history, and all of that. His father was once president. So he's a very conventional person, although a bit more vocal. Then in 2012, interested in making sure that there is a certain structure or convention, or they like to follow due process. There's something that you see in American politics or global politics that, let's say American politics, because they say Republicans like to fall in line and Democrats love to fall in love. If you bring the same thing here, the NPP, you can see that they do like to fall in line. They don't really want to take risks. They are risk averse sometimes. But once in a while, you never know. A different candidate might come.
Which will be the 2023. Once in a while,
yes.
Of course, the introduction of Kennedy Agyapong.
Yes, and that is what we are seeing now. So that is what we are seeing. And I was just going to say that globally, there's a certain trend that these kind of disruptive candidates, these kind of insurgents are beginning to rise a lot. So you look at Emmanuel Macron, how he even became president in France. Came from nowhere, had to even form his party from the base. Then you have Donald Trump, who is unlike anything we've seen in any presidential election in the U.S. A true model or avatar of who an insurgent or disruptive candidate is. The same thing happened in Pakistan, where we had a sports celebrity, also winning. And then in Italy, we also saw a bit of that. So there is, beginning to be a certain wave of insurgent or disruptive candidates, and within the Ghanaian setting, Kennedy can be seen as
the NPP headquarters, where Kweku Asante. Kweku is on standby. Kweku, what's new? The vice president has arrived. The former vice president, sorry, has he arrived? Kweku, unmute, please.
Everything is moving, everything is bright, we don't need a reverse. We're moving in gear. The primary is won, the victory is near. Gather all the delegates, tell them hop in.
We'll bring that visuals to you a bit later. We earlier told you that the former vice president was just on his way to the party headquarters to cast his vote exactly at 1 p.m. It's past 1 p.m. and we're told that he has arrived. We'll bring you that shortly. Right there on your screen. Well, we shall bring you that. We're trying to connect to Kweku Asante, but as you can see on your screen, though frozen, the former Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, who most of the polls have described as one of the front runners, or two of the major front runners, arrived to cast his vote. All of the action after our polls will close will be happening there at the party headquarters. And you want to stay with us. On your screen now is the arrival of the former Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, as to just Jenny cast a vote that no matter what he can count for himself is a sure count for himself. We'll bring you that one. Kweku, if you can hear me.
We keep it grooving. Fade out with the car horn. NPP today.
Presidential Commission would set up a podium over there, and that's where.
Can you hear the car singing? NPP today. NPP today. NPP today. No matter where we go, we say NPP today. From the engine to the tire, we set the street on fire. NPP today. NPP today. NPP today. Hey. Windows down, let the rhythm blow out. Tell the whole world what we're talking about. The steering wheel is steady, the vision is clear. We're driving out the doubt and we're driving out the fear. Blue for the sky, white for the peace. The love for the party will never ever cease. One thumb, one choice, one big celebration. The motor of the party is the heartbeat of the nation. NPP today. NPP today. Can you hear the car singing? NPP today. NPP today. NPP today. No matter where we go, we say NPP today. From the engine to the tire, we set the street on fire.
The first phase, that will be the identification process. He will present to the Electoral Commission official any form of identification, not just any form though, but Ghana card, passport, license,
everything is bright, we don't need a reversion, we're moving in gear. The primary is won, the victory is near. Gather all the delegates, tell them hop inside, it's a brand new journey, it's a joyful ride, the exhaust is pumping, the sound of the drum. Tell the opposition that the winners have come. Left turn, right turn, straight ahead to the finish line. The car is singing, the street is singing, the ball box is singing. NPP today. Yeah, we moving. NPP today. Can't stop the car now. Primary go. NPP today. We keep it rolling, we keep it grooving. NPP today.
2 p.m. So far, so good. Security top notch. Let me use your platform to commend IGP Yohunu and his men. We've had very, very, very good security operations on the ground. So far, so good.
Okay, and stay with me. Let me take our viewers back to the party headquarters where my colleague Kweku Asante is on standby. Kweku, tell me what's happening.
Well, let me pass the former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, just finished casting his ballot. It was a very brief period. He just entered. He went straight to greet some party officials and members of his campaign team who were already here. He greeted them and he went straight to the electoral officials, took his ballot and voted. All of that took just about 5 minutes in total, in fact, or less of that. And when he finished doing that, went straight into the party headquarters. So the former Vice President and flag bearer aspirant, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has just entered the party headquarters. He's gone there to have a conversation with the party leadership. We expect that when he comes back, he will speak to journalists as to what he has made of the process so far and the national situation, the picture for him. Perhaps he's been getting some briefings from his campaign team and other people who are across the country and get some indication of whether or not the grounds are good, whether he's winning or not. We expect that any moment from now he will. But it's a bit of a chaotic situation because of the number of journalists, media houses, bloggers who are here, which has made it very difficult to get access a bit close. But we expect, and they are telling us now to go beyond the barricades. And when we do, ultimately, the Vice President, when he comes out, will address journalists and get an understanding of what he has made of the process so far, whether he believes he's winning this election or not. So that is the situation here at the NPP headquarters with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the former president, having just come in, cast his ballot, and gone into the party headquarters to talk to the leadership. And then very soon we expect that he will come back and perhaps talk to journalists.
All right, thank you so much, Kweku. I will just show you a footage of when the Ashanti Regional Chairman, Bernard Ejibwe-Siako, cast his ballot. But quickly before I bring you that video, though, Anana, so beyond the Vice President today, who else are we expecting? My colleagues have been telling me earlier, but who else are we expecting at the headquarters today?
His Excellency, the former President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, the former President, John Agyekum Akufo. Okay. They are all expected to cast their ballot at the headquarters. We have members of the diaspora, they are also so their voting center is at the headquarters. Former national executives, current national executives, national council members, then members of our patron, the national patron, they are also supposed to cast their ballot there. Yes.
Okay. Let me bring you when the Ashanti Regional Chairman for the NPP, Bernard Nchubwesiako, went to vote.
We know we have voted for the peace. We have voted for the NPP future. NPP, we are voting to elect or to choose our flag bearer for Ghana. So the delegates, as we are, witnessing the peace, atmosphere, it means that the peace will win, and the unity will be victorious.
What do you expect from the elected flag bearer going forward into 2028?
Actually, we are going to support him. We are going to support him to bring peace, to our party, and because we are part for the plan for us to do the early elections for our presidential elections. As Matthew chapter 5 verse 17 says, he says that we did not, bring this exercise to spoil the NPP constitution, but to strengthen, our party, for us to have enough time to do our campaign. So I think that is going to help us for us to have more years to campaign. So that
Before I come in studio, let me also bring you a footage of an alleged vote buying by one of Ken's agents.
Okay, my name is Kofi Dinkra. I'm a coordinator on behalf of Kennedy Akompeko Japan, Kanko Central, and polling station chairman. I think the atmosphere is very calm. The police are doing their work. There is discipline, and by the grace of God, at the end of the day, I think we should go to Ken.
You're confident you will win?
Yes, I am confident because that is what the majority are saying, that when you bring Ken, the ordinary Ghanaians are going to vote for Ken. And I believe our constituents or the delegates have listened to the ordinary Ghanaians and they are going to do so. So that's the choice of the ordinary Ghanaians or the total Ghanaians.
I spoke to your colleague from Dr. Bawumia's campaign. He says that he's not quite certain about whether or not the people will miss the closing time.
Yes, because the verification process is delaying. Some of the delegates have one way or the other forgotten their polling station, and they need to go through all the album to find their names. So what we have done is, you see our general secretary is aiding them with their polling station names so that the process goes fast. But I think the process is encouraging. It's going fast as of now.
For other polling stations, there have been concerns about vote buying.
Right.
For some of the polling stations, they are giving out breakfast to the delegates.
Right. With what I know, DMB is sharing oats. A text message came, a broadcast text message came saying they are paying 1,000 with rice and oil or what have you. But so I think if there is anything called vote buying, I think it's from the account. As of now, as a delegate, that's the text message I received.
But for you, you are not engaging in it.
No, I don't know. If something I don't know, but with the text message which I have a proof here, that is it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, there is oats. They try giving me, but I have not taken it. So I also plead with all delegates to be very careful because last days are dangerous. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Also, back in studio, Nana B is still with me. Nana, have you seen this?
No, this is the first time I'm seeing this. I do not see much of a problem with this. The reason is that I can confirm that almost all the aspirants are giving what is referred to as transportation to them, and rightly so. I do not have any issues with it. The issue is that if somebody is coming all the way to a particular vote center and then you think that you can support the person's transportation, not to buy the person's vote, I do not think that For me, that is a major issue. Trust me, the 100 cities, the 200 cities for transportation can never influence any voter. It can never influence any of the 211,000 delegates, not at all. For me, I think that is just a token of appreciation that you have moved from your home to the voting center to cast your ballot. From that, I do not think that is going to be it's not going to play any role at all.
I see. Prof, sorry, before we went to my colleagues, you were giving me, I was asking you about the character and nature of the NPP. And you took us from 1992. My question really was that what is the nature and character of the NPP? Do they vote for systems, continuity, or they're beginning to have an appetite for disruptive leadership, bearing in mind the results of 2023?
Yeah, so I think I concluded on that.
Okay.
Yeah, so you probably might want
Okay, no, then please, same question for you.
I think I dealt with that extensively, but let me also repeat here that if you look at the NPP, they have systems that they put in place over the years. Whoever you want to go against the system, we are easily and ready to come after you, because the party is known for a certain tradition, a certain way of doing things. Once you cross that, so always if you look at their selection, they are very careful in selecting who leads the party. But sometimes circumstances, right, change some of these dynamics. Sometimes they want to repeat an old candidate. They do that. Sometimes they want to get a new person. They do that. And in all this thing, they want somebody who can bring them power. I have watched. Look at Edu Boy. That time, Edu Boy was the toast of many who were students at Legon. And look, Edu Boy was among the very few who could stand up against military dictatorship and military rule in this country. I was at Teachers Hall listening to him when he spoke, the culture of silence, all right, big one. Edu Boy had no competitor at the time, so you saw 92, he featured prominently. Then events took a different turn. I mean, as they were moving, they realized that, look, Kufuor will be the man. They gave it to Kufuor.
It's strange. Right? What's
not strange, because Kufuor had really served the party a very long time. Remember, Kufuor was a former minister, deputy minister of what? Foreign Affairs under Budia.
But if you describe Edu Boy the way you do, why did they need a change?
They understand that. They understand that. And they are quick in deciding who is fit for purpose at a particular point in time.
Does it fit in their bigger picture of their party ideology? Or every now and then they have this inconspicuous way of changing or deciding who they think will fit?
See, NPP ideology, yes, center-right party, they have all the things associated with ideology. But definitely once you are in the party, the ideology is part and parcel of you.
Okay.
If you have different ideology, you don't belong to that tradition. So ideology is not an issue there. What is an issue is who will be able to give them power at a point in time.
I would ask Nana B the same question I started.
Then they move on into 2000, Kufuor came in, won, and then he came into office, and then he occupied the office for 2 terms. Nana Akufo-Addo, that last contest between he and Alan was a very fierce one. Alan was quote-unquote an establishment candidate, but you saw the NPP decided that let Nana goes. All right. So they are very, very careful. As for careful, they are very careful in selecting who leads them, depending on the circumstances at the time. But it's not necessarily based on ideology. As for ideology, it doesn't come in at all, because once you are with a party, the ideology has robbed off you a long time.
Okay.
You are not there and coming to learn about the ideology of the party and all that. But they always look for somebody who can give them vote. Issue of money, inducement and all that, I'm not comfortable with that, but it doesn't influence them so much. Otherwise, Kufuor wouldn't have won the election.
For the first time?
Yes. Whatever election. The first time he won in 2000, Kufuor was not a rich man. Yes. But the party believed that he was a man at the time to win. Because there were a lot of people with resources at the time, all right, but they couldn't stand him.
Okay.
Kufuor won.
Nana B, it's quite obvious. You're looking for a flag bearer today. But at the core of it, what's the NPP looking for? Beyond selecting a flag bearer?
I think that I will associate myself with earlier submissions made, but to add that political parties are formed to win political power, to implement their ideology and their programs. So clearly, what will underpin the selection of a presidential candidate will be, number one, who can win us power in the minds of the over 210,000 delegates. I think that I am a delegate. I voted today, and I'm very sure that there are over 200,000 delegates. That will be their first consideration. Why? Because we have suffered a humiliating defeat. I am happy today because some of us who stood behind the proposal to have early presidential elections, we received quite a lot of bashing. There were a lot of counter proposals. Some were harsh, some were friendly. But today, the same people who criticized us, that why would you want to do the presidential primaries early? It is in our law anyway, it's Article 13. The same people will call us to say that, look, this is strategic. Look, you have been vindicated. Why do I say so? Because if you suffer such a humiliating defeat, MFA, you need to put in place a certain drastic measure, something you've never done before. And one of the many issues that create tension, problems, factions, friction in the party is the presidential primaries. So, for me, as one of the main proponents of this early presidential primaries, I said that the moment you start a polling station elections, all the interested parties, so i.e. now all the 5 presidential aspirants now, they will quickly send their troops down to the over 40,000 polling stations to have their people for the various polling station positions. That will create problems. We will have cracks at the base. That cracks will be translated to the electoral area elections, then to the constituency elections, then to the regional elections, to the national elections, and even to the parliamentary primaries elections. Last year, or maybe the last electionary cycle, we spent almost 4 years, and Dog is here. From 2021 to 2024, we were still having internal primaries. Even up to 2024, we're still having parliamentary primaries. Those are just you exerting internal energies into the party yourself, rather than you giving some external energy to the opposition. So I'm happy. And you see, I keep saying, the government of the day, for me today, they've moved away with a lot of mistakes and a lot of, things. For me, I think that because the NPP for a whole year, we've been trying to have our party's internal primaries, especially towards the presidential primaries. So, Emifa, I am happy this thing is coming on today. The many people who cast their ballot today, first and foremost, will be thinking of who can win us. All 5 can win us, but who amongst them will be the best or well positioned as we find ourselves? And that person will be outdoored today, fortunately.
For a political party and this strategy that they have adopted, I recall last year when they said we're going to do this, a lot of divided opinions. I mean, political scientists also said that it's not a very livable approach. But today we're here. We haven't seen the finality of it yet, because of course we've not done their internal party elections yet. But this approach and his explanation he's providing, does it wash for you?
It does. I mean, I really didn't understand where a lot of the bickering and the backlash was when they decided to go for the early primary. Because, as he stated, I mean, not just in Ghana, but all over the world, the potential for a presidential primary to cause a lot of fault holes, a lot of division, sometimes even the breaking up of political parties is extremely high. So much so that even in the US, which is seen as the exemplar of democracy, they had to make sure that they were asked live on television, on stage, if they will support the winning candidate or their opponent. And I remember them about 17 during the Republican debate. They had to pledge to support. Some threatened that they were going to break away from the various parties, Democrat, Republicans, and from their own political party. I mean, that is how visceral and damning it can be. And we've seen it in this country again, historically. You've seen Nana Konedu Ajimai-Rawlings form her own political party. We've seen Dr. Obeda Samoa do that as well. We've seen even Alan Tremantin with the NPP. You've seen even Alan Tremantin doing that. We've seen Guzitano breaking up to form the Reform Party and all of that. So you cannot underestimate the sort of damage that such a contest can do to a party. And it can be so damaging that you begin the general elections limping, especially when such divisions are not closed.
Okay.
So having it early has those advantages, but the disadvantage then, because the argument too has been made on the other hand that the party needed to go through a certain healing process, and that it wasn't just the presidential primaries, but also the leadership of the party, the executive, and the base of the party. They needed to have those settled first before they come, because they have to allow people to sort of make sure that they air their grievances, or they are able to go through a certain reckoning at the base.
Who's the real anchor of a political party? The chairman or the flag bearer? Who's the real anchor? If we talk about healing of a political party.
Well, it depends on where the party is. It depends on the season and the situation that the party's own systems or structures. If you go to the NDC, they can tell you who leads the party at a particular point in time. And Nabi can correct me if I'm wrong. I think you guys settled on, is it the chairman or...
No, yeah, we've amended our constitution, so now the chairman is the leader of the party.
The chairman is the leader. But before then, it was the presidential...
Yes, before then, if you elect a presidential candidate,
yes,
then he assumes... In fact, it was not really stated in the constitution, but it was conventional.
Yes.
But then now we have really stipulated in the constitution, just the amended constitution, that the chairman will be the leader of the party.
Great. And I mean, they have all sorts of reasons why, but it's also important. It's a good question, because once the presidential candidate is elected, you have the chairman, who is the leader of the party, who gives the direction. So you look at the NDC, for instance, at a particular point in time, who is giving the marching orders? Yes, you have the parliamentary leader, you have the president, but the engine room and things are happening in the party headquarters, in the party rooms, and they are making the calls, who should be who. So, and the relationship between the presidential candidate and the party chairman is extremely important moving forward. And so maybe that's why some people felt as if that needed to have been addressed. Because if the party chairman and the presidential candidate have a different direction as to where the party should go, then we are in for some trouble. So if you ask who is the leader, yes, on paper now it is the chairman of the party. But hopefully, I mean, there are no clashes with the candidate when he's elected, because the candidate will also have the vision, and the party will also have their own systems and things to do. And once there is no agreement between the two, it is definitely, good grounds for a lot of trouble moving forward. So that's something for them to think about.
For political scientists, so that's what they have on paper. What's the ideal situation, if you want to put a test to it? What's the ideal situation, the chairman or the flag bearer?
Parties decide where they want to place power.
Okay.
For very good reason.
Regardless of it being on paper?
Yes, it doesn't matter. They decide. Because why would the NPP change the leadership now? It's based on experience, based on certain considerations. So they believe that let us give power to the chairman now, as opposed to the previous position. So it's not static, but depending on their circumstances and a number of factors, they decide at a point in time where to place power. Sometimes you even place power in the hands of somebody who comes and abuse it, if he's a president and all that. They want to look at it, because parties are meant to what? Look for power, grab it, use it, and further their cause. But at the same time, your duty also is to recruit and get more people into your fold, so that they sustain the battle as you move on. So it's not one of something, but it's something that carefully thought through and then they come into that conclusion.
So one of the exercises we're going through today is being taken to court to be tested. That, and it's a conversation on the floor that says that let's dismantle the delegates electoral system and open it up. You have said that for real democracy to be tested, let's allow people to make their decision. Others have also said that it's not practicable. Like, it's not practicable. You just cannot get potent results from that decision. Because I've heard your view on it as of yesterday, and I'm going to skip the party member, I'm going to get to Prof. It's a conversation on the table, and today we're going through it. The very process that these party stalwarts say that we should dismantle. Many said that they have enjoyed and have benefited from delegate system of voting. These people who are headed to court, but opening it up, is this a real representation of democracy?
Yes, I think it is. If the various political parties can find a way to verify and confirm who is a bona fide member of the party, then I do think that there's nothing wrong with opening it up for many people or for members of the political party to vote in an election. Because at the heart or at the basis of democracy is that it is a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And so if you trace it back to the Athenian form of democracy or the Greco-Roman system, where you do have people coming to the city center or to the city square to participate in the voting process, you have citizens or constituents in communities coming in to cast their votes or their ballots to decide who their leadership should be. That is voting at the very basic local democracy, decentralized to the very basic level. Then, of course, the most authentic form of that is a primary system that takes into view or that considers the views of the largest majority of people within the political party. And the best way of doing that is to allow people to vote. However, and I fortunately had a chance to cover the Iowa caucuses in the U.S. and I mean that is the most authentic form of the citizen-centered voting system, where you have people come into a caucus, you have communities come, they debate the situation, they debate the issues, and you have locals deciding who the presidential candidate should be. And if you move on from Iowa to every state or most states, they do have a system which factors that in place. In fact, some even allow independents to vote. But you see, the other side of it is that I know that the NDC tried this before, and they quickly had to go back.
They describe it as chaotic.
Exactly. And there's also the fear that other people from other political parties may infiltrate the system and then influence the outcome of the vote. But a primary system that is as decentralized as possible is something that we should definitely look out for, because the delegate system has had its own problems, and sometimes there's a certain fissure or disconnect between the delegates and the grassroots or the people on the ground, or voters or citizens who may never put themselves up to be polling station executives, who may never be constituency executives, but who also, are committed to their various parties, whatever the party is, and they do want to have a say in who becomes their leader. What then happens then when there's a general election and the person who is elected is seen as a reflection of the establishment or just a certain narrow level of people or a narrow section of the party, then it translates into disaffection when it comes to the general elections. And we've seen that in the parliamentary system, where some candidates are rejected by the people, but they are imposed by the party. So I think that as we grow as a democracy, a lot of people have their eyes on Ghana. And as we grow as a democracy, if we move towards a primary system that gets as decentralized as possible, that will be something of a beauty to watch.
Before I go to Nana, so today we've gone through the process. Security largely or fairly admirable. We can commend the IGP and the security apparatus. But is this still a system you think that remains committed to the growth of democracy?
The delegate system?
Yes.
It has its own pros and cons. My argument has always been that if you look at the word democracy, broken into two, demos, people, kratin, rule of the people. So anything you do, you must derive your power and authority from the people. So if a section of the people go to decide something for a whole lot of people, it has its own advantages and disadvantages. If you open it up, right, and people go through the process as expected, at the end of the day, what stands out is that the person who comes out becomes their candidate. And they are prepared to rally behind that individual. Then a section of the people going to select for them. That is a fact. Okay. You read literature around delegates and all that, that is it. But also there's the flip side of it is that if you read Hamilton and Co, the argument is that it's a small body of people. When you give them opportunity to select, they're able to make the best choice for than you're allowing everybody to go in and all that. Some may vote on flimsy grounds and all that, but if you are taking party delegates, chairman and co, who know these people one-on-one, they are able to make very good selection. So it's a whole lot of argument in there, but I am for the first one, that let us give everybody the opportunity, because you save yourself of, one, agitation, two, monocracy, where people buy the number of voters. When the population is large, it's very difficult to influence all of them.
Okay.
And all that. And it has its own, implications for trust and confidence within the party's body politic.
So polls will be closing in less than 5 minutes, but I want to take Nadabi's take on this.
Yes.
The delegate system.
Yes. First of all, I think that the application before the court by, I think, Professor from Pombat is dead on arrival.
Is it?
Oh, it's dead on arrival. It's dead on arrival because for all the political parties and their system we operate now, it is not against Article 55.5 or it is not against the Political Parties Act. Now, what has been the argument is that, as Prof alluded to, look, if you allow a small number of delegates to select a particular person, the money inducement element in that process is heightened. So why don't you open it up? So if you consider the NPP, at Dubois' time, less than 500 people even voted. President Kufuor's time, it was a little over 1,000. Then during Nana Danko Akufo-Addo and Alan Chamatin, it was a little over 2,000. So the party decided that, look, we need to broaden the scope of the delegate system. So we decided to involve the polling station executives. So it moved to about 120,000. It then moved to about 160,000. It moved to 200,000. And today we have over 213,000. That is a huge jump from, let me even consider 2008 to 2007 primaries. So that is a huge jump. So I think the argument or the language should be political parties should advance a certain course that will widen the number of people that will select. Because you see, electoral college system is globally accepted. Go to the US, go to the UK. In fact, these are advanced democratic countries. It is accepted everywhere, Republicans, Democrats. So that is why I'm saying that this thing is dead on arrival. And you see, you cannot hang this on the necks of political party because it's not practicable. And Supreme Court will not pronounce on the matter that is impracticable. Because how can you say that a card-bearing member of, let's say, about 2 million people should go and vote? Who is going to bear the cost? So these are they are logistical nightmare arguments in these matters. So the Supreme Court cannot even hang this around our necks. Trust me. And the Supreme Court will not pronounce on the matter that they know that, look, we are going to say this, meanwhile it's not practicable.
Well, polls are closing in less than a minute. And Evans Mensah is on standby, Doc. And Prof, you will stay, and Evans Mensah will cross over to my colleagues who are all other polling centers.
Is an order.
Sorry? Yes, you will stay. It's a general order. And then, but I'm just going to bring you what the former Vice President had to say when he finished voting. My name is Emefa Akosua-Adeti, but please stay with our special coverage.
also doing well. I hope you've been monitoring events, you've gone through the process. First, what is your assessment of the entire proceedings today?
Well, thank you very much. I have been following and monitoring on in the country. And so far, the process seems to be very smooth. So far, what the IGP promised with strong security presence at all the polling stations, we see it manifesting. And I think that has resulted in a very smooth process so far. I just voted, and the process here at the headquarters was also very smooth. So I would like to thank God for this good process so far. I'd like to thank everybody who's been involved, the EC, the National Party itself, the media. So far, I think it's good for democracy and it's good for Ghana. Whenever we see something like this, it raises the image of Ghana across the world. And I think this is good for all of us. So far, so good.
You're a data man. What are your agents on the ground telling you?
I think that we will wait very soon and we will all know. The real data will be presented in just a few hours' time. So let's be patient. We are happy with the process. And this is not the time for prophecies or predictions. This is just the time to wait for counting when it's all done. So we will wait.
What will be the major challenges for the election?
Well, I think that when you enter a contest, you always are optimistic about winning. Otherwise, what is the point? So I believe that there is reason for optimism, that ultimately the voters decide. And today is their day, and today is not essentially for me to make predictions, because we are just a few hours away. And let's all be patient. It will all be out soon.
Thank you very much. Are you ready?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, happily, you have to deal with me. I'm not bouncing off yet. While we wait for Evans and Winston to join us a bit later. By now, our polls must have closed, but as we've been learning from Nanabi and Electoral Commission, the convention is that if you joined the queue before 2 p.m., you'd be allowed to vote. So we'll be on standby. My colleagues, I've got Carlos Kaloni, I've also got Fatal, but I'll come to you, Doc, shortly after I've engaged my colleagues on ground, and then I see you really want to take a bite on Nanabi's submission. But Carlos, you're in Tema somewhere. Tell me what's happening and where you are. Carlos, please unmute.
Yeah, if you can hear me. I'm saying that I'm currently at Tema Community 5 Basic School, where it's serving at the center for the Tema West constituency. At this center, 1,401 delegates are expected to cast their ballots. But as we speak, it's already 2 p.m. and we have hundreds of delegates already in the queue. So I have with me the Tema West Municipal Director of Electoral Commission to share with us why this is so and what arrangement they are putting in place to ensure that those in the queue actually get to vote. So you are live on Joy News. Give us your name. My name is John. Okay, tell us, as at this time, how many people have voted so far?
You need a pen?
98 has been voted. Say the figure again. 1,098. Meaning we have in excess of 200. Yes. Okay, so it's already. What is the plan for them?
The plan is that those in the queue has to be allowed. When it is the security time behind that,
there's a number
allowed
to
finish. Okay, and so far from morning to after this point, what have you? How would you describe the process so far?
But the process has encountered any problem with the delegates. All those who are supposed to cast their votes have done so, and we are now waiting for those in the queue, finish the provision.
All right, MFA, so you heard John Nuno, who is the Tema West Director of Electoral Commission, speaking to us here, giving us data about the number of delegates who have actually cast their ballots. In excess of 200 delegates are still in the queue, and according to him, they're going to allow them to cast their ballots. Security is tight here, both the inner perimeter and outside. And so before you even get to the center, you are checked, your IDs are, looked at before you are allowed in. So largely it's been peaceful, but I mean, the hopes and expressing from Kennedy Japon's can be so high here. Those we've been speaking to say they are hopeful that he's actually going to carry the day. And so we are here until the poll closes, and that will bring you the real numbers from the Tema West constituency, which we are learning is one of the strongest polls of Kennedy Japan.
Les Kaloni. I'll take you to my colleague Faustina Safo. Faustina, you were earlier at Kolebu. I don't know if you're still at Kolebu. If you've moved to another center, tell me what's happening.
Well, MFR, I'm still at Kolebu, and currently you can see behind me, collation is about to commence. The polls have ended. So far, we are told that out of the delegates that were supposed to come here to cast their ballots, so 1,019 of them, over 900 have been able to cast their ballots. And so far, that's what we have here. Let me just see if I can turn around so that you can see the different individuals here, all coming here, delegates, just to monitor the proceedings. The police also have called of the area and will be allowed into the inner perimeter shortly, just to have a real feel of collation when it commences. But you can see just behind me that right now the ballot box is before the table, and then we're waiting for the EC presiding officer to officially commence collation of the numbers.
So much. I will take you to the Volta region, where my colleague Ivy Setoji is on standby. Ivy, tell me what's happening in the Volta region. You will unmute if you... Well, okay. Let me take you to Adobia Asari, who earlier was Weja Agbawe. Adobia, what's happening over there?
Yes, MFR, voting has officially ended. Right here in the perimeter of the AstroTurf, I can count 30 policemen and women who are ready to start. Now you can see behind me that delegates have begun trooping in to witness or observe the counting process to make sure everything is fair. Now, police have done well to quickly create a barricade in the area. They did this thing around 1:58 before the polls officially closed. So they've closed the entire thing. They are inside there. I'm hoping that very soon they'll allow me in there to be able to also observe the process. The EC officials are yet to tell us the total number of people who cast their votes. But as at 1:30, when I found out from them how many people had come, they told me 1,109 out of the 1,239 people had come to vote. So I'm sure between 1:30 and 1:58, 1:59 or 2 p.m., a number of people had come to cast their vote, increasing the number I had already gotten. So that's the situation here at the Weja-Agbawe constituency. The people are here. They are still coming in their numbers to witness the counting. The EC is about to start collation. But overall, it's been peaceful. It's been peaceful and smooth. The policemen and women here are really done well to make sure the whole thing was really well organized.
All right, Adobia, thank you so much. Let me go to Fatal Bayaga. Fatal, where are you reporting from? And what's the situation over there?
I'm right here at Kennedy Japan campaign office here at CIC. In fact, at this particular place, a lot of people are beginning to in here, and basically what I am getting from this place is that, a few minutes ago, some people started jubilating and saying that Kennedy Japan has won this particular election. So the optimism here is quite high as they begin to celebrate. In fact, they said that there is results from across the country, and it looks like Kennedy Japan is going to win this election. But I have to see back in the here is the spokesperson for Kennedy Japan's camp. He will be monitoring the election across the country. What does it mean?
We are just going through a process, but I've always been very good practicing. I'm very positive that under now the ballot has closed. The police count of the
But your people started jubilating here. Does that mean that he has won already? Based on your provisional results?
Of course, you also so let's like have a facing we most of us are delegates, they speak their friends, they speak their various because those around the country. We are getting the feedback.
But you told me that there is no competition today and that Kennedy Japan is going to win this election hands down. Where is that confidence coming from, actually?
We speak with delegates. We have our team around. We have our agents around. They get us the feedback. When the police voting, the conversation that we're doing around. The general relevance as a party in this police and we are confident that at the time we finish the campaign, I'm sure that is what it is.
All right, thank you very much. So, that's the situation here at Kennedy's office. The people here are quite very optimistic that Kennedy Japan is going to win the election, and we also have the understanding that he is likely to come here at the office when everything is done. So that's the situation here, anyway.
Bayaga, I'll take you straight to the Volta region, where Ivy Setoji is on standby. Ivy, where in the Volta region are you? Ivy, please unmute.
Yeah, hello. If you can hear me, I am currently Central, where counting or talking is currently ongoing, and it is a few the background the EP is talking of. Delegates are also here looking to see what is going to happen. Earlier on, we spoke with the former deputy CEO for NPA, Terry Okujeto, who told us that he was very, very sure that the former vice president was going to win. And so we also spoke with some people who also of the view that Kennedy and other people are going. Currently, we are here waiting for the issue to finish or get done with the something, and then it's something that we move on. Because we are also waiting for results from other constituencies across the Volta region that out and the place on constituencies in other constituencies. Okay, so for now, we are waiting for the issue to get the sorted.
Well, back in here, thank you so much, Ivy. But back here in Accra, I'll take you back to the NPP headquarters. Kweku, what's happening?
Well, the sorting and counting is just about to get underway here at the NPP headquarters, where the voting has closed. Laura Joseph was the last person to have cast his ballot, and immediately that was done, the polling was closed and the sorting is underway. You see a lot of party officials around, the polling agents for the various candidates all working to ensure that the sorting is done appropriately, and then ultimately the counting will happen. So very soon we'll get to know who won the MPP headquarters, where the national executives voted, where Dr. Mabin himself voted, where the external branches voted, a number of stalwarts, very key persons in the MPP have all voted. But it's interesting to report, that the former vice president, President Kwado, did not come to be together with President before. We are more high-profile persons that we are set to put over here in this. And so that is one of the very, very, very important things that I thought to cut our attention. But a lot of the national executives did show up, voted the general secretary and all the other person. All of them voted also.
Kweku, I'm not sure, but the network is not kind to me this afternoon. Did you say did I lose Kweku? Oh dear, they didn't. Well, now I say to confirm, they didn't. They were unable to come to vote.
Yes.
Okay, that's 2 votes out of the total numbers.
Yes, I'm not too surprised. I think that maybe they decided to abstain because look, they have assumed a certain position.
NPP today. NPP today. Can you hear the car singing? NPP today. NPP today. NPP today. No matter where we go, we say NPP today. From the engine to the tire, we set the street on fire. NPP today. NPP today.
I think for me that is what readily will come to mind. I think that I can embrace that idea. Yes, it's okay.
Doug, I'd come to you for that response that you wanted to give, but I'll go to the central region where Abigail Estelle is reporting from the central region. What's the situation there, Abigail? Do I have Abigail?
Hello. I am currently in the
Okay, Abigail, while I try to fix your technical problem, I'll go to Martina. Martina, what's happening up north?
So for the northern region, at the Tamale Central constituency, still vote, they have over 200 delegates who are still in the queue ready to vote. They started a bit early, but in between there were some issues. They had agreed that they go electoral area by electoral area, but some didn't come, and so it mixed up and they started voting according to the queue. That did not help, so they had to rearrange again, and that's what we are seeing now. So we have over 200 people who are yet to cast their votes. But in the northern region here, Saboba and Miao are done with their sorting, and very soon the results will be trickling in.
Headquarters. Kweku, you were quite not clear earlier, but we've got a little clarity from Nana. But let me hear you. You were saying something earlier.
I hope this is clear now.
Very much, Kweku. Yes, I'm comforted to hear. Let's hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, yes, I was saying that the polling has closed over here at the party headquarters, and we're expecting a little about 900 votes. Because of the sheer number of journalists here, we are unable to access the inner perimeter and get some answers from the electoral officials in terms of the number of people who have actually voted out of the over 950 persons that were expected to vote here. And so Sarah Adwoasafo, the former member of parliament for Dom Kwabenya, was the last person to actually cast her vote. She cast the vote right at 2 o'clock on the dot. She nearly missed out because she wanted to sort out a few things regarding her name appearing on the register. And once she did that, the entire area was cordoned off, and the sorting is now underway, as you can see on your screen. And so any moment from now, the Electoral Commission officials, with support from party executives who are here and the party agents who are all here, will start the counting. And so we expect that, give or take, latest 20 minutes time, over here at the party headquarters, we'll get to know how many people voted, who did they vote for, and who has won this polling station. This polling station is important not only because it is the party headquarters in and of itself, it's because of the number of people and the caliber of people who vote here, members of the National Council of the NPP Patriotic Party, the external branches. So these are party executives who at the national level and also at the international level really voting here. And so it sort of gives you a certain indication of where the party is looking at. And I know, like you were telling me, that Nana B has been giving you some explanation as to why the two former presidents did not vote. Of course, there were a lot of chatter here. I was speaking to a few people who were telling me that they found a bit surprising, particularly the absence of President Akufo-Addo, the former President Akufo-Addo, not voting in this election. They expected that he would have voted, but President Akufo-Addo has always stated that he wanted to be neutral in this particular election and allow the processes to go on. But despite that neutrality, some still say they expected that he would show up to vote. Particularly, in fact, there was one person that is very close to the former vice president telling me that they would have expected that the former president would have been here to vote because of the very close relationship he has always had with the former vice president, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, having served as vice president under him for 8 years, and they were together in opposition for another 8 years. So they've been together for a total of 16 years prior to losing the 2024 election. And so that was a bit surprising. That is a bit of a talk over here. And so that is done. And so I can just hear that the microphones are being, put on. And so, okay, the counting has started. You hear 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are counting first for number 1, which is Kennedy Japan, and the counting is underway. MFR. Very soon, we'll get to know who Nana B and his colleagues who voted here voted for as the presidential candidate. Let me take my mic closer and you see that. Okay, Kwabena J. Japan has just gotten 7 of the votes. 7. Kwabena Japan, 7. They've just declared that Yawose Duchum is also being counted. Yawose Duchum has also gotten 3 votes. Kwabena J. Japan, 7. Dr. Yawose Duchum, 3. And now the counting is going to start for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, which is ultimately going to take a bit longer because we expect that he'll get a little more than 7 and 3.
5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. That's 200. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, not 300. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, there are 8. Right, come. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm going to make a point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 90, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 160.
Come. Where we go?
Where very interesting set of results that we are seeing. Dr. Mahamudu Baumia of 308 votes, Kennedy Japan 160 votes, Dr. Yawase Duchum 3 votes, Dr. Brian Champon 7, Kwabne Japan. And so pretty interesting set of results that we've just seen here.
Singing NPP today, NPP today. No matter where we go, we say NPP today. From the engine to the tire, we set the street on fire. NPP today, NPP today, NPP today.
You can induce, but as to whether it can change voter choices, that's a different thing. So that is what you are seeing. And at the headquarters, it gives you an idea of the trend that you should expect. Normally, the headquarters, the trend that you see may not be different across the country. Yes. So we are in interesting times.
Let me take them back to the party headquarters where the EC would be announcing the results shortly.
One total valid cast 481. So on the basis of this, Mohammed Baumia obtained the highest votes Followed by the community Japan. Followed then Brian Excelton and young attention of the policy. For this center, for that particular center, I declare Mohammed Baumia candidate elects for this center, not everywhere.
Asante on ground at the NPP headquarters. But you've seen the numbers so far from the NPP headquarters. We shall be bringing you some of the numbers across the country as well. We'll try again. Kweku, if you can hear me. Okay. Can you hear me, Kweku?
Yes, let me listen.
Kweku, if you can hear me, we've seen the numbers. The EC rep as well has announced who has topped it all at the NPP headquarters. But of course, there are party supporters over there. Tell me what's happening. What's the mood over there so far?
Lock the line. I can't hear anything. You call me and you leave it.
No, Kweku, but I can hear you. Let me come back into the studio. Okay, I was just asking you, Dog, and you've just shared, Prof. It looks like at the headquarters, no, it looks like the numbers suggest that Dr. Baumia has picked that spot at the NPP headquarters. What does this mean? Broader national picture. It doesn't, huh?
We've all been in this country. People have been in a rush to go out there and declare election results. The post-polling center results, constituency, left, right, center. Some start jubilating even before the final the results are declared. I mean, if you win the headquarters, I don't know, yeah, you are the past vice president. It probably shows that you are in touch with the party officials. The headquarters is supposed to be an incumbent, or an establishment place. And so I don't really think we can read a lot into that. Yeah, I'm going to wait and see a lot more before I say anything.
How many would you like to see first? But let me go back again. Then I'm just going back to the headquarters. Kweku, if you can hear me now, and I hope that you can hear me. We've seen the numbers, but what is it like at the headquarters?
Yes, the polling has just closed here. You heard them announce the results currently. I have here the political aide to Dr. Baumia Kofi Tonto. This is the party headquarters, and your candidate has won, but with what some would say quite close, 160 as against Dr. Baumia's 308 or so.
That's not close.
Yeah, but this is the party headquarters, the national executive, people that are thought of to be more aligned to Dr. Baumia, and Kenneth Japan has done so.
Actually, here is made up of party executives and then also diasporas, etc. And so, Kennedy has lived abroad, especially in the US, elsewhere. So it's not quite close. I mean, 308, almost double what Baumia got, almost double what Ken got. Just about, because 150 would have been half. He got 160, and we got 308. Just about 50% of what, so that cannot be almost close.
So, but you like it? You're excited about the results you've gotten here?
So far, I'm following the results, and the trend coming in so far is positive. I mean, the trend coming in, even for Guam, for example, and other places, is positive.
Here we expected a little over 987 actually, and the turnout was just about half. In fact, less than half. The turnout hasn't been very well
because you remember the proxy issue,
and these are diaspora people.
These are largely diaspora people, and from the data, more than half, about 55%, couldn't show up. Largely because you would have to travel and come to Ghana. So I'm not surprised that the turnout was a bit low.
Yeah. Thank you very much. No, one last question. Former President Akufo-Addo did not vote. John Kufuor did not vote. Did that come to you as a surprise that these two stalwarts and former President Akufo-Addo, given his relationship with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, his vice president, hasn't showed up here to vote?
Well, former president has taken the stage of a statesman. And
And so at this point, showing a ground deal of neutrality is important. He's no longer Bawumia's boss per se. He's now the boss of our party. He's now a leader of our party, a statesman. So it makes sense that he will sit out, because if anything comes up, he will be the one to sort of help in solving the issues. And if Nana Addo Dankwa were to vote today, the suspicion would be that he voted for Bawumia. So how is that person then going to more or less mediate, if anything? So it makes sense. He's a statesman now, so it makes sense, just like Kufuor, for him to sit it out. So it's well understood.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Kofi Tonto is the political aide to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and he's been speaking to us, giving us an indication of what he makes of the results. I'm sure it is on your screen now. The party headquarters, where National Council members and external branches have been voting. 308 votes for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. In fact, let me start from the top. Kennedy Japan, number 160. Dr. Brian Champon, 3 votes. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 308 votes. And then Dr. Yawase Duchum also getting 3. Kwabena J. Japan ultimately getting 7. Mr. Omari Wadi is a former vice chair of the party. Did the results here shock you, and what are your reaction to it?
Well, this is what we were expecting, that we shouldn't change our candidates. That is what the history tells us, that when we repeat candidates, we win. In fact, Kufuor, we did for him. Mills, same. Mahama, same. Akufo-Addo, same. Why should we change? Why should we change? Because that is the trend. And if you understand trend, this is how it should go. So we deliberately make sure we maintain Bawumia, no change.
When you look at the vote here, 308 against 160 for Dr. Kennedy Japan. It's like half of the votes, but some would say it's more than half. But it's very instructive that Ken is able to close the gap that much at the party headquarters.
Well, previously he got more than what he's getting today. Ken got more than what he's got today. So we are not surprised. And it's good, the trend is going to continue across the nation. And at the end of the day, Bawumia will be declared here as our candidate.
Thank you very much. And so a lot more reactions coming in as we try to get a national picture in terms of how exactly this has gone. We expected 987 voters here at the party headquarters, invariably less than 500 turn up to vote. And Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has carried the polling station here with 308 votes. Kennedy Japan coming a very, it's not a close second, 160. Dr. Brian Champon, Yawase Duchum getting 3 votes each. And then Dr. Yao, Kwabena J. Japan, the former general secretary, he used to be the boss here in this building, getting 7 votes. So it's really been a straight fight between those two people. Kojo Brace is here before we hand over back to you. Kojo Brace, you've seen the results. What did you make of it?
Well, Kennedy Japan really put up a good fight, because to be able to amass some 160 votes here at the headquarters is quite telling of the effort he put in. But again, it looks like the party still wants to go with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. We saw it, right? And it seems that this is coming out to say, affirm the sort of expectation people had ahead of this primaries, that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will definitely be made to lead the party. But early days yet. Let's see how it goes. But if you listen to the indications coming down from the few constituencies we've seen, and adding that to what has happened at the headquarters, it tells you where this.
Well, so we will take a tour at major centers and bring you the numbers. But of course, Nana B is still with me, and I have to release it because the numbers are coming in and work calls. But let me take your final words before I go to the Ashanti region.
Yes, I mean, I think that it's early days yet. We have 332 voting centers. So it's early days yet. So I think all of us remain calm. Again, the Electoral Commission is the only body mandated to put together the coalition and then come to the headquarters to announce. So I beg, this is a time for calmness. We should not overdo ourselves as a party. We've so far 100% for party people. And I'm so happy. I thank the Almighty for such smooth process, peaceful, very transparent, free, fair, credible, and I'm happy for the media. You've done so well. I mean, you are a very strategic partners to this particular success. I hope that the counting will go on very well without any chaos, and then the declaration will be made today, and we'll come out stronger, united, and bold to face 2028.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Nana B. I'll release the NPP's Nana B. And I'll go to my Nana Boachi, who is an Ishayaso in the Ashanti region. Nana Boachi, what's happening?
MFR, we are in the Inshayaso constituency, the State Experimental Basic School, and this is where the election took place. This particular constituency is very much important because it is a constituency of one of the coordinators for Kennedy Ohene Japan, and also one that Dr. Mamudu Bawumia really had some numbers from in the 2023 primaries. But these are the results. We are here to hear from the EC officials, but these are the results that we have provisional. 321 for Kennedy Ohene Japan, 321. Brian Echampon with 91 votes. Dr. Mamudu Bawumia with 379 votes. Dr. Oseya Weduchum with 4 votes, and then Kwabena Japan with 0. This is 795 votes out of 889 voters in the voter album, which tells you that Dr. Mamudu Bawumia has won the Inshayaso constituency. Surprisingly, for me, because I know that this constituency is the constituency of Dr. Stephen Amwa, who plays a crucial role in the campaign of Kennedy Ohene Japan. But then the results turned out to be in favor of Dr. Mamudu Bawumia. And then already some of the supporters have been jubilating, and they've had to calm down because the EC officials are going to are going to declare the results, which we have to get for you. And the pink sheet is being arranged, and agents are all here ready to sign. But this is the results that we have from the Inshayaso constituency. MFM, from the Bantama constituency, the provisional results we have: Kennedy Japan has 293. Kennedy Japan 293 from Bantama, and then Brian Echampo with 47 votes. Bawumia had 454, and then Dr. Educhum with 2, and also Kwabena Japan with 0. Now the EC officials at Inshayaso are going to declare the results, so we have to listen to them. But then the provisional results we've provided shows that Dr. Mamudu Bawumia has won the Inshayaso constituency with 379 votes. Now let's listen.
I think at this juncture we have brought everything to an end at Inshayaso polling station, State Experimental Basic School. It is over for the presidential primaries 2026 of the National Patriotic Party. New Patriotic Party, sorry, thank you. At the end of the day, there are records. The total number of voters who were supposed to vote at this center were 889. 889. Total vote cast. Those who came physically to cast their votes, 795. 795. At this center, there was no rejected ballot. All the ballots that we voted were counted. So at the end of the day, total valid votes were 795, and as such, total votes in the box is 795. These are the representation by the candidate in no special order, but the order on the pink sheet. Ken Ohene Japan, 321 votes. 321 votes. Brian Echampon, 91 votes. Mahmoud Baumia, 379 votes. Yao Osei Aduchum, 4 votes. Kwabra Ajay Japan, 0. So when you add up, you get 795. That tallies with the total votes cast at this center. So at this center, Mahmoud Baumia took the lead at Inshiaso polling center at State Experimental Basic School. Thank you very much.
And that is the results from the Electoral Commission declaring that Dr. Mamudu Baumia has won the Inshayeso constituency with over 300 votes MFR. And if I am to go over the results again, it is 379 votes for the winner, Dr. Mamudu Baumia. Kennedy Japan coming second with 321 votes. Brian Echampon third with 91 votes. Osei Aduchum with 4 votes. And then Kwabena Japan with 0. These are the results of the Inshayeso constituency, and then you can see that the mood here is calm. The member of parliament was around, but he's not here anymore. That's Dr. Stephen Amwa, and it shows you that in his own constituency, as an individual, has played key role in Kennedy's campaign. His constituency has been lost. Let's see. We see Dr. Stephen Amwa in the crowd. We want to go to him. Dr. Stephen Amwa is in the crowd, and then we would have to speak to Dr. Stephen Amwa, the member of parliament for Inshayeso constituency. We can see him engaging the crowd, the delegates over there. It will be interesting to hear his views that in his constituency, Dr. Mamudu Baumia has won. Dr. Stephen Amwa has been engaging the delegates, and he might be a little bit surprised with the results from here. But you can see him in your shots. That's the MP for Inshayeso constituency, Dr. Stephen Amwa. Let's hear a word from him, the member of parliament for Inshayeso. Honorable, the results are finally here. The results are finally, Honorable. Honorable, if you can speak to us briefly. The results are finally here. In your constituency, Dr. Mamudu Baumia has won with 379 votes, coming against your candidate, Kennedy Japan, with 321 votes. Surprising, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm very surprised.
Really?
Yes.
Why are you surprised?
I thought Kennedy was going to win. By its election. At least the good thing is there is peace, isn't it? There is peace. So that's the most important thing.
379 votes against your candidate, 321. It's not really a huge margin. But what was your expectation from your own constituency?
Thinking Kennedy will win by about 60%. Yes. We are dealing with human beings, so it's okay.
Fair delegates?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. So they are all grown-ups. They also have their minds to analyze what is good for them. You understand what I'm saying? It's a decision they've made. Your decision will determine your future. Or you don't understand what I'm saying? Decision determines the future. So they've made their decision. This election has been free and fair. Yeah, they've chosen what they want. Or you don't understand them?
But would you use this medium to congratulate Dr. Mamudu Baumia for winning your constituency?
Don't you think I have to listen to my flag bearer first?
Okay.
I can't take the sail out of the wind. It's when you understand what I'm saying. So this place, Doctor has won. They've decided. That's all. And I think it's one party.
What is the future looking like in the Inshayeso constituency going forward after this election?
I really don't know.
Are you going to take any firm decision on your candidacy going forward?
I don't know. It's too early to decide. Or you don't understand something. This cannot affect my candidature, but I'm going to sit down and decide what to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that is the member of parliament for the Inshayeso constituency, Dr. Stephen Amwa. It looks like a lot of anger among the delegates. We would want to know what their problems and their issues are, but then it looks a little bit scattered over here. But what we can confirm for you now is that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has won one of the most crucial constituencies in the Ashanti region in Shayesu. In Shayesu because Dr. Stephen Amwa, the Member of Parliament, played a crucial role in the campaign of Kennedy Ohine Japan. And so with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia winning, it comes as a big surprise to him, Dr. Stephen Amwa, and to a lot of delegates who are here. It is their choice that they've made, and he believes that it is fair to respect it. And so MFA, this is what we have here. It's still scattered, but then as and when anything comes up, we'll keep our viewers at post on that.
Nawacha, you're a champion. Thank you so much for bringing us updates from Inshayesu. So 2 places that we have brought you numbers. It looks like Dr. Bawumia is leading. Please stay with us for special coverage as Evans and Winston take over.
NMF, thanks very much. Indeed, it's been a marathon, but we still have a fair bit to go. This is where it matters because now the results begin to come in. Some interesting results. I think Ishayasu is one because you're looking at Stephen Amwa's own constituency and he's been campaigning. You must deliver that constituency. If you speak to all the sitting MPs who are in the camps, they tell you that the mandate was simple. Deliver your constituency to your man. He hasn't managed to do that. And that obviously is telling on his own disappointment. We'll see. But it's been a long day for you. We're going to be seeing how we end. We're going to end very strongly.
And strongly.
And thank you very much. And joining me right now in the studio, Winston again is joining me. Also joining me from the camp of Kennedy Japan is Dr. Marcus Ibeyebwa. We'll be joined pretty shortly from the camp of Dr. Bawumia. By Nana Komia will join us pretty shortly. We'll also be doing some further analysis with Dr. Mensah will join us on Zoom. He's been doing a lot of research. He was the director of research at the Jubilee House one time, and Akufo-Addo will also join us. But fundamentally, we'll be live across the country in some of the centers where voting has ended, counting has also ended, and results are beginning to trickle in. Let me tell you a few of the certified results. For one of the key areas that we're watching very closely for you. And this is the NPP headquarters. If you're just joining us and haven't had that already, and that is a center where Kennedy Japan got 160 votes and Bawumia got 308. So Bawumia wins that and wins that significantly. One of the things we need to quite look at, just analyzing the numbers from the 2023 one to now, who's gained and who's lost in terms of the numbers that both sides have managed to garner from the party headquarters. There are other results that we are waiting for. We have Upper Dintra West constituency provincial results that we are getting there in the central region. Kennedy Japan is 222 votes. Dr. Bawumia, 302 votes. And this is the central region. Central region is important because that is a home region for Kennedy Japan, and many were looking at his performance there, but as we've seen in the Upper Dintra West constituency, Dr. Bawumia wins it 302 as against Kennedy Japan's 222. There are other areas. I want to take you to the northern region now, and this is the constituency that I'll clarify for you pretty shortly. A lot of them coming through. This is the Nanton constituency. Bawumia wins by 365, and Ken has 22 votes in the Nanton constituency. Bawumia wins 356 in the Nanton constituency, and you have Kennedy Japan coming in with 22 votes. If you come to the Gomwa Central constituency, you have Kennedy Japan with 349 votes, Bawumia with 126 votes. That is in the Gomwa Central constituency. There are a few more coming through, and will be, as it happens, to update you. Our live poll tracker is on your screen, so that is going to be inputted in real time. So you see the numbers change there as we get the certified results in. Winston is also with me. He's also getting some results coming through. But let me first go to Dr. Makese Beboa, who is joining us from the camp of Kennedy Japan. Great to have you. Long time no see. A good friend of ours. You were in Parliament. You know how these races go when the chips are down. You're beginning to count, and your coalition centers are very active. First, give me your impression so far of the results you've seen. I believe you are plugged into the Kennedy's campaign strong room. Well, what picture are you getting from there?
Clearly, Bawumia seems to be in the lead from the results that are trickling in. It appears Dr. Bawumia is doing well, because I have results from the 2023 primaries, and so I've been comparing, and clearly in most of the constituencies where results have come in, Bawumia has done better
than he did in 2023.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And Kennedy? In terms of the comparative.
Yeah, Brian Champon seems to be taking votes from Kennedy.
Okay.
So those who would not want to vote for Bawumia are voting for Brian instead of Kennedy in most cases. Because the Inshaiso one is interesting. If we go to the Inshaiso one, which you reported on, previously in Inshaiso, Bawumia did 436.
Okay.
And Kennedy did 379.
Okay. That was close. That was in 2023.
436 versus 379.
Yeah.
Now Kennedy did 317 or something.
We'll get that put up on the screen for us pretty shortly. But Kennedy appears to have dropped from the 2023 to 2026.
So you have to be putting up Brian Champon's numbers too.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, Winston, we picked up on it just before we came in, that Brian seems to be doing better than we thought he would do, especially if you look at the northern regions and the constituencies there.
We all knew the strategy of the Brian campaign. Make an impact in this election. I mean, you're not going into an election just to poll 2, 3, and at the end of the day get a single digit. If you do that, you haven't really done well.
So let me give you one example. Yeah. The Heman Lower Dentra constituency, for example, Kennedy Japan had 233. Brian has 113. He actually beat Bawumia in that constituency. Because Bawumia has 91. So he comes in second. You know, that's Heman Lower Dentra.
Can you go by the numbers again?
Kennedy Japan has 233. Brian has 113. Bawumia has 91.
Let's just suppose that with what we had previously. In 2023, Kennedy had 181. Bawumia had 237.
Okay. It appears that he may have taken some votes from Bawumia here.
No, but if you look at the Brian vote, Brian is doing 113.
That's significant.
Yeah. Brian is doing 113.
Exactly. So what you would see, I actually think that Brian is taking votes from both sides.
Both sides, yes. But it may be hurting Kennedy more.
Of course, he would hurt Kennedy more because Bawumia is the man to beat. So you're going into an election saying, this man did not do well. Okay. So all those who are against that man would then have to decide amongst 4 people. Would it be Ken? But then what we are seeing is that these people who believe that Bawumia is not the right person are deciding between Ken Ejapong and Dr. Brian Champong.
Wow.
And Brian Champong.
I have another surprise.
Seems to be getting more of those.
But a little bit piece of information here. This is the constituency of Jinsem, Lawrence and Jinsem, who is a key Japan supporter.
Okay.
Lawrence and Jinsem, former Exim.
He supports Kennedy Japan and has been campaigning for him.
Yeah, so Kennedy wins here 233. Previously, Bawumia won that.
Yeah, that constituency. I have another one for you that's interesting, and it backs the trend you're just pointing out. Asawase, Kennedy Japan has 150. Brian has 160. Bawumia wins his hands down with 662. Right, but the fact that again, this is a Sawase constituency. Kennedy has 150.
150.
Brian has 160. 150 to Ken. Brian has 160. Baumia has 662 in the Asawase constituency.
Previously, Baumia had almost 800 there.
Okay.
Yeah, Asawase almost 800 there. Now he's doing 662. Kennedy Hood previously had 225. Now guess what?
150.
And Brian makes 160.
160. That's
Brian is taking from Kennedy.
Taking from
Baumia. So like I told you, he takes from both sides. So picks a bit from Kennedy.
But from your projection right now, he's doing double digits.
Double digits, yes.
Yes, and
this is huge.
It is, but that's what he's always wanted. And I mean, I think for me, that's what we've all known.
Because in these elections, it always comes down to the two front runners. So previously, you see people make 3%, less than 5%. Maybe he's doing double digits here.
I mean, are we already thinking the possibility because of his performance so far? I mean, this is early days yet, but this is just 16 out of 277. So, I mean, let's put that in context. Are we already thinking the possibility of a runoff?
If Kennedy was doing well, if he was pulling, if he was in the
high 30s,
yes,
30%,
38, but he's under 30 so far. You know.
Yeah.
So statistically, I don't see because the two of them, the Kennedy and Brian together are doing 40%.
Yeah.
40%.
Yeah.
So, I don't see this go to second round if this trend continues.
If this trend continues, it is not going to go into a runoff. But it's also dependent on where the votes are coming from. So if it comes from strongholds of any of these, and so maybe in the next 30, 45 minutes, you have a clearer picture of how this.
I'm setting the speed at which we're getting the results. Definitely by 4 p.m. we'll definitely have a clearer picture where this is going on this. So if you're just joining us, that's what you see on your screen there, the live results tracker. We are inputting the data as it comes. We have a team double checking, cross checking from the Electoral Commission headquarters where everything is going for it to be sealed before we put in. So if you see it in our tracker, it means that it's been certified and checked. But of course, the various camps have their own collation centers. And one of the things we'll do for you right now is to touch base with the Baumia strong room. We'll touch base with the Kennedy strong room very shortly. My colleague, Kenneth JC, is with the Baumia camp. He's been there all day and he's in touch with the strong room. He give us a sense of what they themselves are picking. He's already shared their Excel sheet that has been doing the tabulation because they had agents there. So they will have the results in real time, right? And we would also get you to Kennedy's strong room and get you the results. But I want to take you to Dom Kwabenya, where my colleague Michael Papania Shale is standing by, where we can hear the results from that constituency, keenly contested. Well, you're live here on the Joy News channel. This is your lecture headquarters. I know you're also listening to us on the Joy 99.7 FM and our affiliates across the country. We'll fix that audio pretty shortly and bring that to you in the Dom Kwabenya constituency. And a very important constituency indeed, the constituency that the NPP lost for the very first time in the 2024 elections. I want to take you there right now.
102. Rejected ballot, 1. Total votes in the ballot, 883. In polling station B, Atomic Thought, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia had 504. So he has won in Atomic Thought B. Now the results for Atomic Field A. Over here, Ken Oine Japan, 286. Brian Echampong, 117. Mahmoud Baumia, 396. Yao Osei Edutum, 12. Pabna Ejapong, 2. Valid votes, 813. Rejected ballots, 1. Bringing the total ballot cast, 814. So in Atomic Vote A, Mahmoud Bawumia won with 396 votes. So the results for the two polling stations in Dome Kwabenya. Thank you very much.
Poring over the numbers as we get it, and it's turning out to be very interesting because of the force that Brian Champon is beginning to exert on the possible outcome as we see the 17 out of the 277 voting centers. You see him there with a 151,586 votes. That is 15.65%. And if you look at Kennedy's performance, where we stand right now, is 2,755, representing 27.18%. Bawumia is doing twice as much of Ken's currently as we speak at 5,738 votes so far, representing 56.61%. Of course, this is early days yet, and so we're still waiting for a bit more to come in, and then we can give you some perspectives on this. And by the way, because we have with us Dr. Marcus Ebeibo, it's important to understand the expectations coming in here from Ken. And Doc, I know you also was once a very strong member of Parliament. You were a very significant player in the Finance Committee. You come to this politics with a lot of influence and experience. Were you also tasked to deliver your constituency where you used to be the sitting member of Parliament?
No, for starters, I'm no longer an MP.
Yeah.
So there's a sitting member of Parliament.
I'm sure he would have. Campaign.
So I, out of respect for the MP, I didn't go campaigning. Even though I had declared my support for Kennedy, I didn't meet the delegates. I didn't think it was necessary. But I think Kennedy has done better. New Ghanaians from the results I'm getting. What he did in 2023. Yeah, he did better. He did in 2023.
Okay. Maybe down to your influence? Although you didn't campaign there directly, you may have had an impact.
A little bit. Former executives came in, the new structure, and some of them, because I showed my hand, they must have also voted. I went to vote myself. I'm just coming from Covetown, so yeah, I went to vote, and I think the MP campaigned. He went around. I'm not surprised that DMD has won in South. I'm not surprised.
Okay. And where's Ken now? Would he be in Accra? Because I know he went to vote in his constituency.
Yeah, so I'm sure maybe he's coming back to town or something. I haven't checked. I just got in from Aphrodite myself. So I don't know, but I know that people at the headquarters. Headquarters are sharing. So
okay. Yeah. Winston, again, this is the time when we are beginning to appreciate and learn a bit more about the results coming through. Has anything surprised you so far?
Well, I mean, I think it should be the performance of Brian Champon. Even though I had known all this while that Brian was in it to make an impact and not necessarily win, I'm sure that many people will be surprised at the turnout. The fact that here he is, polling double digits, currently around 15% of the votes. And this is just out of 17. What that means that it could actually increase. If he gets about 20%, then he'd actually be the victor in this election. If Brian Champon is able to poll, say, 20% of the votes, then you can say he's really the one who's won this, because then he's outperformed the expectations that people had of him. Kennedy Japan, in some constituencies, is doing better, but this is not the kind of performance you expected from him. Again, I had said that Dr. Bawumia was the man to beat, and if he lost this election, it meant he had a problem, because he polled 118,000 in the last election, 118,000 thereabout in the last election, when the delegates were around 200,000. You now have 211,000. All he had to do was to maintain his number of delegates, and he's a winner. And so he didn't have a lot of problems, also because you're looking at, same number of people I mean, same delegates voting. This is not the case where the party has gone for the polling station elections and you see there's a likelihood of, say, a 20% or 30% change. Same delegates who voted in 2023 are the ones voting. So this is more of, Baumia's election than anybody else.
I want to take you to Dom Kwabenya now, have the actual results that we brought you live earlier. So in Dom Kwabenya, the polling state is a huge constituency, so they divide into two. A and B combined is what I'm going to give you. Kennedy has 530 in the Dom Kwabenya polling station there. That's the two of them combined. 530. Brian has 240. Bawumia comes in with 900 in the Dom Kwabenya constituency. So that tells you a story. I don't know if you're comparing Dom Kwabenya. I don't have that. But you have Ken, just to repeat that, in Dom Kwabenya, Kennedy Japan comes in 530, and Brian comes in with 240. Bawumia 900 in Dom Kwabenya voting station A and B combined. I want to take you to the constituency live right now, where my colleague Papania Shali is standing by with Michael Quigg Jr., who was the NPP's candidate there in the 2024 elections by loss. Hello, Michael. We'll get Michael in pretty shortly as he gets the perspective of the Michael Quigg Jr. there. Remember that he had campaigned very aggressively for Bawumia, so it'll be interesting to get his perspective on Bawumia's performance now. I want to take you there right now, where Michael is speaking to Michael Quigg Jr.
Expecting 1,815 of them to exercise their franchise today to decide, or help the NPP decide who will lead them into the 2028 polls. And Evans, I must say that in 2023, when they last had this, Bawumia at the time managed to get 1,061 votes of the 1,840 individuals that came through that day. And Kennedy Ohini Ejapon 2 years ago in 2023 got 549. Well, the stands as it stands now are not so different from what we had in 2023, but the numbers definitely tell us a different story. So today, just the numbers that we have gotten from the Electoral Commission, they had two separate polling stations. After putting the two of them together, Kennedy Ejapon came through with 530 votes. Brian also got 240 votes, and then Bawumia also got 900 votes. Educhu 22, and then Kennedy Kwabena Ejapon got 3, rejected 2. But some more people have been reacting to this, and we have with us Michael Quigg Jr. himself here, who was the parliamentary candidate for the NPP in the 2024 general elections, and he joins me. He's not told us what exactly this means to him, but that's exactly what we're asking. Mike, is this something that makes you happy as somebody from this constituency, first of all?
Yeah, first of all, we want to give thanks to God that the NPP primaries have gone very smoothly. Secondly, we want to congratulate Dr. Bawumia. You know, last time in this constituency, he did not win. And if you remember, at that time, my father was the EC chairman, and I am somebody who respects the rules. If my father is supposed to be the neutral arbiter, I will not campaign. So I sat back and let things happen the way they should happen according to the rules. But this time, he's not the EC head for the to do what we have to do. But of course, I mean, many people did what they have to do. They did the work. They went round to people. There was no anger. There was no fight. Convincing people about what Dr. Bawumia stands for. Why he should be the person that we should vote for. The people have bought the message. And as you can see, he didn't just win. He won by 900 votes. I mean, that is a big win in Dome Kwabenya. Of course, I did. I mean, we all, for Dr. Bawumia, my chairman was for Ken, my first vice was for Ken, Brian, but we are all one. It doesn't have anything to do with.
Okay, apologies sir, for that poor audio connection to Papani as he interacts with Michael Quay Jr. Very shortly, in the next hour, we'll be speaking to Professor Michael Quay himself. I know he had led the post-election inquiry across the country and put together the report that formed the basis for the significant changes the party did to their constitution. This particular process is the first major step towards rebuilding to capture power as far as the NPP is concerned. He will give us his own perspective on today and the path forward. Very shortly, he will join us very live from his home. But I want to take you to the headquarters of the Bawumia team, where they've been collating the results to get a sense of what they themselves are making of the initial results coming through. My colleague Kenneth JC is there for us and is joining me right now. And Kenneth, what picture are you getting from the camp of Bawumia and from their collation center?
Collation is still ongoing, but we're getting some results from the collation center. So far, we have about 176, which points to a possible Bawumia victory. And here at the campaign office, it's a bit of optimism. People are optimistic that the former vice president has won, considering the results that have started trickling in. The man himself is in this building, and just about an hour or two ago, he went to the party's national headquarters to cast his vote and is returned to this office. And this is where all the action is going to take place. You see a lot of people entering the building bit by bit. A lot of the executives have entered the building, speaking to the former vice president. And we're getting the sense, as I mentioned earlier, that with the way the results are going, if nothing changes, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will be declared winner again to lead the new Petroleum Party into the 2028 elections. But of course, let's speak to a few of the individuals who have gathered here. You're live on Joy News. We see that people are in jubilant mode. Do you see victory coming in the direction of the former vice president?
Definitely. We have heard some of the results, and it's very obvious that Dr. Bawumia is going to be elected as the flag bearer of the NPP again.
Of course, we're getting results from the coalition center, and at Joining is also we are also collating our results. The results puts Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia above 50%. Are you expecting more than that percentage, or you think 57, 58% is okay?
Sure. We don't forget, we also have our coalition center as well. So we are expecting something in the region of 57, 60. Nothing less than that.
Are you surprised by the performance of the other candidates?
Well, it looks as if, I'm not sure, but it looks as if Brian might be able to overtake Ken, which will be a bit surprising to me.
Thank you very much. So, Evans, that's what's going to happen here. And of course, if Dr. Bawumia is declared the winner, there is obviously going to be a party here. People have gathered here in their numbers, ready to hear the final results, which will be announced very soon. Polls, we understand, have closed in a number of constituencies. And with the ones that have not closed is the ones that people are still in queue voting. So here at the campaign office of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the people are very optimistic looking at the results that are coming in so far. They believe that the former vice president will lead the party again into the 2028 elections. And the man himself is locked up in the building. He will be coming out any moment from now. And if he does, we'll surely bring our viewers up to speed.
Understanding he would have to be moving to the party headquarters for the official declaration there. Where he is and the party headquarters is just a stone's throw. We would keep you updated, and Kenneth will stay with us. He's actually going to be traveling with him when he moves to the party headquarters. You don't want to miss that. You want to stay with us here on the election headquarters. I want to take you back to the Dom Kwabenya constituency, where my colleague Papani Ashali was earlier interviewing the NPP 2024 parliamentary candidate shortly after the results were declared there. We had a poor audio connection to him. I believe that has been fixed now. We would go back there when we have him pretty shortly. But I want to bring you some additional results that we are getting across the country. And by the way, some of these results are fascinating indeed, and it keeps coming up. This trend of Brian's strong performance, taking votes from both sides, really, is all across the country. We're seeing this play out, and I want to bring you a few. I want to take you to the Busumche constituency, obviously because of Educhum's constituency. And in polling station A, that is the Busumche constituency, Kennedy has 65. Brian has 44. Bawumia has 129. And Educhum has 258. That is the polling station A in the Busumche constituency. You go to the polling station B, Kennedy has 78. Brian has 52. Bawumia has 101. Educhum has 244. So Educhum, as we expect, will win this constituency because that's his constituency, and he's won it. But still, if you put the combined total of Kennedy and Brian and Bawumia, that significant votes that, of course, he's been deprived of. But again, you see Brian very close, very, very close to Kennedy still. Just a few tenths when it comes to the votes there. Now, so that the total, if you combine A and B polling stations, Educhum has 502, Bawumia has 230, Brian had 96, and Kennedy has 143. That's the total in the Busumche constituency, and that's the constituency of Dr. Yaosei Educhum there. And I want to bring you very shortly. We're going to be speaking to Joe Sowusu. Joe Sowusu will be joining us very shortly. He had, supervised this entire process. I'll take you to the party headquarters for that interview. But I want to take you to Fatal Bayaga, and he is in the camp. He's our embed with Kennedy Ejipon, and he's going to join us live right now with an update from the camp there. And the thing about elections, Winston, when the camp that had ultimately lost elections, they know very early. You get the body language, you get the signals if you're close to them, and that gives us a sense. So I want to take you there now. Fatal, what can you report? What's the mood in the camp of Kennedy now that we have a significant number of constituencies declaring their results and being satisfied by the Electoral Commission? Hello, Fatal. Okay, well, we'll get Fatal on pretty shortly as we establish a proper connection to him. Another constituency we're watching today is Boku, obviously because of the security situation there. There's a place we're told by the police that they will have to be deploying military men today, and so the concern was that delegates will be afraid to turn out in their numbers to vote. As it turned out, many braved the odds and went out to cast a ballot. Kennedy in Boku Central constituency came in with 142. Brian had 87. Bawumia has 443. A total votes there, Kwabena Japan has 3, and Educhum has 4. Total is 6, 7, 8. And so there too, Bawumia wins significantly. So Bawumia is winning significantly in many of the areas we've been. If we go to a King's Radio constituency, for example, Kennedy has 45. Brian has 66. So that's another area where Brian beats Kennedy. Bawumia comes in with 177. I want to go to Emmanuel Bright Kweku, who is in Mensha South for us in the Ashanti region. Emmanuel, what can you report from there? What has been the outcome this evening?
All right, so Evans, in fact, the situation here in Mensha South constituency, we've had quite a number of candidates cast their ballots. In fact, they're actually done with the voting process, entire voting, counting and everything has been concluded. In fact, before I came on screens right now. And we have some of the supporters, especially of the Baumia camp, jubilating wildly. In fact, they tell me that from the votes so far that they've gathered across the country, they know that their candidate is in the lead. But I want you to have a view of how they voted here at the Mesia South constituency. So the first candidate on the ballot, I'm talking about Ohini Ejapon, that Kennedy Ejapon, he gathered some 65 votes from the Mesia South constituency. We also had Brian Champo, who is second on the ballot, gathering some 51 votes as well. And we're having a third candidate, that's Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, gathering 453 votes from here at the Mesia South constituency. But unfortunately, nobody voted for Dr. Yao Osei Bichum here at the Mesia South constituency. And so Dr. Bichum had 0 here at the constituency. And finally, Engineer Pabna Ejapon gathered some 3 votes from the Mesia South constituency. We were expecting some 649 delegates voting here, and that includes the regional executives. We are talking about Chairman Wuntimi and some former executives of the NPP here in the Ashanti region, and also some forefathers of the New Patriotic Party here in the region. So we had quite a number of them voting here, but the voter turnout for the constituency, we had some 572 delegates voting here at the Mesia South constituency. But for them, all of them, they are really excited. It's a lot of excitement for them because their candidates have won the polling votes here at the Mesia South constituency. So when you come in fact, most of them have actually left the scene. Is just a few of the people who are around. Most of them have left. They are moving on to the regional coalition center to see really what will happen if there will be any result from the Ashanti region. But for them, it has been a quite peaceful one. In fact, in the morning, we had some of them really worried about how the member of parliament for the area was engaging with some of the candidates.
Yeah, and there's obviously a lot there, but there's also a lot happening elsewhere. And thank you very much. I want to take you to Adenta constituency right now, where my colleague James Abedi is standing by. The results have been declared there.
Total valid votes 716. Total rejected ballots 0. Total votes in ballot box 716. These are the results for Center A. To go over again, and Ohini Ejapon 255 votes. Brian Echampong 60 votes. Mahmoud Baumia 398. Yao Osei Educhum 3 votes. Kwabna Eje Ajepong 0. Total valid votes 716. Total rejected ballots 0. Total votes in ballot box 716. Thank you. We'll listen for Center B.
Good afternoon to you all. These are the results of polling Center B. Ken Ehini Ojapon had 256 votes. Brian, candidate number 2, Brian Echampong, had 44 votes. Candidate number 3, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, had 380 votes. 380. Candidate number 4, Yao Osei Edichum, had 6 votes. 6. Candidate number 5, Kwabna Eje Ejapon, had 0. Total valid votes is 686. Total rejected ballots 3. Total votes in ballot box 689. Thank you.
And so, Evans, there you have it, the result from the two polling stations in the Adentan constituency. For those who might have just missed it, this is what transpired. At polling station A, they had a total valid vote of 710. Out of that, Kennedy Ejapong had 255, Brian Echampo had 60, Dr. Baumia had 398, Dr. Educhum had 3 votes, and Engineer Kwabena Ejapong had 0 votes out of that. And so 0 rejected ballot papers. And so Adenta polling station A has Dr. Baumia leading with 398, followed by Kwabena Ejapong. If you go to the polling station B, as we have just been told, Dr. Baumia led with 380 votes. Kennedy Ejapong followed with 256 votes, and Dr. Brian Echampo followed with 44 votes. Dr. Yao Educhum had 6 votes. Engineer Ejapong again had 0 votes, totaling 686 valid votes cast here at the polling station B. If you put all those together, you would have a total valid vote of about 1,396 that has been casted here. You see there the supporters of Dr. Mahmoud Baumia in some jubilation mode here at the Adenta Light Academy polling station, where it is clear that Dr. Mahmoud Baumia has garnered a total of 778 votes so far from the total vote casted here, valid vote counted here at the Adenta polling station. Evans.
We're in Adenta constituency, and we're going to be seeing a few of that across the country. If you pay attention to those who support either of the candidates, either you're jubilating or you are in a pretty somber mood because you're beginning to reflect on what could have been. I want to take you to the camp now of Kennedy Ejapong, where my colleague Fatao Bayaga, I believe, is standing by. We'll get him on pretty shortly because we need to get the perspective there in the camp of the Kennedy Ejapong. And Fatao, what can you tell us? We were at the headquarters of Dr. Baumia, and we saw jubilation there, people running across and waving the handkerchief. They were confident that they had won this because of the early tabulation that they've done. What are the early signals?
Evans, in fact, when it knocked to supporters of Kennedy Ejapong began to jubilate here, they said they had picked up information that he was winning across the country. But at the moment, the mood is calm, quite calm, because some of them say that what they have picked up at the moment, it looks like it's not favoring their aspirant at this particular moment. Even though a lot of people are trooping into the party office here or his campaign office here at Shiashi, the mood among many of those arriving here is quite very calm and all of that. Not just a few minutes ago, the aspirant himself, Kennedy Ejapong, came here with a host of other people, and he was, in fact, at that time, the polls were about to end, but many of them that I spoke with, they say that they were optimistic that Kennedy Ejapong would win this particular election. But at the moment, Evans, it's quite a very calm atmosphere here. But let me speak with some of the people here who are pitching calm at Kennedy Ejapong's campaign office. Thank you very much. You're live on Joy News. Initially, you were jubilating, saying that you were going to win this election, but you seem to be calm now. What's the challenge?
Well, we are still jubilating. We are still in a jubilation mode. And I would like to correct what you said, that we were winning and now we are not winning. No.
You are still winning?
We are still setting off a win. Okay. Coming into this election, right from the beginning of our campaign, we have been optimistic of a win. And we are still very much optimistic. In fact, optimism is the word for the hopeful. We are certain of a win. Yeah.
But I spoke with a lot of people here, and basically they're saying that the results that are trickling in, it looks like Bawumia is in the lead and all of that, and that's why the atmosphere here is quite calm. Because if you look at the camp of Bawumia, they are already jubilating based on the coalition that they've done so far. But in your camp, it appears to be different.
All right. So for what we have seen so far, we have seen a little about 26 constituencies collated so far. And we can't base our judgment or base our emotions on 26 constituencies out of 276 constituencies, all right? So we are certain of a win, and we are hoping that at the end of the day, Honorable Kennedy Akompre Japan is going to come out, is going to come on top as the flag bearer elect of the New Patriotic Party.
One critical person who has been championing your campaign has to do with the NCISO Member of Parliament. In fact, you lost in that particular constituency. Are you not concerned about that? And even apart from that, the national headquarters, you lost there as well.
Okay, so Honorable Sticker, Honorable Stephen Amwa, he did a very good campaign. He did a very good job for Honorable Kennedy. And of course, he isn't the one going to vote. If it were to be him, I'm sure everyone will vote for his preferred candidate. But it's not up to him. And the candidates have made their voice heard in his constituency. So you may say he lost, but he still did a solid job for Honorable Kennedy. And for the headquarters, I'm sure they all have their voices too, and they're making their voices heard. But at the end of the day, we are waiting for the final results, which will be collated.
Evans, let me speak with a lot more people here. You have been monitoring the election. In fact, I saw you jubilating when Kennedy Agyapong arrived here. You said that you were going to win this election. It looks like your mood has changed, isn't it?
My mood has not changed. And first of all, I'm your baby, and I'm part of the Lebanon girls Kennedy Akompre brought to Ghana. And I was very close to the ambassador, and I knew everything that went on there, and I knew what he did for us. For us to be able to be in Ghana, and for me to be able to stand here today, I will say I was very glad, and then I was very happy. He stood up, he came out, and then stand again, and we are winning.
You're winning?
Yes, we are winning. The victory is ours. And at the end of the day, at the end of today, Kennedy Akompre Japan will come out, and then we will.
But have you seen the results so far? Have you seen the results that have been collated so far from across the country?
Yes, I've seen the results.
Does it look good for you?
It's okay. It's okay, and I have the belief, I have the faith that we will, at the end of today, everything will come out successfully. Yes.
So Evans, there's still optimism among some of the supporters here of Kennedy Agyapong, but he is inside this building at the moment. He, together with his spokespersons, all of them are inside this building monitoring the situation nationwide. But the mood here before now, in fact, before the polls closed across the country, was quite high. But it looks now it's quite down at the moment, even though they tell me they are still optimistic of winning this particular election.
Optimism is a word for the hopeful. We are not optimistic. We are certain that at the end of the day, when all results, 276 constituencies are collated, we are certain, not optimistic.
You told me earlier that there was going to be a coalition center here, an internal coalition center here. Based on what you have in that coalition center, is it clear that Kennedy Agyapong is winning?
Out of 26 constituencies, we are still certain. The word is certainty. We are certain.
Evan, so that's the situation. In fact, they say that they are certain that Kennedy Agyapong is still going to win the election. But Evans, later we are sure that he would be addressing the media, so we would keep eyes on this particular, development. All of them here at Kennedy Agyapong's campaign camp.
Very much, Bayaga there from the camp. Anything you want to say about that? This is the man you support. The view from those on the ground is they're still certain.
One person's view, and so I'm a data person. Okay, and clearly from the numbers trickling in, it doesn't look good for Kennedy Agyapong. He's doing well, 26%. You consider that he did 37% the last time around. I don't think he's doing well.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the view there from Dr. Makasibe Eboa, one of the stalwarts who had pitched his camp with Kennedy Agyapong. I want to take you to Kwabena Agyapong's camp now. Our ember there is Collins, and Collins is joining us. And Collins, has Kwabena Agyapong conceded defeat yet?
No, he hasn't. But he has left the campaign office about an hour ago. Before the polls ended, he left through his home in the East Legon. And what I have been told is that he'll be returning to his campaign office along the Ring Road, and he'll be addressing the media there. Here, and that's where I am at the moment. And behind me, you can see his banner, his name, and everything there. So this place is set for him to address the media. But when you come to this campaign office, compared to how things were earlier in the morning, and the mood and everything, here is silence. Pure silence.
Yeah, I mean, and that is expected, is it not? Because from the results we are getting so far, he's getting 0 in a lot of the areas. I mean, from 32 constituencies, as we currently have it on our screens, he has now 35, and this is updated very regularly. 35 constituencies. He has 43 votes. That's he has 43 votes. That's quite shocking.
Yeah, and that's less than 0.2%. And they were hoping that contesting for the third time, he's doing it for the third time, he's going to do massive numbers. Even if he's not going to win, he's going to garner more numbers in there. But looks like that's not what is happening. Even if you check the results from the party headquarters where he voted, didn't really go into his favor. They are hoping that by the end of the day, but some of them individually, some of the individuals working within the campaign office seems to have made their own choices already based on the results that is coming. And I know they wouldn't want me to let the world know who they think may have won this particular election, but we all know where the results is pointing us to. So that's what is happening. He is expected to move to the campaign office in few minutes or hours time, so that he will stick. Maybe he's going to throw his support behind the one he's going to win. But earlier when he voted, he has been talking about how the whole election process has been peaceful, and also he talks about prior to the elections, some of his colleagues, even on the floor, aside him, have been saying things on printable words against each other, that he thinks that for the unity of the party, for the sake of peace, and also to win 2028 power, some of them need to apologize to each other so that peace will prevail, and also the party will unite going to the 2028 election. And
you say he is scheduled to address the press from his campaign office? Are we expecting that to be a concession speech?
I can confirm that.
Okay.
I can confirm that. I tried to engage the director of elections, and he told me that I should hold on. They are now trying to get their results in. But here at the campaign office, no coalition is happening. They are relying on what is happening at the EC office. But here it's silent, pure silence.
Okay. Thank you very much, Collins. And that's from the headquarters, the campaign headquarters of Kwabena Ejapon, who currently, out of 35 constituencies, insofar as we've been collating this, he has 43 votes, not 43%, 43 votes from 35 constituencies, and he's scheduled shortly to address the press. I want to take you to the camp of Brian Champon. Dr. Brian Champon is surprising all of us here as we've been analyzing, and you've heard Dr. Makisibe about the man. He's an economist, he's a man of science, and so he's looking at the numbers and convinced that it's not going to end well for him, the man he supported, just simply looking at the facts. But the man who appears to be doing a lot of damage to Kennedy Ejapon, he's doing some damage to Bawumia too, but he's doing more damage to Kennedy Ejapon, is Dr. Brian Champon. And I want to take you to his campaign headquarters now, where my colleague Gemma Pia is standing by and has been with him all day. Gemma, what's the vibe from the camp? Gemma, please unmute for me on your Zoom. Okay, whilst we get Gemma to unmute so we can hear her speak to us. Gemma, can you hear me, Gemma?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
So Evans, I'm at the campaign office here at Laboni, Brian's campaign office. After he finished voting in Abetifi, he came right here and has been indoors monitoring the situation. I have been eavesdropping on the conversations around the people here, and they, even though it does not seem that he's going to win per the results coming in, they're quite impressed about his performance, considering the fact that he's a first timer. This is the first time he's contesting to lead the NPP in an election, and he's pulling such results. They particularly talk about the one constituency where he even beat one of the leading contenders, Kennedy Japan. So they are quite impressed about how he's showing his performance so far per the numbers coming in. And they are also having conversations about who may likely win the elections, but they are very much impressed about his performance as a first-time Evans.
Okay, and for them, what may be accounting for this? We know he expended a lot of energy traveling across the country, courting the delegates, speaking to them, and he very well resourced, we know. Are they putting this down to any particular strategy of theirs?
Down to hard work, that they have done the work. He has visited the constituency, spoken to the delegates, made his message across or made his message known to the delegates. And so they believe that they have done the work. And obviously the delegates have voted and now the results are trickling in, but they still believe that he hasn't done bad at all per the results coming in. It's the fact that he was able to beat one of the leading contenders in one of the constituencies, one constituency, he's done well. They're also looking at the results from the Eastern region, considering that the Eastern region is his home region, and the Abetifi results looks very good in his favor. But the conversation about the Eastern region being a cosmopolitan region, and so he may not do so well or sweep it totally, but they are they're very excited about the numbers also coming in from the Volta region. Everything is not put together yet, but they are impressed so far.
Okay, and Gemma, stay with us because we're looking for, we would love to hear directly from any of his campaign aides the next time we come to you, or himself. Is he there, by the way?
He is in the room, one of the rooms in the campaign office, monitoring the situation. We're expecting him to come out pretty shortly and even join his colleagues at the party headquarters.
We'll be bringing you that pretty shortly when he moves, but also getting the direct comments from those close to him at the campaign headquarters. Gemma, thank you very much. We'll return to you pretty shortly. I want to take you to the camp of Dr. Yause Duchum, voted in Bosumtwe. I believe he's flown back to Accra. Michelle, is he back in Accra?
So Evans, Yause Duchum is yet to return to Accra, as I'm told by the spokesperson for his team. But the mood here is still calm, just as it was in the morning. Eyes are still glued to the screens, looking at the numbers that are coming in, and you've seen a lot of single digits also. But we have the spokesperson for Dr. Yause Duchum's team, is Opoku Mensah, Yao Opoku Mensah. He's standing right here with me. Let me kind and engage him currently, so we know what exactly how exactly they are taking this particular numbers we are seeing from them. Hello, live on Jordan, please.
Yeah, okay.
So how are you taking the numbers, seeing the digits we are seeing now?
Oh, we are still keeping hope alive until the final declaration is made. I think lovers of democracy should have to appreciate that it ends when the final declaration is made. That is where the test of maturity comes in. And therefore, in our canvas, you can see it, we are keeping hope alive until the final declaration is made. Yeah.
But is the numbers not discouraging you?
Oh no, this is a process that we sign up to. And definitely one will have to emerge victorious. And the others will have to also be part of this whole process. And I think we don't have to jump the gun. The Electoral Commission has a duty to the end. And the process is what we sign up to. And we believe that the final declaration, as it happens on the Electoral Commissioner's end, will tell the official position of every candidate. So as I think we're keeping hope alive.
But seeing the numbers we had from Bosomchi, his constituency, were you impressed?
I expected more. I think the numbers, I would have wished that the numbers also reflected in other constituencies as well. But this is what we are receiving. We are monitoring the numbers. I'm grateful to the good people of Bosomchi for their massive support and endorsement for their erudite member of parliament who has served the constituency very well per the history of the constituency. And still, numbers are coming, and we want to see the end. What comes up top, that will be able to make a fair assessment and do a proper judgment to the process.
The delegates have been waiting for Dr. Duchum to reach. Do you have any idea of exactly going to get here?
Dr. Duchum, the candidate of Ghana, all the 275 constituencies have faith in him. Therefore, he's not just a but you know that his home, that's casted vote, and they monitoring their strategies whilst those in Accra stood say 4 hours east away. I'm expecting he joins me in the office. The team may receive it. He is our hero, and he has open steps, greater hearts, and this is a testament what the was capable of, and therefore that's we're still keeping hope until we can. The office space still remains calm as you see in the morning. Sure.
So Evans, there you heard from the spokesperson for Dr. Yao-Se Duchum team. He's given hopes alive as you mentioned, and we've waited for since. We'd love to see why it was there. Bakari and we get warning what's happening around Evans.
Okay, Michelle, thank you very much. And I want to quickly go to Okankwi Central. I'll come to the studio pretty shortly to analyze and get some perspectives on the results that we're getting so far. One of the areas I'll isolate is the Eastern region, because I have a few results from there, and Dr. Makasebeba will help us make sense of that, because that is his home region too. You understand the dynamics there. I'll be sharing a few. I have like a bunch of results from the Eastern region. Why is that important? Remember that the Brian Champon is from the Eastern region, and he's counting that region will show up for him significantly. You see it on your screens there. He's doing very well. In third place, he's a third force as far as this race is concerned. Currently, if you're joining us on radio on Joy 99.7 FM, let me just quickly recap for you what we have on our screens right now in terms of the state of play. So in the state of play right now, we're 39 out of the 277 constituencies that we have certified and can tell you the results. We can tell you that Bawumia has 17,459 votes, representing 55.39%. You have Kennedy Japan with 9,415 votes, representing 28.99%. And you have Brian Champon, Dr. Brian Champon with 4,623 votes, representing 14.60%. And then you have the other two. We have Kwabena Japan, who just had 62 votes, and Duchum, who has 196 votes. And we're waiting to hear from Kwabena Japan pretty shortly from his headquarters, where we understand he's going to be addressing the press shortly. Okankwi Central is where I take you next, where Stephen is standing by. Stephen, what are the results from Okankwi Central?
I'm currently at Okankwi North instead.
Okankwi
North, I want to pick up from where you just ended as to what the votes will turn out from the Eastern region, because here at Okankwi North, the delegates have chosen Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as their chosen flag bearer for the 2028 elections. And from the camp of Kennedy Japan and Brian Champon, they've already conceded defeat. And they tell us that they want the win to translate from the other constituencies, reason being they lost over here. I want to take you through the votes from the elections today. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 436 votes. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 436 votes. Dr. Brian Champon had 62 votes. Kennedy Ohine Japan had 299 votes. Engineer Kwabena Ejapon had 0 votes. And also, Dr. Yao Osei Educhum had 10 votes. And interestingly, since 1992, the Okaikwe North has been a strong vote for the NPP, except for 2024, where it had to translate to the NDC. And from what I gathered from the delegates also, it indicates that they say they want Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to be given a second chance to redeem himself. And that's been what most of his agents have been telling me, is right from the start of the elections up to the end, from the counting all throughout. And most of the delegates, before the counting was done, had started jubilating for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. That was right after Dr. Brian Champon votes were counted and announced. Dr. Yaosei Duchum's votes were announced, and Kennedy Ohine Japon's votes were announced.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Stephen, with the results from Okaikwe Central, Okaikwe South, I believe it says he was, rather, with 436 votes for Bawumia, 62 for Brian, Ken with 299, and then you have 0 for Kwabena Japan and 10 for Duchum. And I want to take you to Eastern Region because I have a few of the votes here, so I can bring in Dr. Makasibe. Doc, you were talking about Eastern Region. I have a few from there. In Swama Doejire is the constituency for the current minority chief whip. I believe that's Arnold Dompre. And there, Kennedy has 147. Brian had 89. Bawumia has 707. Elichum has 2. Kwabena has 1. So that's a very strong performance for Bawumia there. 707. Kennedy has 147 and Brian has 89. I don't know if you know how they performed in the last.
So previously, Kennedy had 217.
Okay.
217, and then Bawumia had 740.
Okay. So Brian has taken from both. So it currently has 707.
And Kennedy had 217.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's taken from both. He's taken a bit from all sides there. So that's for Nsama Doejire. You go to Abuakwa South constituency. Abuakwa South constituency now. Kennedy Ejapon has 35. Brian has 76. So Brian beats Kennedy there. Bawumia has 457. 457 in Abuakwa South. So Brian has 76. Kennedy Ejapon has 35. Bawumia has 457. Both Educhum and Kwabena Japan, they have 0 each. What was the previous?
So this is President Akufo-Addo's constituency, where Atachian is.
And Atachian is a very strong supporter of.
So previously, Bawumia had 503.
Okay.
It goes down to 457.
Yeah.
Previously, Kennedy had 84.
Okay.
Now he gets 35.
Okay.
So again,
and Brian has
he gets 76.
Drawing from both sides. Drawing from both sides. So that trend is continuing. You go to Suhum. Kennedy has 37. Brian has 117. Bawumia has 438. So Bawumia has 438. Brian has 119. Kennedy has 37.
Brian used to contest elections in Suhum.
Okay.
Suhum is original base.
Okay.
He did 3 primaries in Suhum.
Okay.
2004, 2008, 2012, before he switched to Abetifi. Yeah. And so it's not surprising he comes second in Suhum.
With 119.
But Suhum is the constituency of Bawumia's campaign manager, Opariansa.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so strong showing by Bawumia. It's not surprising. The MP, Protozua, is also a strong Bawumia person. So Kennedy has done poorly in Suhum. Previously had 201.
That's significantly previously in 2020.
37.
Yeah.
But there were about 238 people who were disqualified from the polling station album.
Do we know why?
Because there was an independent candidate in Obuafo.
Yes.
In 2024. He was an NPP MP and he ran as an independent candidate. So those who supported him from the polling station album were dead. And so so about 230 or so people didn't vote.
But you see, Evans, one thing that is worth mentioning is the fact that what the Brian Acheampong team did was to identify people who could, help with the campaign. And as most politicians would do, I know certain people who were strong supporters of, say, Kennedy Acheampong in the Volta region, who became key followers of Brian Acheampong. He looked out for them, recruited them, and actually gave them a job of helping him win the elections in their part of the country. Okay, so I'm not surprised at the turn of events, because you would expect that in getting into this race, if you're Brian Acheampong, you know that you cannot move from zero and just become the flag bearer. You know you want to make a strong showing, and if your party doesn't win the next election, then you can come out and convince people and say, you know what, guys, this is me. I have age on my side. I've been with you all this while. Okay, why don't you give me a chance and I'll be able to help you do this? And that's exactly what he's shown.
Yes.
Because he invested his time, he invested his resources into this election, believing that he had to make a showing. And indeed, from all that we have seen, he's made a showing, and he seems to be the one who's really gained in this election.
Yeah, so that's a very interesting one. And then you make the point about this is Brian's home region, so you're expecting that he will get a lot of votes from there, and he seems to be doing exactly that.
Earlier, one of your reporters said Eastern is cosmopolitan. So even though it's Brian's home region, we have about 6 zones. There's the Krobo block, there's the Kriapim block, there is the Kwawu block, there's the Jabin block, then there's even the Achim block. We have 3 different Achims: Achim Buakwa, Achim Kotoku, Achim Busome. So Eastern is not a block for one person. So you have to put that in perspective if you want to analyze his showing in the region.
But you must also admit that what Brian has done is to make Eastern region more about him when it comes to the nation's politics. Because when it comes to the NPP's internal politics, anytime there's something to be done, he's always come out to say, leave the Eastern region for me. Okay, even to the extent that in the build-up to, look, if you go to the Kwawu area, and you know this, if you go to the Kwawu area, for instance, that's Brian's area. If you want to be member of parliament within that area, you must be on good terms with him. Okay, and so in a place like, say, Abetifi, that's where he's member of parliament.
Yeah.
Then you get to Mpraeso, that's his boy.
But my point was that he controls the Kwawu area. He might not necessarily control the Kriapim area, where you have Samia Oku. If you go to Opon Kromes area in Dachim, so even though he's an Eastern boy, he doesn't command support across the region.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah,
I get you. But what he's succeeded in doing is to convince people within the Eastern region and outside the Eastern region that when it comes to the party's politics in the Eastern region, he's the man.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, so very clearly, and we are seeing that now we have 47 constituencies out of 277. I mean, if we are 47, I can bet you that all the candidates, particularly Brian, Kennedy, Acheampong, and Bawumia, their coalition centers will possibly have almost all the centers now in. They will have it because they will set up a very efficient machinery to collect. So they know who was won and who was lost now. And Dr. Makisiweba has been very clear, although he's been campaigning for him, that as far as he's concerned, you've seen the numbers, he believes this is going to be an impossible task for Kent to surmount. I mean, with the numbers you've seen
Absolutely.
so far.
I've been looking at the percentages. So if this was going to be pushed into a runoff, but I don't think so. I think Bawumia's numbers are holding. Yeah. So if even it comes a little bit, he still crosses 50% for me.
It looks like it. It looks like also because of the work that Brian is doing. He's taking from both, but it's clear from the trend that he's taking more from Kennedy than he's taking from Bawumia.
So Kennedy previously got 37%. And so if he's doing 27 right now.
Yeah, that's like 10%. That's a lot.
And then Bawumia had 62 or 61.7.
Yeah.
So he's taking more from Kennedy than from Bawumia.
Yeah, I mean, let's analyze that a bit. Why is that? Why is he taking it? He's damaging both their numbers, but he's doing far more damage to Brian than he's doing to Kennedy.
He's doing far more damage to Kennedy.
He's doing far more damage to Kennedy than he's doing to Bawumia.
Well, so if you are Brian Acheampong, you're going into a campaign, you need to ask yourself a few questions. You ask yourself, first of all, of all the supporters, because you have supporters from delegates from 2023 being the same delegates. Whose delegates can I convince the most? So if you decide that I'm going into this election and my target is not to win, but my target is to make an impact, you ask yourself, whose supporters can I actually get more votes from? If you look at it, you would realize that the people that you can get more votes from would be one, Kennedy Japan. I would explain something, because I know, and in conversations with some of the people, I've told you about, Brian going about to recruit in areas like the Volta region, for instance. The people I knew who were Ken supporters, who are said to be, they want to go and support Brian Acheampong. Their reason was simple. They said, look, when they came to the NPP's delegates conference in July last year, other candidates came out there to meet them. But Ken Acheampong did not come to meet them. Mm-hmm. And so for those of them who were leaders from this region coming here, their colleagues were asking them, where is your man? Where is your man? Where is your man? Now, after that particular meeting, some of these leaders were invited by the Brian Acheampong team and said, you see, come, because people had actually sent information around. They knew what was happening. He invited them, spoke to them about the dynamics in the region, said, I want you to work for me. How much will it take to work for me? So you're working for me as a consultant. And these are not people, so first of all, he recruits you to work as a consultant for him. And if you're working as a consultant, you also have following within the region. His strategy was great. Okay, so if you go around and realize that, look, these people are prepared to shift camp, what would you do? You go to them. And so what you've seen is that in certain areas, there were members of the Kennedy group who were prepared to shift camp because they feel, and politics is about, beyond everything about the alternatives, it is about who gets what. Okay, so people would support you also.
Who gets what, when, and how?
The expectation is that who gets something from you. Yeah. And nobody here knows this. If they're not going to get anything from you, at the end of the day, they'll dump you and go to the next person. It's the reason you actually have certain people waiting for the motivation from all the camps before they go out there to vote.
Yeah.
Okay, so what Brian Acheampong did was to effectively recruit people that he believed could work for them, some as consultants, at the beginning, but eventually had to do the job. If you've been taken as a consultant, and I know somebody who told me, my brother, this man called me and said I should come and do a presentation. He paid me good money.
And another dynamic there that could also possibly account for this is, as we're analyzing, Bawumia comes into this with the evidence of his ultimate performance in the national elections is there for us to see in the 2024 elections. So I expected that he would lose some ground, because you're coming from, we voted for him as the delegates in 2023 to go and win the national elections. Then your performance, we saw the performance. So there'll be people there who definitely will question again, can he do it again for us? So that 4% that he sort of shaved off, the last 5% thereabout, that he shaved off, you can expect that, because ultimately you are voting for it because you wanted to win elections. The last time we did, you delivered a significant defeat. So you expect that to happen. Then you have Kennedy's scenario. Kennedy has a significant baggage coming to do. We all know that. I mean, he had it then when they were in power, but he still managed to do a lot. So for those who are not sure, they don't want to give it to him, but they don't want to give it to Bawumia also. They wanted somebody to give it to. And then Brian pops up in the middle, sort of straddles them and pitches a camp in the middle. They give it to him.
And let me just say this. In Brian, you have a combination of Kennedy's party. Okay, you have a combination of Kennedy's, I'm a party guy, I'm a hard guy, and a bit of, hold on a bit, we can do this, we can do that. Because look, when people actually published the 10 sins.
And I just quickly repeat for those who are listening to us on radio, we now have 60 out of 277. And it appears the more we count, tabulate, and record the constituencies, Ken appears to, the numbers begin to tell us a story, because it's now at 25%.
Good.
60 out of 277. Bawumia, you're right, it's holding steady. It's now at 57.25%. He's holding steady. Brian is climbing. He's climbed just a percentage, or close to 2% now. He's at 15.55%, with 60 out of 277 already done. Yeah.
Yes. So look at it this way. When they presented the 10 sins of Brian Achampong, they said he was Ayawaso West Wogon. And in the Ayawaso West Wogon, and all the things that you think he has done which would go against him, if you're somebody who's looking for a tough man, you can see that in Brian also. Just as you would say, oh, Kennedy has this. You see that in Brian Achampong. Okay. If you're somebody who says, okay, hold on a bit, I want somebody who can really lead my party, someone who is not like we say in Ghana, giddy, 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 giddy. Then Brian comes in and says, look, you people, we're going into an election. It's not just a party election. You need to actually think about the Ghanaian population. In the Ghanaian population, if you don't like Dr. Bawumia, you might as well vote for me. And you heard him preach that all over when he went around. He says, look, Dr. Bawumia and Kennedy Agyapong are fighting, so why don't you vote for me? When I win, I can bring all of them together. And people bought into this kind of campaign. They bought into it, and they also bought into the fact that, look, it was not only Kennedy saying, I have done this, I've done that, I've done that, but Brian Achampong also comes in to say, oh, this is what I have done for the NPP. This is what I did. Okay? So he was able to match the narrative from the Ken Agyapong camp and also to attack Dr. Bawumia in a way that said, this man did not perform. So it got to the point where you'd hear more of Brian Achampong using numbers to say, look, guys, the party's candidate in 2024 did a bad job. I can do better. And these are the figures. You're responding to him. Once you respond to him, you're bringing his campaign into the fore. Once you bring his campaign to the fore, you give him a chance to make his point again, and people get to appreciate what the man is talking about. And so I think that, look, while the Kennedy Agyapong was about the masses' appeal, Brian was able to say, give me this job, and I cut across. If you want the masses' appeal, I'll bring it to you. I'll be able to galvanize the party's base. But if you also want the middle class, I'm right there with them. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a hotelier. I've done business all over. There's evidence to show I have done this. And so I can go out there, meet them, and tell them that I understand their problems, and so they should give me the job. And that's what you're seeing.
And to what extent do you think that Ken's, look at the baggage that he came to this campaign with, I mean, and they use it against him. His previous comments, his previous public posture, which was his biggest disadvantage. And the thing was, how do you check that? To what extent would that have accounted for what we're seeing? And people then, they will not give it to Bawumia necessarily, but they would then give it to somebody else. And we've seen that they're possibly giving it to Brian.
So its results are still trickling in, but my interpretation of the numbers right now is that there's some 40% of MPP delegates who don't like Bawumia. Yeah. If we go to the 2023 primaries, where he also did 61%. So clearly there's some 40% who say we want a different candidate. And that's the 40% being shared between Brian and Kennedy. The other side is that Brian came out as a unifier. Yeah. So I can easily see that, okay, if the 15% is going to Brian, then it can easily come back to Bawumia.
Yeah.
I hope you get the point.
Yeah, I get.
So if I'm Bawumia, I'm happy that the votes that are not coming to me are going to Brian, and I can easily reconcile with Brian. Whereas previously, it was about 37% to Kennedy. But the Kennedy numbers are going down. And if they are going to Brian, it's not terrible for me. If I'm working with Baumia, I'm like, okay, these people don't like me, but they are voting for Brian. Previously, they were voting for Kennedy. But now they are voting for Brian. I can get some. It's a good starting point for me to start the unification process, and then so I think Dr. Baumia is in a good place. 56 from 61 to 56. That's not a terrible result.
But that group of people you talk about, if they don't want to give it to Baumia, why aren't they not giving it to Kennedy? What do you think the reason will be?
So previously they gave it to Kennedy.
Yeah, but why not now?
Because
the Kennedy hasn't changed, right? Because you see the Baumia thing I made earlier. He went into national elections and lost. So that for him, something has happened to him that should cause people to reevaluate. But for Ken, nothing has happened. Same Ken in 2023, same Ken now. He hasn't done anything else. So why are they not still giving it to him? Why is his vote appears to have dropped?
So previously, there was Adainimu and Usrefri Akoto, who didn't look strong. Okay, now there comes a Brian Champon, a stronger candidate. And so I don't like Baumia, but I would rather vote for Brian.
Evans, the other point also is that you cannot be a surprise candidate twice. See, Ken in 2023 was a surprise candidate. Okay, he came in there, beat Alan Chamantin to second in the super delegates, and eventually went there to pull some 37%. At the time, he spoke the language of the grassroots. Now, this was a party that at the time, in 2023, felt that the party's hierarchy was out of touch with the party's base. And Ken came and spoke their language. At that time, they hailed him. Now, the party's gone into a position, okay? You cannot come back and speak that same language again without doing anything. Okay, Evans?
Yeah.
This is the real deal. See, if you come back speaking in the same tone, same voice, same thing, people would ask you, so over the last 3 years, that you've had a chance to do something for us. Well, you say, oh, but I'm not your flag bearer, I'm not in government. But the expectation is that if you still have this ambition, you would touch base with the people. What have you done for us? And I just shared with you what some people said. You don't know what others may have said. And these things spread like wildfire. Yehushe. By the time you realize, oh, Kasankwa. Doc is here. He knows he's been in the fray for a very long time. You know, in politics, if you go every time you talk and you go, if you go every time you talk and you go, the people will say, I mean, because at some point in time, the people after your talk, they expect some help from you. And the leaders of the group would expect certain things from you because the expectation is that they should also go back and tell their people, oh, the person that I brought to you, this is what he's doing. If they cannot go back and say that to the people, then they have a problem. And what you may be seeing now is when you have a Brian Champon coming in, and apart from talking tough also, being able to meet certain needs of the people, a lot of people would jump to him and throw their support behind him. Because at the end of the day, it's who gets what, when, and how. Yeah. So just don't be the man who says, you see, if we're doing a national election and you spoke like that, that's it. Okay, it's good you're actually talking like that for people to believe that you are the person that your party needs. But before you get to the person that your party needs, you must also oil the base. And I remember we had a conversation, Evans, with a former member of parliament who said, you need maize for the chicken. In all of it, and Dr. Makasibe Yeboah is here, he'll tell you, after everything, you need maize for the chicken. Okay, you've done everything. And this is not to say, monocracy is good, but you've done everything. But the reality, and I believe in what Machiavelli said, that he who thinks of how life ought to be is on a path of destruction, but he who thinks of how life is on a path of preservation. Let's talk about the path of preservation. The path of preservation today is that at the end of it, you need maize for the chicken. Where is your maize?
Yeah, I mean, and another thing that we are seeing that Baumia did extremely well in the northern regions, I mean, which is expected. But one of the areas that I also see that is doing extremely well is in the Bono East constituencies. Is completely wiping the floor with the rest of the candidates. I want to go through a few for you. Techiman South constituency, Kennedy Japan had 132. Brian had 154. So in some of these areas, Brian is actually beating Kennedy there. But look at what Bawumia secures. 1,047. That is significant in terms of the margin of victory there. Techiman South constituency. Yaduchum has 8, Kwabena Japan has 1. And you have Kennedy Japan. I just want to repeat that in Techiman South constituency. 132 for Kennedy. Brian had 154. So that's another area where Brian beats Kennedy in a constituency, but Dr. Bawumia is streets ahead with 1,047 there. Techiman North constituency, Kennedy Japan comes in with 146. Brian had 89. Bawumia has 335. That's in Techiman North. Kintampo North constituency, Kennedy has 69 constituency. Brian has 143 in the Kintampo North constituency. Dr. Bawumia has 655. And again, the trend that we've been analyzing, it's showing itself very strongly in these parts. It's just the significant margins Brian is beating Kennedy with in that part of the country is quite significant indeed and fascinating. We have Kintampo South. Same story. Kennedy has 73. Brian had 128. Bawumia had 464 in the Kintampo South constituency. In Kranzam North, Kennedy has, again, same story. Kennedy has 68. Brian had 144 in the Kranzam North. And Bawumia has 244. So you see how close that is there. But of course, Brian is in second place there with a significant margin beating Kennedy. You have in Kranzam South, same story. Kennedy has 52. Brian had 107 there. Dr. Bawumia had 632. We have Ateubu, Amantem constituency. Kennedy has 82. Brian had 155. So in all the places I've mentioned so far in the Bono East, Brian is second place in almost all of them, by significant margins. Pru, same story. Pru East constituency. Kennedy has 74. Brian had 131. Bawumia had 288. Pru West, same story. Kennedy has 38. Brian had 82. Bawumia had 299. And then you go to Senate East constituency, again, same story. Twice as many votes as Kennedy. Brian had 102. Kennedy has 50. And then you have Dr. Bawumia with 215. Senate West, same story there. Kennedy had 44. Brian had 156. You have Dr. Bawumia with 237. So if you look at it in the broad scope of things, and we did a tabulation there for the 11 constituencies in the Bono East constituencies altogether, 11 of them, Kennedy comes in with 828. 828 in total. Brian had 1,391, right, in total. And then you have Bawumia with 5,049 votes.
Can you go over the
Yes, so this is the total in the 11 constituencies. Kennedy has 828. Brian had 1,391. And then you have Dr. Bawumia with 5,049.
Okay, so in 2023, Bawumia had 5,434 in total for Bono East. Now he comes down to 5,040, a reduction of 400.
Yeah.
Kennedy, who had 1,548, now gets 828. So a reduction of about 700. Now Brian gets 1,391. 700 from Kennedy, 400 from Bawumia.
And maybe the new ones that came in.
Yeah.
So like I told you, he picks from both sides. So
but he's doing more damage to Kennedy
yes, than he is to Bawumia, because then what has happened? So one of the things the Kennedy team should look at as part of the post-mortem is what went wrong. Because if he gains more votes from Kennedy, it means that if you have this same number, or this same delegates voting, what happened over the period?
Yeah, I mean, that is, for me, is the big mystery. It's a big mystery.
I've told you.
You've mentioned a few, but it would be interesting to hear his own thoughts on this. What did he do differently about the campaign, for example? Was the style the same? I think he was possibly more mature in this campaign in terms of his approach. Remember the showdown? Showdown was the 2023.
Yeah.
His approach has been calmer, and you could see even his public posture. He's tried to deal with this public persona of being uncouth and simply insulting people and running a campaign of vitriol to one that was more substance but also a calmer posture. Is it possible that, and this, we are all speculating here, and maybe you know this better than I do, but is it possible that what really made him exciting then was that he was different, he was refreshing?
It was a surprise element of
yes, but he was himself, was he not?
Yes, he was.
Then he was himself. Now I watched his last social media address. This is Kennedy Agyapong, who is sitting in the sofa. I don't know if you watched that. Sitting in the sofa with his hand like this, speaking calmly and gently and talking to us. And I felt it was very, he didn't look himself. The Kennedy Agyapong I know should be standing in front of the camera and speaking, not seated in the sofa. Because that is what I've come to know. That is what I believe it was quite unique about. He wasn't a traditional politician who would do fantastic speeches and written for him. And, I don't know whether, I think we said he was a grassroots person. The grassroots people are attracted to somebody who is raw, who represents them, who is not scripted so heavily, who is politically correct.
I think that.
But you have a Kennedy now in this campaign. In some moments, he's tried to be politically correct. I don't know whether that may have played a role. And I had this conversation with you. I don't know whether it's important to mention, but I thought your analysis was very reasonable. That the NDC, you can repeat it because you hear yourself, that the party appears to have lost the middle class. Yeah. And we want somebody, because if you want to win power again, you made the analysis, and I thought there's some sense in there. You need to appeal to the mass, base of this country, the grassroots, if you like, akin to what we have nationally. And you believe Kennedy sort of appealed to that base, right? So why don't you then let him be himself? Because that is what will appeal to that base anyway. But they tried to sort of manage him to come close to where Bawumia will offer. He launched a book. And I thought that was okay. People say he's not intellectual. So let's launch a book. And then let's use that to sort of say, well, he also has something about him. Was that a strategy that possibly could work? Seeing your own analysis about what his strength was.
So far, from the results trickling, I still see Bawumia inching close to the 60%. He could end up doing about 59, 60%. So there's some 40% of the people who are like, okay, I want a different candidate. Now, some of them saw in Brian that different candidate that they are looking for. So they go for Brian. So it's that same space that Kennedy and Brian shared this time around. And Kennedy lost ground to Brian. Brian started this passing delegates to Kwawu. He brought a lot of resources into this campaign. He energized the base.
So that's where he had his hotel. And
he energized the base, going around where everybody gives TNT. He was giving the most of all the delegates going out for transportation and the rest. So now that we are doing the Monday morning quarterbacking, you get to see that this guy really, upped his game, and kudos to him for the campaign he ran. And I think going into the future, who knows?
Yes, he ran a good campaign. You get to, Rock City. Yeah. He was spoken to. He had, and I've told you, he had people that became consultants. So, when he's bringing all treasurers of the party, he's recruited some treasurers who are consultants for him. And these people are actually talking to him, okay, and are saying, oh, we believe in what you do. Because, man, at the end of the day, this is your client who's telling you, come and do a job for me. And some of these people were people that belonged to, say, Kennedy Agyapong, okay? And they felt that beyond the 2023 election, there are some people who told me when I'd done my checks with them that after 2023, they did not hear from candidate Kennedy Japan. They were actually expecting him to even come back and say, thank you for voting for me. And they didn't hear from him. And they were very, very unhappy because they actually had to go against the establishment in 2023 to support Kennedy.
At great cost. Okay, at great cost to them, by the way. Yes.
So if they went against the establishment in 2023 to support you, the least they felt you could do for them was to come and say thank you. And look, if you are any candidate going around seeking election, you would hear these Kennedy Japan guys who are unhappy. What do, Evans? You talk to them. You tell them, guys, come to my side. I hear you're very influential in this part of the country. Come to my side and let's work together. I'll make sure you're happy. And once I'll make sure you're happy and you're getting something, those guys, when they go around, they'll talk to their people because they have control, they have influence. And so that's what has worked. But beyond that also, one of the things we have learned in this election is that resources, financial, are very crucial in an election. Let nobody deceive you. My brother, if you're going into an election and you don't have what it takes, step aside.
Yeah, and I've seen the details in the central region, all constituencies that the Kanketsi, Dr. Sebuba has shared with me. I want to analyze that one return because it's very fascinating. That trend we're talking about is here. Because you see Brian's performance there is quite strong. He has 15%.
The central region.
In the central region. I mean, a constituency, a region that is a home region for Kennedy Japan. We'll come and analyze what that is telling us because we have all the constituencies in the central region coming through that we'll look at pretty shortly. And I want to take you to the NPP headquarters now, where my colleague, Kweku Asante, has been speaking with Joe Owusu. He chaired the committee that supervised the entire process. He gave his perspective on how the day had gone and what to expect.
Before everywhere I went, I saw the enthusiasm and the quietness with which people were voting. It confirmed clearly that the rules we made, people were respecting it, and it assured that there will be peace. I'm so happy to see that in the end, we have finished the elections peacefully.
Yeah, the polling has closed, and a lot of stations are reporting. At what time will you start getting something from the Electoral Commission and here?
I do not want to. Yes, we gave them an assignment. When we finish, we have people waiting there. When they finish, they'll hand it over to us, and they will come and declare it here. Right. So I know almost all the conferences are finished now. They have declared, but they will go to their regions to also collate, and before they forward it to the national. So let's give ourselves a period of about 3 hours for all that to be done.
Has the candidates themselves raised any issues with you at all, or it's just been really a smooth ride?
As of today, nobody has raised any issue with us. In the course of the process, a few alarms were raised. When we followed up, there were no such things. So there was no big deal.
Thank you very much, Jose Usu, the chairman of the Elections Committee, telling us about the election and what they have done. He says it's generally been a peaceful process. They've not had complaints. They are giving themselves, give or take, 3 hours to receive the election results from the regional levels, because from the constituency, every region will collate their results. From the region, they will come to the national at the Electoral Commission headquarters. Right after that, then you come here. You see behind me, there are a lot of arrangement of chairs happening with people getting ready for an event this evening. It is 3:35, getting to 3:35 now. The party is going to hold an event here which will formally outdoor the presidential candidate. That is, if there is one. If one is elected today, they will do so. Unless, of course, it goes for a runoff, at which time the party will then decide when exactly they intend to hold the runoff. So it's really a very calm atmosphere. You turn around, you see people around dancing, making merry as we await the full.
How long it takes a beginner like my dad to go from beer belly to get
baby and say Pesa enya koka officers no so a na ma ejefo enya aswate that's it.
All right, Morris, yes, you're that's Morris so too, a Yoruba correspondent on also edin the abre 42 minutes past the hour of 4 p.m. Edin at the Mansan soon for Kojo Pre Dankwa Kesben Election Avenue and a washe our Kesben TV so na face Kesben Plus TV on your Aseda channel na face on 93.3 in Kumasi Kesben FM na face so 92.9 FM and crying on Facebook Kesben TV and on Facebook again Kesben 92.9 on DSTV channel is channel 364 and face on Go TV channel 121. Clement, my tio nafi memra or you really want to touch on just the headquarters interview, you know, if you really want to touch on Comra touch on.
It's very interesting.
Okay, all right. Mamintia Clement, I'll start with the Charles McCarthy on that one. But Clement, Mamintia, so far election, no, Omatu Tubia, Masisiano, as we speak, counting na and air Kosovo. But look as if results in Bano, people are assuming or probably anticipating say they're calling the one shot na Akwama one candidate. But let's see what happens from there. But your take on all the things that have really transpired.
Yo, me that say. It appears said the econ there what the pollsters said about who is going to win. That's how it's looking.
And not what the prophecies came to say, right?
Forbidden the prophecy to lie. I mean, it was serious.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like it's going that way. But okay, the way results no air banner. It's tilting towards one predictable point. A lot of people have said that's what is going to happen. It looks like it's going Dr. Baumia's way. And it's a bit tricky on the part of Kennedy Japan. Because now Kennedy Japan, people thought the way the last winner coin, the way he performed, he was going to be, I mean, making some serious incursions, but we shall the echoing. But the surprising aspect of it for me, Brian Champo. I think he's doing based on the figures I was seeing. But maybe later on we'll come back to interrogate properly what is accounting for that. And we can also see it appears Brian Champon is also taking from Ken. Somebody mentioned it, Brian Champon entering the race, is going to be problematic for Ken. Initially, I didn't see it that way because I didn't give Brian Champon that kind of chance. Now let me say on Pulu that much, but it looks like he's taking a lot from Ken. Now the others, especially Kwabena Japan, the numbers, it's not encouraging at all. And Obibeka say he has contested for such a long time, and Obifil said like the consistency, Anka, it should be yielding some fruit for him, but it's rather detracting from him. It can be explained, ABR, when people among for share the air cosuna, when they give it to him, Umfil say he cannot garner the whole wherewithal to be able to carry out a bigger and there may mean more Canada about the monetization. It's a very big issue for Ghana's politics, and we have to find a way to depoliticize, demonetize our politics in Ghana, because going into the future and saying I'm stopping now, it will look like our political system is now going to be on a platter. I say it will be a swadia autumn, and he who has the money in a bit me at all, because now we no longer look at competence. See, all those things have infiltrated into Parliament. Now, we share. My person make manuba kotra, but we share the quality of the materials in Parliament and their interests are. When you look at them, you see, say, our interest is not really for the parliamentary work. Their interest is elsewhere. Say, Ombeba, they will catch the eye of the president and then get opportunity to become ministers, and then they can further fuel their businesses and their contacts and all those things. Meanwhile, we have a country to run, and we need certain competencies. And the same has to do with political parties, because we need some caliber of people to handle political parties, and then the political parties will churn out these people that will come and lead the nation someday. But if that process is continually being influenced by moneycracy, then it means that our democracy gradually reducing to become moneycracy, which will not help any of us. Because why no mukite can more? It is the drug dealers, it is Nyama we consider to be illegal. They have a lot of money. So if we continue this way, then it means that Omo Nababe dominate our political scene at the long run. The country is our, and it's very problematic. But so far, I think say the NPP, the election, we haven't heard say any acrimonious issues. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard that. I think so far they have handled themselves. Just that before now, when the campaign was going on there, it was say some of the pronouncements and some of the things were a bit a bit some way, which after the elections will come back at them. But we are hoping say the economy now, because we need a formidable opposition, a formidable force to put the current government on its toes. Say nyanesa na nyama etiti epansama. What it means is say the sitting government will rest on its paws, and nyama maybe we think that are going well I feel the best head crack. So that's what we are looking up to. Say the NPP will come out with clean slate, waiting for 2028. And then we'll see what will happen then.
Okay. Clement Akolo and I'm technical communication director in Parliamentary Network Africa. Meba Charles Makati ho na yabiti onoso ne de braminko ahumano so na mene biggest and the ending komo Andy over emphasis here as we speak and I so eden panel koso ho.
But evidence na ya chiatifo a omutie Kesben 92.9 Kesben 93.3 Kesben TV na Kesben Plus TV. EBPM anopano around 11 o'clock by na edoma haram na do so tayi to hwe kiu no so na ewa na amanko yo maden so be omnyina person mo beto bat please for no be gwa mu mo ka say woni mi say obeto abade a what obedo ni kiu wan jo nyanya de a edoma kwan mo wato na me cha de edidi mu na yetumi eye didi awie ya samre no e de abato ni na aba awie na uba hanoma e odoko divisional police headquarters ye wo center A na ye wo center B. Na my main fast center A no results no amount center A can or in Japan enya 234 point a champion enya 58 Dr. Mamudu Baumia enya 392 and Dr. Osei Abichum also enya 9 and after so Kwabana a Japan enya 2 it is total valid no a 705 rejected a 2 na yaba center B no so a can ohene Japan enya 148 for an champion enya 80 and also Dr. Mamudu Baumia enya 435 and also so no Dr. Yaw Aduchum enya 4 and also Kwabna Japan enya 0 total no 667 no rejected. So far so good omodi bibia abawie e
wow, o say Sabo Bobio me pese mi tie results no.
Okay, results no center A can ohene Japan enya 234 find a champion enya 58 Dr. Mahmoud Baumia enya 392. Dr. Yaw Aduchum enya 9. Kwabena J Ejapon engineer enya 2. Oba eye center B na Ken Ojini Ejapon enya 148. 148. Kleine Champon enya 80.
Hola, opleidingen. Weet je wel wat dat kost?
Sivora-opleidingen zijn voor bedienden in het paritair comité 200 volledig kosteloos.
80. En also Dr. Mabudu Baumia enya 435. En also Dr. Yaw Abichum enya 4. En engineer Kwabena J Ejapon enya 0. Total no 667. Rejected 0.
Andy, you better say pa Andy, and you know AD and Comono. Charles, my memory hona minti osisia. So what your interviews in Libya at least you be fee Dr. Baumia Hono, you heard the party executive also commenting on some of the issues, especially the way of force or the petition or the beko regarding how they delegate position and ete and in Yamanina. I mean your take on some of these things now for Yentoaso.
Yes, sir. I think that no dear.
I party executive.
I say, brother, and see how fun to see. Man, dream was
oh, how? How? Say. Try say kakra.
Some man make can tell
Don't be happy. I'll push you back. Yes, sir. Me too.
The point is, we are national officer. I say, until we can neck. It's our challenges we a neck and our be raising. Men can't television for say, next week would the petition back up. Would the petition break wow? Now you copy my senior members of the party. Is that the process in NPP? Who throw petition and now would they come senior members of the party? Well, only to say, and I be in a pair will be a one or a cover way. Oh, Nkawe won't organizer NPP. I say, now should be a yard to a baby party. I want some more pay unity. Shall I be in a near tree? Young can you? No, so you are an officer of the party in Tanka head office. And I say, head office now, we with Juma. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia campaign officer work who quiet them all. I want to grant interviews. As what? Why is it? What can't declare results? No, so Baumia winning. I brought electoral commission and say declare results. Or we need by what percentage? Vote to do send no dear with it. So after we no more. I can't want a queen anywhere and go. Why is it? Yes, yeah, monitor results are back. But all said and done, we be anti-being Cassiania winning and yasi. From both camps, or more mobility, so more winning. Our head of the Muntimin vote to do draw, or 1 year, so more winning. 2024 election, NDC was able to tell us what they were winning with, pending the Electoral Commission's official declaration. Jekutanko Bichebela Tayebi, may his soul rest in peace. Yabati was it comfortably, yeah. Comfortably. Let us know. So, more we near what are the figures, the percentage you need to say. Now, a boy made with your analysis. By this time, every serious camp should know how many regions or more winning. Vote to do or money. Then you will know it's an improvement on your performance in the 2023 year. Oh, it appears nobody is telling us anything apart from saying, say, yeah, we need, I say. Fine. You better train your tenure so for the final results on the bar. I saw for more professor any use data so mudi almost had be banaya tiom. But the adverse tax for me a questioner Makokwe committee koye duma wie na ordinary report be 2 grano I think the NPP has not answered the question. The question, no more say any candidate problem, and that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia any issue. So what was the issue? NPP lose 2024. So solution answer next will be called 2028. So what is the issue? Issue and nobody knows the issue. And it is not about going to elect Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. The situations will not change. Circumstances are already called 2024 election ends in 2028. It's going to be the dollar, it's going to be the fuel, it's going to be condition of living conditions, and it will be the same election. Will Bawumia be campaigning on economy, or he will shift to digital?
Both.
Will it all of a sudden change from an economist to an IT guru? Are you? And then your question, no, because we have casted him as economic whiskey.
Yeah.
Ofa Akufo-Addo asemo kan se me de neighbor se o meboa me na yem fix economy. First say wa ko Zimbabwe akobo mo say ayi san yi. Na edu I don't know like with this as ye be kwa ko fa na lectures. No ye wo Sa University and no boy di Central University. Oh, now we'll revisit those things. The
questions he was asking.
So yes. So and Madonna ends. So it is but that will be a difficult person to market in any future election.
Dr. Bawumia.
Yeah, particularly. Say the way you are ending the $40 you know. So what me can say? Now you could do 2028 election timer. What would the NPP say? Tell me, with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia on the ballot, no, and then I'll become for economy. Don't forget, before they were coming, he was the competent one. Mahama was the incompetent one. They have the solid economic management team. That of the NDC, they could not even remember them. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes. So the incompetent team left dollar to see the near 3.8. Wow. The competent one took it from this and left it at what? 17. Yes, sir. Incompetent, you know. Now a gallon of fuel made up of 4.5 liters. Now you're 14 cities. The competent hands came and Omar decided say a whole liter, 1 liter, no, will be higher than the incompetent one and a gallon. Until now, a liter of petrol was around 16. So here's an idea.
Yeah.
Then your coalition and an incompetent one or reverse these figures. Dollar from 17 to a net, 11 points, so they're not 10 points. For the purpose of this discussion, can say 12. With the Mayan card said 12.
but Charles, clearly.
I want to make a sweet.
I get it, but.
Candidate ya salary you analyze 2023 in your view.
Yeah.
Results are by the quad. Okay. But these are the questions you should be answering.
But these questions you want to ask,
I'm not asking.
Okay.
I'm telling them these are things they are supposed to
okay.
answer.
Questions here they are supposed to answer.
Yeah.
Why are you using just a year to juxtapose somebody who sat on for, let's say, 4, 5, or 6 years when circumstances were different around that time? I mean, conditions were, they had COVID issues, they had most international issues were not, like I mean, really working for them. I mean, so we onyashi, we ain't stepping on any porthole. Current government has not seen anything yet. And for us to test the test of time, say, ombe to me, aye bibi and someone to me, bibi. So
We new government, Donald Trump, visa restrictions. What did the government do? They went into lobby and no more empty Ghana. What is this? I've been in this studio. How many times have I not spoken about IELTS? My Ghanaian student, IELTS, just so you can enter school in abroad. I think the foreign minister have to make the move. What track of my UK forces are the no more SMT because from primary kindergarten to university, English to military there. You get it? Don't let this seem as if say COVID buy and COVID car. It wasn't free. We paid COVID levy.
Yes.
And now, why are you making it look like COVID buy an internationally one you try COVID levy? Yeah, asset record. Say and yet 2025. Yes. Now, my what you say, Russia, Ukraine, and affairs no. A case and a cano.
A case, yes, in a case, and a case.
We buy Russia, Ukraine, talk on a escalating move. And call for me. The number of missiles are Russia and two. Ukraine responding. I escalate. But minties are buying money per Biako say Russia, Ukraine. Book himself Venezuela. Ya kochi Venezuela president go to America. Unzo aban we amfanya asem. Anka banda da na kabariza yetua Venezuela.
Oh, that's all to me in Casa. But they say you then say.
Now you have COVID levy.
Yes, COVID did the whole world issues, and then they look at it and they
circumstances now who can America show share Iran, any Israel same way. What is that affecting your BBY? And your management is about the way you think. Turn it into no quite any debate anymore. And I'm only telling you, say, haven't stamp on Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. People should prepare on how to come and market him in this line. What is it? And yeah, about the senior more kind of consistency. Say, who repeat candidate now is a Goebbels theory of when you tell a lie repeatedly now, that is a theory.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work. And then name you. Kesbin, what how man for sure Kesbin across? How many television stations across? How many radio stations? Social media, you cannot tell a lie. Who cannot be fact check you? Brand on that GBC pen and radio no. Or man news sister, this will train now that's it. And so now and I'll be this time you can't do it. People want to keep you on your toe. I say, and yes, whoever will be declared at the end of the day, no, they will should know well. But they should prepare. For me, I don't see NPP in 2028.
Why?
Me, sitting, I don't see it. How will it happen?
2028 is not now. You're 2026. Anything can happen.
Oh. I grow so I need to know.
Yes, but be to me see.
Then the first tell me. How will it happen? Tell me.
Once upon a time we saw
what would
but you remember say once upon a time in the first year of Nana Akufo-Addo's government everything
first 100 days get it right. People should stop lying. Because in the first 100 days
things went smooth.
What things went through?
One man phrase it is one man started processing.
Now phrase it Mama Trump.
That be so Trump. So
no.
What I'm trying to say is
now is what but na me first no. O cast obey soon as if VSHS. Who cast say as VSHS. But VSHS here me ni wukan. Mama ban wa beye ni ye nkura ne kura kasa fe de duare no aye some to us. True of us. What is obi so? That be. But first ye the E-levy. See the kotua VSHS the E-levy. What about betwam? You see the story for the NPP will be very difficult to tell in 2028. Let's be honest with ourselves. You can only pretend so when at 20 fine naba. Back door nigga na babia poneda hano. Faha Burkina Faso.
So what you were thinking so they should have rather fix the party and not even try to contest.
But that is you see, it's about making the party attractive for people to accept material now will turn. You see, Baumia is just a driver.
Yes.
NPP is the engine.
Yes.
Yes,
yes.
You can be the best driver, sir. Formula 1
driver, yeah.
Well, as a your Vit. We need race. So it is the engine. And the engine is the party. The party is fractured. The party, no problem, home. Forget about never about not this, no. Performatives. Forget about the net deal. The real issue, no, I will form more. And I make a chair say, oh, quote 2028, that will be the debate. Whoever end this work, you know, say yet third term, say yet Julius Kwasi say be ya say drink it ya, say be ye Wadako, say be Harun Edrusu, and now Professor Jena now Pukajimano.
Casman 92.9, the Piachi.
So you are going to run on, you won't go running on Kufuor records. Who will stop you? Kufuor did coin how many years in here? You cannot run on Kufuor's record in 2028. The immediate record about my running on is a Kufuor Baumia record.
Yeah.
And in the for GDP, you have for inflation. Yes, sir. So then tell us why you think, say, yes, 2028 is over. These NPP come alarm. No more corner malam for bomb. Na mama Eda. Oh, no one could that ditch you. That one they can get some
sympathy somewhere.
From it, Timania will be Edia. And yes, our partner to say near Quay. Na mama no mutimi bomb body ye galamsey Jumana Kakra. Na port we or motor near so. What will you come and take against? Tell me.
Mamen Komra na menko a citizen honum na mimbisa because truly if Charles is saying when the NDC comes, it doesn't matter who the candidate will be. Maybe it might be a contest of candidates. Omoko NDC kofa candidate na so nye obi opuli omo numbers be hadwene na say Juma John Mahama aye no na omo debate na so aye dia. We'll look at that. Mamen kona many obapa Julie ending komo na member back say Julie o wen fa currently and what is the results in Senate ho?
I don't back to me mo am I na I try so and upon my chat me for two constituencies I triple constituencies and I'm someone constituency now since I'm no candidate the media na abanye those constituencies our results no anyway so what do we need to am sama constituency I was on to banana set total number of delegates was on to Abano. 1,556. 1,500. Then I say, if you move a few, and to say, Banana. The work from man, I just say, to me, Emma, banana, there will be any other two, and to me, Emma, Emma. It's not, I said, Nipa 1,531, and I was a month to Abano. Now, a bar, you made me in a Benny, Honorable Kennedy, Japan, and Abano 626, 626, and I bring a shampoo, and 218, 218. Here we are Dr. Mahamadou Baumia, and 584. 584. And Dr. Duchum, and 2. Here we are Combination Japan, the Onowanya Sheka. And after the rejected ballot, and I said, here, SANO, AF4. And see, all no, Nipa said, total valid cast, 712. 712. Total valid cast. And a total vote cast, 8,000. 1,434. 1,434. Ena eto abano. Nti sɛ ɔba amasama na deɛ odi nkunim ɛwɔ hɔnom no ɛyɛ Dr. Baumia a ɔno ne deɛ no yɛ 584. Saa nso na deɛ ni ɛkyerɛ ɛyɛ Trobo constituency hanom sɛ na ɔmo a ɛwɔ sɛ ɔmo nto aba no na ɔmo yɛ 1,474. 1,474. Ɛna nka ɛwɔ sɛ ɔmo nto aba no na ɛsɛn sɛ ɔmo dɔɔso ne ti yɛ kyekyɛ ɔmo stations no mu. Nti ɛyɛ police station A and a police station B. Nti with police station A no Kennedy ɔhene Japan ɛnya 196 and a brand example ɛnya 136. Dr. Baumia ɛnya 302. Dr. Edichum ɛnya 0 she ɛwɔ hɔnom ɛna Japan Sunya 1. That's soon as a police station B na Kennedy Japan enya 189. 189. And a brain example enya 131. GMB enya 373. Reject Dr. Edichum enya 1. That's soon Cabinet Japan on also enya 1 rejected ballots no eye 3 nti say you can't nina eboma I have to send so no eye Dr. Baumia and a fire with Dr. Baumia and a fire with a total number of 3. Dr. Baumia and a fire with a total number of 687.
Okay.
And Kennedy Japan, enya 385.
Okay.
Example, enya 267. And to be there on the way, you na your name, supporters and answer. MPs are more both Amasama the into mine 90. The former MP no on extreme common. That's in a need to go a go a extreme common. I don't want to say. Even though say no money no be on the campaign so be on nipa or supporting say ECG and confirming yes there name on provisional results na ba no e say Baumia na ewini into omo de adekode adesọ mo so any say ada camp na mo ko mo humbom na mo nya ba ta kunyo nta e pre na mo pre e bi o da ka bibia tia o de name mo fa nhwe mu omo fa say victory na aba no ana se nkunim de na aba no aba mo nkokoko NPP nti omo hye na 2028 aba se na e beto no omo nyina en supporting Baumia se ne be ya omo be na win the upcoming elections never know.
All right, meda say Obapa Julie any attending Kano Meko Ken office. Derek Befi Ken office is here currently yenti what is happening ne campaign office on. But according to what I'm reading here from graphiconline.com is out of 211 out of 333 stations 211 and Abbas is here, and the figures that are showing here Medina as we speak the one leading now Dr. Mahmoud Baumia with 56.8%, and then Kennedy Japan is holding on to 22.13%, and then Kwabena AJ Japan, who is Citizen's best friend, 0.23%, and then other ones. I'll bring you all these ones. Mamenko na mene Ken including Komo Sisi Anafi. Sorry, Derek Befi, a new Komo from Ken's camp Sisi Anafi Yemra back. Derek Meton camp. Mame update on what is happening with Ken ne office on him.
Meda se wotemenka mababe piem e wo hyiahye aha ana Kennedy wohene Japan eye ne campaign office ewo na oba ha se ya enipa ewa ha edom ewa ha pa a che se aha cars ayema da bia no ba ha unhu ne sa ene dom no aba wa ha pa na me ba ye no ade ba ko ama observe ene se ase ene no amanfo ejegina ha no omo aba fom womo aba fom pa na me pesa kasa na be tenten opani ba kon oye agent ema onabo Kennedy ohene Japan me pesa me ne bon komo kakra opani memo adwo
yo me ne amejo so
na oye agents Emma Honorable Ken. Ayen fana na wo.
Na me wo Ayawaso West. Ayeba bi ejina ye.
Ayawaso West wagon. E je say no. E je say no, ma men hwe wo. Say no, wo hwa bibia ko na wie ye. E ba bia na wo no. Honorable Ken. E wi ne ye anase wan wi ni.
Oh, ye Honorable Ken Lusu ye. Lusu Ayawaso West.
Ye onwanwa.
Oh, anya manwa because we hear sika enkrofo che e wo ho. Any ade sika o mdi gu mu wo ho a. Me hu ade no kwari in advance.
Okay.
Because I say delegate na kwama de o ma che. Nti obi amom kakra bia na say eno ano no. Eti anya manwa from mra na ju besi nde. Sika nipa hwie gu fom wo ho pa no. Eti me anya manwa say elusu wo ho.
Enti wasan bibia.
Oh yeah, mi sign.
Waji bibia tun wo ho da.
Oh, election there fine.
Na just say bibia kon kan mu fine.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay, yenhwe. Ade ba kon a amanfo ehwe party num dodo no ehwe ne se yato abawie enkabo mu ne hia. Wo ye agent Emma Honorable Ken. Dr. Baumia, dear Quidi or Noana Arini. And Yasha, Obey campaign.
Oh, me say me a party, but me soon party, me soon any part.
Okay.
And the campaign there, mayor, na a chirasem.
Okay. Me that say, Abrantia ba konsoha, ono so your friend say John ba. E ba jo so e o gene sen.
Oh, me ho ye pa Nyankopon do me ho ye. Ana so far Honorable Ken, minimum results.
Kesben FM 92.9.
Okay. And the line no break kakra, but you be call Ken office in the na fi yakuti de koso e wo hono, but clearly you be call Dr. Baumiane office na fi ahwe de koso because yate say oba be kasa oba be din komubi. I have seen snippets of him and the wife Samiria Martinasia MSL Oma Bidin Komubi Omani Media and Wabidin Komodia na Mashana. Derek Money sent a WhatsApp message. It says, good afternoon, General. You are doing a good job. So far, I've monitored all the stations telecasting the NPP parliamentary elections, and Kesben Election Avenue is top notch. From live coverage from your correspondents, the studio discussions, and production kudos. By the way, it's quite unfortunate the NPP have voted massively for Dr. Baumia, and the figures popping up clearly tells he's going to win. It is a win for them at a wrong direction. Ghanaians have experienced and tested Baumia's competency in terms of governance and economic management. They already know his pros from manifesto promises and other failed economic mismanagement, especially the dollar brouhaha. The NPP just considered a marketable or well-known personality they can sell easily, forgetting that alone doesn't win election. What new message is Baumia going to communicate to Ghanaians again? Or probably he is another version of him. He has another version of him Ghanaians don't know. I will not wonder if Baumia presents same old 2024 manifesto and campaign promises again. The level and direction at which the NDC are taking Ghana to. If they play their games, their cards well, Baumia will weightless. Also, Dr. Baumia office, just as I said, there's much happening there. In Tiyanko live now, for Yanko what is happening there now. Pay Yembra Bax is here.
At this point, it has to wait.
So we would like
Not to penny.
wait patiently for the
Kesben
final
FM
declaration
92.9.
by the Electoral Commission. Final declaration by the Electoral Commission, and that will happen at the party headquarters. But until then, we will still be making follow-ups to ensure that these 41 outstanding slips are counted, and then we can also put out our own final figures and wait for the final confirmation of the certified results from the Electoral Commission. And so at this point, I'd like to thank you all. And if campaign, His Excellency, would like to say a few words.
Mr. President is speaking.
Inshallah.
1,003 days to go.
Well, let me thank all of you. We've gone through a journey. It's been a fierce battle that we've waged across the country, across all the regions in the country. And we couldn't have gotten here without the support of the team around me. You're only as good as your team in these matters. And I can say, without any fear of contradiction, that I have been blessed with an excellent team that have worked for me. I'd like to thank the National Campaign Coordinator, Oseche Mensah-Bonsu, as well as the campaign manager, Fredo Pare-Ansa, and the campaign team in general. Everybody has contributed so much, and I cannot really thank everybody individually at the moment, but I will have time to thank everybody individually. The MPs, I must say, who have stood by my side have been phenomenal in this contest. They've really supported and they've delivered what they have promised, what they promised to do. I want to thank all the members of parliament who've supported me. I want to thank also the party executives who've helped organize this election, the EC, security, media, and all of that. But, you know, we are standing on the shoulders, very broad shoulders, of former flag bearers of this party. I'm talking about Professor Idubuahin. I'm talking about J. Kufuor. I'm talking about Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. They have built the party and taken the party this far, and it's really humbling.
Kesben FM 92.9.
We have been elected as a flag bearer of the party to continue the work that they have started. I don't also want to forget the former MPs and so on who helped. I want to thank all of you. God bless you, and we'll have time to talk.
Okay, so it is 5:24, and the office of Dr. Bawumia Nankasa na Otin in Kano. And as much as what Anthony Kabo said, we want to wait for official results and now say announcement from EC from the party headquarters. You know, they can say on authority that as we speak, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the flag bearer Emma the new patriotic party come 2028 and Onwemuno Akasa. So clearly, like Charles McCarthy was saying, we are dealing with a candidate of the new patriotic party who is and no other person, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So comes face to face with whoever will contest and win the flag bearership position again from the NDC camp. And then we'll go on and on. But the Ebeko party headquarters now, what Electoral Commission has to say, the finals, and especially with the numbers and the figures, you know, Nina Nafi, who dear co and the Ebenina. Interesting. Very interesting one.
Oh, very, very interesting.
Okay.
You know, I think that I'm waiting to see the percentage.
Yes, that's what we're looking at.
Generally, I think this has been very smooth.
Yeah.
Apart from the fact that we all said, I mean, from the beginning, we all said that the structure and the system is so clear who it's going to go for. Because Sebi, Muko elections 2023, and people were supported in 2024 for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. All of a sudden, you don't expect they will change that much, right? So for me, I'm rather looking for the percentage. The last 2023, he had 61 point something percent.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to see whether it has changed. If it has come down, that should tell them a clear signal. Because President Nanado, I mean, from 2007, the percentage he won with 2012, the percentage he won with, because 2007 he got about 49 point something percent. When you're 15, no one but the second round. And 2012 percentage, 2015 when you're 81% going into the elections. So it was so clear that the party itself was rallying behind him for it. But if in a party you go in a contest with 61%, you mean ikunya 41% in the general election. I mean, now that you are, if you are reducing those numbers within the party itself, your popularity within the party is going down. It sends a certain signal how you are going to generally move around and campaign. And I think somebody made this analysis earlier, and I had said it on a different platform there. You are now going to go into your internal local elections in terms of the local level, more from the branch or no polling station elections. You know, now Obia Yimde say I hear no phone in the delegate. So next time anybody blazing their boots for the next election will now want to influence who becomes the delegate. So they shouldn't think that the delegate election on year small, on year giddy. In fact, it will be more acrimonious, because now people are going to go all out to make sure they put their people there for the next election, for the next internal primaries. And those one of my words can quit. So for me, it will be very interesting, because if I'm going to vote for you to become a polling station executive.
Het avondeten, dat is de belangrijkste meeting van de dag. Want elke avond verdient een groen sausje, nietwaar? Telefoons aan de kant, vorken in de hand. De slappe lach. En ook slurpen mag. Alles bespreken en alles opeten. Niks zo zalig als het avondeten. Met HelloFresh.
It's been very transparent. You don't have a situation where you are going to complain.